But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your fall. Keep them in thrall, it's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
서울의 강서구에서 태어나서 어렸을 때 대부분을 강서구에서 보냈고요. 솔직히 친구들이랑 많이 나가서 축구도 하고 그런 게 저도 되게 부러워하기는 했는데 그래도 저는 게임이 재밌다 보니까 게임하는 사람들 입장에서는 프로게이머라는 것 자체가 우상의 대상이 되기 때문에 저는 호나우두 선수도 사실 은퇴 후에 뭘 할지 많이 생각을 했겠지만 지금은 e스포츠 일을 하고 계시잖아요. 그래서 저는
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. Samsung. Longzhu Gaming. Jinae Greenway. Afrika Freaks. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Good evening, OGN Legion. Welcome back to the start of another week of LCK. I'm Achilles, that's Papa Smithy. We bring you the games here today. And while it might not be a telecom war like we saw just yesterday, we have a very exciting day of matches for you here. Going to start things off with Longzhu versus Samsung. Then it's going to be Afrika Freaks versus Jin Air. All of these teams vying for those spots in the top 5 to make it to playoffs.
And that's the excitement, is that all 4 of these teams realistically have a shot of playoffs. We never would have thought that about Jin Air Green Wings not changing their roster, coming into summer being a lot better. Still, have they performed against the best teams? So far, the answer is no, but they're getting better. They won a game over Samsung. So when we get to that second series, the development of Jin Air will be there to be decided. Our first series, Longzhu's development, another one that was fast-tracked after so many changes in the offseason. News just today that Kesper will be coming in and looking after the team after all the issues and irregularities there were in spring season. The turmoil of Longzhu has been a counterpoint to some excellent performances on the Rift. Samsung a tough opposition for them, but if they beat Samsung, they will go and equal Samsung's first round robin at 7-2 with Cuz, a true rookie. BDD only plays sparingly for CJ Entus and Khan coming back from China. So a big story brewing if Longzhu Gaming can do it, but Samsung Galaxy on the other hand got over the line over Jin Air, maybe not the most convincing fashion. Today they look to go 8-1 and actually go ahead of SK Telecom T1. They own the head-to-head, so any victory margin for Samsung, they are first.
Yeah, but Longzhu really wanting that win. If they can come up with that, I have to say, it's going to be very convincing for them to cement their spot in that top 5 for the playoffs, which has eluded them. Be a big change of events for this squad. Lots of changes for the side of Longzhu if they can net that playoff spot. Having Kespa backing them, but we'll go ahead and take a look at Samsung first and foremost. Going to be starting things off on the blue side, the roster that we've come to expect with Haru not starting out of the jungle, so Ambition, the married man, still here to perform.
Also Cuvée, who's been stepping up in the summer season, although Akali certainly was a bit too much of a pickle for him to handle against Jin Air Ixu, picking up our first pentakill of the summer season. We'll see if Ixu can do some crazy stuff in our second match, and if Cuvée can kind of come back, because he kind of just drafted Kled as he's been doing so much in the summer season, not realizing the matchup not great into the Akali, let the Akali get out of hand. And that was kind of the different thing about Samsung, is that for once it wasn't Cuvée with pressure in a good matchup, split pushing. It was Cuvée behind, Ambition couldn't pick up the slack, and Samsung fell apart. Will Longzhu, remember, Longzhu have Khan. Longzhu have Khan, who played Mordekaiser top in their last series. I feel like it might be that arms race to get the counter pick in the top lane, and it feels like Khan has an unlimited champion pool.
Yeah, for sure. If anybody is going to be bringing out that Akali reliably, I mean, Ixu really performing surprisingly so on Jin Air, but you have to give it over to Khan. Has really shown quite a lot of picks in that top lane. Like you said, like you mentioned, the Mordekaiser most recently, another one that he's added onto the list.
I mean, people are looking for things that do well against Renekton. It was into Renekton where that Mordekaiser did well. Afrika had to ban it in game 2 and 3 to allow Marin the latitude to play his trademark Renekton. So a lot of potential picks having that ability to just rewrite the script, bring out matchups that you just never would have seen outside of what Gold solo queue. Crazy how much he's been able to innovate, Khan, on your screen. This is a really interesting one because Samsung, on paper, are favorites, but Longzhu, with their momentum, with how much they're learning, you don't even need to look at last season. Sure, Samsung won both matches in this ring season, but it's a different Longzhu Gaming, and it would be an amazing victory for them if they could go 7-2. What a development in one round robin.
Yeah, but I mean, you also have BDD going up against Clown. Right now, top two of the top mid laners that we have here in the league. BDD absolutely excelling. KDA kills, deaths per game, lowest that we've really seen. He's been absolutely destroying for the side of Longzhu, which really just makes everybody scratch their heads and be like, well, why didn't we see him at all during the spring split? Maybe Longzhu wouldn't have had as abysmal of a performance as a finishing to that first split of the year. But it doesn't matter, because there you have it on your screen. The massive just surge off the side of the KDA chart.
11.4 is an insane KDA. He may maintain 10 KDA over a whole round robin if he doesn't get blasted in this particular series. And Longzhu, their solo queue rankings have stayed high. Still rank 1 is Prey. Rank 2 is Cuz. They have other members, BDDs at rank 10 at the moment. Rascal, their sub-top laner, at rank 9. Gorilla's in the top 100. He can't quite get to top 10. He's been trying, damn it. He's trying so hard. Hasn't been able to get there. But we got some interesting matchups to talk about. Well, the picks have been very intriguing on both teams. Cuvée been making the Gnar work. That was a new one. And basically we're looking at the picks that in the last two series, both of them at the Gangnam Stadium, things got a bit crazy, Achilles. We missed Gnar coming back into the meta first time. But 2017 picks, double pick now of the Gnar Fiora mid from Crown. Didn't really look like he knew how to play Fiora, so maybe that one won't be too common a pick on his side. But Khan played the Mordekaiser, specifically into the Renekton. And the Alistar coming back from Gorilla, one of the world's best Alistar players. Spent the majority of 2016 roaming to win on the Alistar. Played it twice into the Rakan. So it feels like suddenly a champion ocean like we've never seen before is available on the Rift. When we're talking about viable champion picks, we're over 100, it feels like.
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, we've already had a massive amount of the total champions in the game having been selected during the split. So everyone is getting their fair use. Just, the York, that kind of pick, something that we still haven't seen. York, Nasus, those ones. Maybe, if anyone can bring it out, it would be Khan, but I doubt we'll see those. But for now, the champion pool is getting larger and larger.
Very interesting objective stat here from OGN, so good job on picking this one up. First turret win rate for both teams is 100%. If you get the snowball going, if you take that first turret, 100% win rate for both Samsung and Longzhu with a big sample size. That might be a little predictor. We were judging Doran Shields in previous metas. We're playing lots of little fun mini-games. Maybe this is the new thing we have to keep track of, Achilles, at least in this series, because it's been a big predictor as the featured matchup will actually be the AD carry. So we move away from BDD versus Crown, which I think will capture the imagination. Prey has been on a tear in the summer season. Ruler is always that very capable hand, very much favoring the Varus. It's a big pick for both, but Prey, if he can get his hands on the Ashe, we know what's possible from him.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a very highly contested pick between, you'd have to expect both he and Ruler here. We want to get their hands on that if the likes of the Caitlyn is not available. But big bot lane on the side of Longzhu, going to be looking to excel, especially as you mentioned already with the Alistar coming back into the meta for Gorilla. Major comfort for him. And it's really going to come down to, does Core JJ get his hands on the Zyra? Something that has frequently been banned away, even though most other teams aren't using it as much.
And the picks are so interesting. Corki is the new mid lane god. We'll see plenty of Corki
Hooray.
going into the future. Yep, Corki's back. A little bit early, so he might actually get nerfed before Worlds. Maybe we won't see Corki light up Worlds like the old meme goes. Excellent matchup here, second versus fourth between Samsung and Longzhu Gaming. I just want to get into it because, as I said, we missed 2 match days, Achilles, and it feels like League of Legends kind of jumped on its head. We saw new meta picks. We saw a telecom war that was amazing just yesterday. So a lot has changed. And how did these two teams kind of pick up the pieces of the meta?
Yeah. Win for either of these teams means that they move up the standings. Samsung into that first place spot. Longzhu would be looking to overtake KT Rolster and slide up to third. So high pressure matchup here for both of these guys as we get ready to close out that first round robin. Starting things off though, Galio Kha'Zix taken away here by Samsung. Surprising, given that Ambition does favor that Kha'Zix quite a lot. And then Syndra Karma banned away by Longzhu.
It's because kind of quietly, Cuz is 8-2 on Kha'Zix in the summer season. He's had Elise banned a lot against him. Zac, of course, pretty much permanent ban status. And you'll see the actual Kha'Zix Elise.
Yeah.
Getting Cuz off comfort, I think, is a really smart way for Samsung to go because Ambition has had that polarizing performance. Putting Cuz on the back line, it feels like both these junglers, perhaps, have been the biggest question marks for their lineups. So seeing who can get the power in that role. Gragas is available and has been a big jungler for Ambition in particular. They have to give up Caitlyn, so banning away the Zac and Syndra, the cost is that Caitlyn will get over, but will they give over the Gragas as well that Ambition has done so much work with?
For now, Cuz maybe looking to just go ahead, get his jungle locked in here, and doesn't want to pay any attention to that Gragas, at least not at the moment, because the Lee Sin seems like it's going to be coming through. Clock ticking down. We should see this locked up, and there we go.
Could take Ashe as well in this particular round, unless they have something like the Thresh that they want to take particularly early. Although the new meta might be in action. Achilles, the other champion that was buffed, target buffed on this patch was Jhin, and Prey was one of our first premier Jhin players. He jumps on it. Ambition smiles. He's like, oh god, we have to deal with this again. It felt like at times when Prey was one of the only people in Korea playing Jhin, he could curve bullets. So we'll see how he can make it work, jumping on the Jhin this time around.
Gragas coming through. Braum, Caitlyn for the bot lane of Samsung. So nice and consistent, plenty of poke and lockdown with those concussive blows that can be procced at range. Going to be looking to get on top of that recently buffed Jhin and keep Prey at bay.
We had a potential blind pick mid laner here for Longzhu. Taliyah often occupied this spot, but Orianna was another of the ones that you would consider. BDD's Orianna has been majestic this season. Definitely been one of his most important performers. So Corki will be looked over for the first round of the draft. I had a look in solo queue, and Crown predictably was spamming the Corki. Didn't seem like the solo queue results were working just yet, but it is a legacy pick for Crown and may be considered into the Orianna. So for now, Longzhu keeping it old school with the Orianna pick, and they will ban away the Taliyah, which of course Crown has shown great performance on as well.
I mean, the one that really repopularized that pick here in Korea for us during IM, Gyeonggi, but will be taken off the board. We'll see what he wants to piece together. 2 of his big ones already snatched up, and the Karma also not there for that just reliable, sustained matchup. Though the shields recently have been nerfed here on 7-12, but she's still very strong.
If you're wondering about the Jhin, feels like Prey has always kind of need to anchor primary initiator. Varus, Ashe have been his big picks in spring season. With Jhin being buffed, another utility or initiating AD carry with the Deadly Flourish means that Jhin makes a lot of sense, and like I mentioned, he has mastery on the champion. We'll need a pushing support probably to help him out, or may just go melee support and lose out on that push war against Ruler. The Gnar ban suggests a Renekton pick as the first pick on red side. Really the only scenario where you would ban Gnar is that Renekton match. I've seen it twice so far in Korea.
Could just look to get the support on the first pick and then save the top lane for the final. Try to get the counter match up. Maybe they want to bait Cuvée into picking the Renekton himself.
The only
then bring
reason
out the Morning
you ban the Fiora here, it feels like Renekton versus Kled is what Samsung are opting into.
Okay.
If you ban Gnar on red side with first pick, definitely Renekton will be your first draft. We saw Smeb owning up the Rift yesterday, even in defeats on the Renekton. So will Cuvée just go for the Kled? The matchup kind of painted itself when you saw Fiora and Gnar banned away. So will be no surprises there if it is the Kled, but for now, they need something into the Orianna. For now, it will not be the Corki. I think in 2 weeks' time, Crown in this scenario will be picking Corki, but happy to jump onto the Victor, go to the late game team fights, and Kled almost certainly will be the draft from Samsung. Super, super standard from them.
Yeah, nothing but massive comfort here for the side of Samsung. Maybe if poor JJ had the Zyra for himself. Instead, Gorilla looking to maybe take that one for himself. You mentioned a pushing lane. Plenty of CC there as well. So it seems like this might just be the pick for them. But otherwise, the Victor coming through here for Crown, Gragas for Ambition. Samsung getting everything that they're perfectly comfortable with.
But you got to say, Longzhu also a very standard and also comfortable comp for them. Zyra is someone who can, in the laning phase, help the Jhin push, and in the late game fights, the charge comes in, you ult behind the Kled, and suddenly it's a Kled alone. You can focus him down, goes a DPS build, so it makes sense in the context of the draft. Really interesting to see comfort on both sides, even 10 bans down the line. And that means that really it's going to be on the better team to perform, and I think also the jungling performance, because Renekton does have that advantage over Kled early. When these teams have top lane priority, they very much often go on to win. And when Ambition has to try and mop up Cuvée when he's behind, he starts to make some of those Ambition solo missions that can really cost Samsung Galaxy. So my eyes are going to be on Ambition, on Comfort on the Gragas, because and Khan have done so much work in the top lane. This may very well be decided in that 2v2.
We'll see how the jungle matchup's going to go. Veteran versus rookie, because it's been looking better and better as time goes on, along with the rest of the Longzhu squad, netting themselves potentially into third place if they can come up with a victory here in this match. Let's see if they can do it as we go ahead and get ready to dive in for game number one. A great way to kick off the day, Samsung Galaxy versus Longzhu Gaming.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Plenty of Longzhu fans out here today.
And you know who they have to cheer about, Achilles? They have BDD, who this season is putting on an insane, I can't even find the right adjective here, but an unbelievable season when it comes to statistics. BDD this season is #1 in kills with 87, has the lowest amount of deaths in 18 and 20 games. Less than 1 death a game on a mid laner is pretty insane. #1 in KDA, which we know at 11.4. But for context, #2 is Score at 6.5. He almost doubles second place in KDA, and he's third in kill participation. So he's been making things happen for the team as well. BDD is having an almost unparalleled season statistically, at least for the first round robin. Even with a down performance here, that much will be true. But he's going to really want to turn it into a great full season and also a postseason, because like you say, Longzhu Gaming with a win here are entrenched in the top 3.
Well, if he can make his way through Victor in that mid lane, nice little drawing of prey there in the audience. But if he can make his way through Crown's Victor in the mid lane, he's got plenty of ball carriers here to set him up to extend that KDA even further. The Lee Sin diving into the backside of these fights. So Renekton slicing and dicing his way through. See, a very hard leash is going to come out here from Samsung.
Invaded on the bottom side trying to get information and just backed away, so they don't actually have deep wards, whereas deep wards were able to be put down by Longzhu. That means that Longzhu have more information about Gragas' pathing than necessarily Samsung does about Longzhu's.
Nope.
Renekton enters lane a little bit late, so they can kind of infer that the top side start coming in the red buff there. It seems like Crown has a small issue to start the day.
Have to get this one figured out, get that taken care of so we can get the game underway. So far, nothing's happened.
But on paper, it's so cool, right? I mean, we talked about all BDD stats. Well, guess what? Crown is our regular season MVP from the spring season. Crown versus BD is an exciting matchup for sure. Getting a bit of an update here that there's a game-related bug, so maybe a client bug for Crown, so that might actually just force a restart or delay us a little bit.
Yeah, perhaps. Might have to dive back into this one. See if we have to get a remake. Perhaps. Hopefully it's nothing that severe, and we can just go ahead, disconnect him, reconnect him into the game, and have it all taken care of.
Sounds like it's going to be a restart coming through from Crown, so he'll be able to get back into the game soon. Hopefully Achilles, none of them remakes. It's like Longzhu has just a slight advantage with given that information at level 1, and last we saw Cuz was making a beeline for the enemy blue buff. Yeah, BDD versus Crown, it's definitely a sick matchup. We already highlighted the AD carries also, which is going to be a fun one. Getting a bit more information
here. Seems like Crown had an issue with his skill selection, wasn't allowing him to actually take the ability that he wanted.
That's weird.
So that is.
It is patch 7.12, Achilles.
It's a bit of a bizarre one, but every time these patches come out, a bit more spaghetti gets tossed into the mix, then you just have to kind of strain it out.
Hopefully we can turn it into a lovely carbonara, Achilles.
Yeah, maybe.
What's your spaghetti choice? If you have to really choose your spaghetti.
I mean, you mean like just pasta in general,
sure.
Or? I don't know. Well, I mean, there's that restaurant near my house that's actually makes incredible pasta here in Korea, and I've really been favoring their bolognese. They do.
Oh, you're a bolognese, man. Okay.
That one's pretty good.
Well, they're going to end up swapping blue buffs here. I mentioned already the blue buff invade from Cuz. Ambition, with his veteran status, makes the smart read that, hey, we didn't get vision down, they did, so just invade. So right now, vertical jungling, which allows Renekton to overextend. Allows him to really pressure in Kled in the top side because Lee Sin is solo jungling on the top side of the map. It's a big advantage to Longzhu. So they get a naturally pushing lane, and it can play as recklessly as Longzhu wanted to play.
Well, reckless. Sounds like a pretty big comfort zone there for Khan, who's just been going all out in his picks as of late. So no Mordekaiser to start things off here. Like I said, I thought maybe they would just try to hand over the Renekton to Samsung, try to bait them into picking that, so we see the Mordekaiser come back out. But
I mean,
maybe in the rest of this series.
Here's what I'll say about the Mordekaiser, because obviously super exciting to see Mordekaiser back in the meta, not since what, Worlds 2015?
2015.
Have
when
we
it was
seen?
Must pick, must ban.
Yeah, when it was just broken, ridiculous duo laner.
Same with Gangplank and Darius.
What times that was. Going to gank bot side.
Yeah, Bray going to have to flash away from this one, so his concussive blows do not get proc. Roll the barrel from Ambition, not going to connect. In the meantime, Cuz is hunting here onto Crown.
Crown smartly playing towards the bot side because that vertical jungling, that's where their control is.
So they're pushing out. They will go ahead and get the Ghost. Just steps to the side. Sonic Wave won't connect. He got one auto.
Cuz got an extra level, so he'll feel good about that one. Credit to Samsung playing around their strong side and getting a flash when Longzhu weren't able to get a sort of advantage around the mid lane. Ghost for flash, certainly a good trade on the side of Samsung. But Cuz is still here, and this time coming to the side that previously was owned by Ambition.
Now Crown is cheating towards the top side, but he will be wrapping around from behind. Sonic Wave's going to connect this time. Crown will flash, so gets both summoner spells out. So advantage over to Longzhu in the end.
Yeah, creative pathing from Cuz as well. Just play it around the side that on the one hand looked strong for Samsung, but Samsung also knew that Gragas was pathing around the Krugs, so wasn't actually going to be there for the 2v2. Nice little adaptation as Crown's bought a second Doran's Ring, Achilles.
Oh my. There's no... You can't do that.
Well, you can.
It doesn't stack.
I mean, he still gets ability power health.
It's a unique passive. Crown, please.
Building 3 of them in the top lane is certainly bad. Building 2 of them in the mid lane is certainly worse than before, but it gives you health and ability power, and if you don't die to Ignite Tick or get through a gank, it's still valid. So definitely worse than it was before, but
yeah,
still an option is what we're learning.
We're not going to be seeing the budget run of it. Well, at least hopefully not. But, I mean, awkward back timings here for Crown. Forced out of that lane, doesn't have enough to go ahead and get his Hex Core upgrade, so just has to go for the best thing that he can buy. Just happens to be not great.
As you say, definitely a feel-bad choice, especially with Victor, who always has item slot problems because he has a Hex Core already.
Yeah.
So before, at least you got the full value out of the passive. Now, once again, you don't have that passive. Is a nice trade coming through for Cubic.
Yeah, really good ones. He will get dismounted here, though, as Khan just retreats back below the turret. One final buckshot in the back. will work down the Alligator rather low, but it seems like Khan will be able to go ahead and recall safely as the TP to get back in the lane swiftly.
Lane's been a tale of two ganks. We can't see how close BDD is to 6, but probably not too far away. Okay, here we go.
Coming through, Cuz coming in from the sideline. Shockwave does come down. It looks like Crown will die. First blood. Over to Cuz yet again, visiting the mid lane.
But BDD was taking no chances. We were mentioning he's probably close 6, hit 6, and then actually used the ball on himself, self-ulted as well. So successful sombrero coming through from BDD with the flash. Used everything, but didn't want there to be any chance of Crown getting out. First advantage to Longzhu Gaming.
Yeah, going to be a nice little opening here to start things off. Already 800 in the lead. Decent CS lead up here in the top lane as well as in mid, where Crown is really suffering as far as that CS is concerned. 14 down at the moment. So really good stuff from Longzhu. Need to keep this ball rolling. Make sure that Samsung can't recover if they want to close this one out.
Cuz and Ambition meeting in Longzhu's side of the jungle. Everyone just getting a bit of an information mission going on. Longzhu with the advantage. They don't have to respect Victor, who's just now respawning. But just again to, we have a moment, discuss the Mordekaiser. I don't think it's a counter pick to Renekton. I think it just deals with what Renekton does best, which is push, and push so cleanly and with almost no counterplay to that pushing. Not many top lanes, especially with Rumble being nerfed on 7-12, have the pushing power to stop a Renekton taking over lane. One thing that Mordekaiser does have is pushing power. So I think in the pressure world of standard lanes, it makes a lot of sense, but it's not a counter pick per se. It's mid lane.
BDD going to get jumped on. Flash body slam comes through. Cask will knock him into the wall, and the Chaos Storm will go ahead and finish him off.
One more
forward here from Cuz does come up with that kill, so he makes it a 1-for-1. Summoner spells invested on both sides. Even exchange in the end.
Good read by Cuz to be in the mid lane. They knew, of course, Samsung, that BDD had just used his flash, wouldn't have it. Thought they could get an answering kill during the duration, but it just ends up being Crown's second death in that duration. He picks up the kill credit. So you could say BDD does lose out overall, given that Cuz picked up first blood and second blood for Longzhu Gaming, but this is what happens when you see second versus fourth. There's no free advantages for teams. Lots of repeat ganks. Still pressure overall to Longzhu, but Samsung will be happy that some of the gold went to Crown. Not enough to pick up the Hex Core.
Yeah, I was going to say, even then, he doesn't have anything other than those Ionian Boots of Lucidity coming through for himself, so still not going to have a whole lot of power behind this Victor, and he's fallen slightly further behind in CS. Blue buff will be handed over to him to help him out just a bit more, especially with farming up with those death rays.
Despite having Ambition jungling around the bot side, Ruler has not been able to open up a CS advantage over Prey. 8 CS, so I guess 8 CS just over a minion wave as these two minion waves come to crash, but certainly nothing significant given that Prey used his flash early and had to respect Gragas jungling on his side. So just the fact that you can go for utility carry, get through lane, and pretty significant buffs overall to the Jhin, who after level 1 does more damage on his Q at all points, and R has a buff as well.
Shockwave comes through, drags Crown back in, and Cuz is there for the follow-up. Crown just walking straight into that one Ambition on the opposite side of the river, cannot collapse to try to save his mid laner's life.
And Cuz just finally establishing himself a reputation. Khan, very early, was touted as one of these top laners after some consistent performances in big games. BDD, he's got the stats. Everyone knows about BDD. Cuz was the one people weren't sure of, but you need to give time for a true rookie to get used to the stage that is League of Legends Champions Korea, and Cuz 3-0, running an early game is an important extra step in his development.
Yeah. I mean, he's shutting out the second place, one of the second place tied MVPs at the moment in Crown, who is just one win behind BDD, currently topping the charts. So really solid stuff coming through here from the rookie out of the jungle. Maybe looking at an MVP win for himself as well.
Early days in this game yet, but when you look at the comps, there is some equality in the scaling. Maybe a slight advantage to Samsung just because Longzhu do have the Jhin in the late game, who is strong, but only really when fights are on his terms. If Jhin has to move, Jhin isn't getting burst down, not going to be as consistent as Ruler. Samsung do have a really strong late game 5v5, but getting to the late game with the pace that Longzhu has set is going to be tricky. So given the fact that we have some degree of equality in the late game and pretty similar team identities, it's really exciting to see how this particular game develops.
Yet again pushing through. Ambition goes forward with the body slam. Gets quite a bit of damage down. That's going to be the resonating strike coming through. Pops him over into the wall, and Core JJ can't quite get there in time to offer up the winner's bite to try to lock down that Lee Sin. So he will be able to walk away. Was flashless, so no summoner spells used up either in the exchange.
Got the call that Ruler and Core JJ were coming up, and was told before the match that Gorilla is suffering some medical issues today, specifically a little throat condition. So the shot calling for Longzhu is going to be a bit interesting to track, given that he's usually one of the big voices there. Just a small thing to keep in mind as the game goes on is that Cuz probably does have to anchor more of the calls, given that Gorilla for today's series is going to be a little bit incapacitated.
Sounds like a nightmare for you and I. The sore throat.
Oh,
The ever-feared.
the killer of the caster. It's, I believe for players it's the wrist injuries, right?
Yeah.
For casters, it is definitely throat injuries.
I think it's wrist injuries and then mental boom are the two that can ruin a player.
I don't know if that's in the DSM just yet, for diagnostic criteria, the mental boom, but
I saw it on a WebMD.
okay, well then it must be true.
Yeah.
I saw it on Yahoo Answers. That's,
It's either-
that's where I go for my medical advice.
As far as WebMD, it's you know, for pro players, it just says like it's either going to be mental boom or cancer, because everything on WebMD says that you might probably have cancer. It's a weird website.
It is indeed. WebMD. It is the future. We've got Wikipedia and WebMD to answer all of life's questions.
Yeah. It's like, I think I have an ingrown hair. It's like, yep, that's you have cancer. It's the way it goes.
Right now Samsung are dealing with Cuz, running the game like we mentioned. Red buff stolen away. Was no information. A lot of wards had to be respected there for Cuz, but only now will they get the information. Waiting to see the build path for Prey in this game. BF sword start.
Oh, body slam not going to connect, Cuz. Just trying to slow him up here. Dashes back in, has to
Kick
kick
it in,
back,
sorry.
and BDD's there.
Oh.
Auto attack comes through, picks up the kill. Now Shockwave connecting in onto Crown. Does have the flash still to take himself out safely. Makes it out with his life, but yet again, Longzhu, they put another kill on the board, 4-1.
They grow up in front of our eyes so fast, Achilleos. Cuz with no cares at all about Ambition, happy to get in there and tussle 1v1. New BDD had his back, and speaking of having people's backs, Longzhu want this mid lane turret right now.
Yeah, they're just going to be pushing him away. Cuvée is here to try to back him up. It seems like they'll just be able to force this one out. So first Brick going over to the flashboard, finds the stun on the Crown. They go in with the resonating strike, and Cuz has another kill for himself. 100% kill participation, 4-0-1 on the Lee Sin, and Longzhu's not done yet. They're looking for more. Maybe even to just dive in onto Cuvée, a bit riskier. They will at least be able to get a significant amount of damage onto this tier 2 turret in mid, halfway dead.
And now Victor will have to overextend for farm at every point. And when I was trying to equate the teams, because you remember I was talking about, okay, Ambition and Cuz, they rely on strong top laners. They're going to have to play through the strength of their top laner. Didn't even need that as bot lane. Core JJ, they're turning on to the Jin.
That's going to be the last shot coming through. Does find Gorilla even after he flashes. So Ruler able to answer one here. Puts another kill on the board for Samsung. 2-5 in that regard, but down significantly in gold at the moment. Not in a position really to try to get onto this turret yet.
Prey with a good read, understands that Ambition is around the top side. No need for him to back in such a greedy spot. He'll go back. Samsung needed something going their way. Prey really is looking for a call. Cuz is here again, by the way.
Yeah, Prey actually does stick around. Doesn't have really any mana. At least offer up a deadly flourish in some of those auto attacks, but seems like he's going to be safe to go ahead and catch this wave, and then he can match recalls with Ruler. Just going to be a couple seconds behind.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it would be the 2v2, but it's just Cuz deciding the game. They've played around the top side with the vertical jungling, which is the first good decision. We'll see a replay of what happened here, and it was just a really good all-in from Core JJ. Hit the Glacial Fissure, nowhere for Gorilla to go. He will die. No bonus objectives, though. No turret compared to the mid lane turret that's already been taken down by Longzhu.
I mean, 1.5, really. So
Returning to the half is going to take a bit of time, but you're right. When it comes to that turret damage, it is going to be a factor as the game goes on.
you get a Rift Herald.
Rift Herald for now. One control ward around there, and Khan has had lane pressure predictably over Kled, about 24 CS up. Ambition in these scenarios is where Ambition isn't the same player that's been dominating in Samsung's 7-1 run. Is much worse when his laners don't have priority. When exiting into Kled, that's always going to be priority Khan. Cuz is having a day out as well. So Ambition having to make decisions without strong lanes to back him up is where there's those question marks. We call them the Ambition solo missions. We're going to have to try and watch to see if he can make the right movements, because Cuz has been everywhere he's needed to be on the map in the first 15 minutes.
BDD starting to shoot down towards that bottom side of the map. Has all that roam potential for himself here. Plenty of free time now that that turret's been taken for him in mid. Doesn't find the opening down there though, so we'll go ahead. Keep farming up, but maybe we see that next Drake opened up here by Longzhu. Picked up the first Cloud Mountain. Has now spawned.
Jin has returned to his classic build as Prey. We'll be going Essence Reaver compared to the Youmuu's Ghostblade that we were seeing in the first 2 games of Jin on 7-12.
Maybe we'll get the double rapid fire again.
In case you guys are wondering, I did some research on that after seeing it. You see it one game, you're like, maybe you made a mistake. When you see it 2 games in a row, you're like, okay, Def knows about item stacking. And basically, it's the Energize passive, where you get Energized 25% faster does stack if you buy 2 rapid fire cannons. The idea was more ranged auto attacks rather than being at the normal range. Now, is it the right choice? That part's left open for debate, but it wasn't just a brain fade from Def.
It doesn't help you when you're face checking, pushing in.
No, exactly. Whatever item choice there wasn't going to make a difference. That was just Deft with the mental boom you were speaking of.
Oh well. There's always another telecom war, KT.
In a month. You guys have a look. It's the last week of the season. Full schedules out there on esports wikis and places like that. So that will be an OGN telecom war. We were both at home wishing we were casting it yesterday.
Oh, but I had such fun watching it all the same,
Oh,
same
baby,
time.
that's
But,
no fun.
Okay, Gorilla, he'll just get popped up, gets taken down. Curtain call coming through here for
He's going to hit all these, isn't he?
Can he get this?
Ooh.
No, can't quite bend the bullet around Ruler. He will body block this, but now BDD is in the vicinity. Winter's Bite not going to connect. Flashes in. You see the damage coming in onto Ruler. Jukes back on the Deadly Flourish, but one final movement will take him down. BDD
Here
does
comes the
come up with
cavalry.
kill. And now the pinch is really coming through. Ambition gonna get jumped on. Still has the explosive cast. Will toss it out. Save score JJ's life.
And Longzhu invests a lot of people and get nothing in the top side or the mid. Victor pushing in mid, Kled pushing in top. They're going to get this one turret, try and make more happen
He beat them
with
for
the
Khan.
Rift Herald.
He's gonna try to go ahead and interrupt this one on the top side. Rift Herald goes through, gets the charge. They will be able to finish off this turret with the help of Prey.
Good use of the Rift Herald, given that Prey is, of course, not going to have the best turret pushing ability on the Jin. And you're right, they don't lose the turret in top lane. Didn't even click for me that Kana just made the walk down, didn't use teleport to be in the enemy red side jungle. Smart roam, used teleport to answer, but it does mean Cuvée has a big window of having a teleport advantage.
Yeah.
Had a lot of action this game.
It has been. It's very much like we saw from the Telecom War yesterday. Plenty of action. And then you take the first series from yesterday, and there was just not that much of it.
Gotta say that I'm kind of dreading this new Corki meta that thankfully isn't enacted in this particular game. So no Corki draft, despite it being a decent pick for both teams here. I have a feeling that might put a bit of paid to the early game action. Corki's all about early game not dying. That's future sadness for us to talk about, I guess.
But maybe it gets more Zed, which is okay.
Yeah.
Zed hasn't really been a pick for a while now. Haven't seen him in a decent amount of time, and he was always the big counter to that Corki.
Always the big pick for BDD.
So I can at least be halfway excited about Corki coming back in, as long as people still bring out the Zed.
And that's kind of the fun thing of patch notes, that some champions get hugely buffed, like Corki was, having 80% magic damage crits with Infinity Edge coming soon. That's going to be the build, by the way, guys. You got to go Infinity Edge to abuse getting crit for 500 magic damage trivially. But the fun thing, like you mentioned, is whenever a champion gets buffed, and clearly will be in the meta, just like Zac, for example, in the past, and also that Corki, you get to play that game of, wait, what was Corki bad against the last time we saw him? What will be in the meta because of a champion being strong? And you're right, any more invitations for someone like Zed to come into the meta is happy times.
Yep. It's not top talent. It's the one thing I don't want to see ever again.
Well, we made it through a telecom. We're 2 telecom wars now if you include the final without a top talent. So we're in good stead for that to be a thing of the past.
I think that Smeb wholeheartedly regrets that one.
How's this mid lane again?
Okay, he's coming in, looking for Crown. We'll just go ahead and force out the Ghost just by appearing. Doesn't even have to throw that Sonic Wave.
Just thinking about the kick flash, but thought better of it. Was going in too deep, and they don't have vision around the top side. Gragas was lurking.
Probably would have just been a flash for flash. But for now, Longzhu still maintaining control. Gold lead hasn't grown that much. As of late, Samsung still do have quite a lot of standing gold because they have not been able to match a single turret yet.
They have an insane lead through the mid lane, though. 4 deaths onto Crown already means that his build is, as you can see in the emergency stages, when all you have atop a perfect hex score is an Aether Wisp at 21 minutes. Lets you know that you're trying to get the best you can.
There's boots there.
And 2 of the Dorans that don't stack, you're right. There are things, but on the side of BDD, he is decked with items.
Has been looking great. Cuz
Oh,
coming in here,
baby!
kicks him to the side. Deadly Flourish there, perfectly lined up to get
was
that
sick.
final root. And now, one more shot. Not quite going to finish off Core JJ, but Gorilla is there to scoop it up. And just like that, Longzhu put 2 more on the board. 3 to 8. Looking for more, and he can't even believe it.
He is inventive with his Lee Sin play, super good. And guess what? Prey still hasn't missed a shot of his ultimate. He was always one of the best at the curtain call, but this will be the curtain called on the outer top lane turret. Longzhu is just having a day out, and they are still a treat to watch.
This is absolutely insane from the side of Longzhu. Now pushing and threatening out this tier 2. Prey's by himself. We'll get another look at this
Just
one.
watch the replay here. So he flashes over both of the ultimate and the Q. No way for Core JJ to anticipate he would flash the Winter's Bite. Gets in there. Prey hits every shot, as always, on the Jhin. And holy crap, man. Longzhu can do this against anyone, although
That's going to be Cuz getting jumped on. Concussive blows will be proc, dashes to the side, but it will get locked down in the end. Chaos Storm ticking away as Crown pushes in. They will kill Cuz, handing him his first death, getting that shutdown going over as Core JJ claims the final hit.
the greedy recall was his undoing finally, Achilles. 22 minutes in, they won't be able to turn on to Baron, but sort of mistake he'll have to review on the VOD and not make. You get one of those, Cuz after a game like that, you'll accept that particular mistake, but you can see it's not just a single mistake, right? It's not just a kill that's going to let down the team. It is also going to be out of top lane turret going down, so a bit more standing gold. Very much needed for the side of Samsung Galaxy. Try and get them back in the game.
Yeah. 5,000 down just about here at the moment. And being a part of that shutdown should help Crown finally put an item in his inventory that's not just an Aether Wisp.
And Crown's looking at BD's items and smiling because he sees the double magic penetration that Crown always loves to go, especially when he's ahead, going for Sorcerer's Shoes and the Haunting guys. The next, the Shockwave at 23 minutes is going to be one of the biggest we've ever seen, Achilles, because he's actually stacking on the early effectiveness items. He has Liandry's, one of the, sorry, not Liandry's, Luden's Echo, one of the biggest one-item power spikes. He has the Haunting guys as well, double magic penetration, so they need to respect the early game fights. Like, you don't even need to usually against Orianna, one of the biggest Oriannas we've seen in a 23-minute match. And that means they have priority around every objective. Ambition can only watch as Longzhu piles on different objectives to their game.
So solid from these guys so far. Baron not yet really being contested because there's an Infernal Drake on the way. It's still a bit early on here, but vision control at the moment is in the hands of Samsung for that Baron pit. Just to make sure that they do have some sights on it and that Longzhu can't try to sneak things away. It'd be a very slow one for them. So they'd have to disappear for quite a long time.
Samsung, you know, it feels like we're back to 2016 spring. Samsung of trying to play it for the late game, trying to just absolve. We've mentioned they have very good late game team fighting options. Samsung already against Everate fell into a really big hole and had to just rely on 6-item Caitlyn from Ruler. We're not quite there yet, but it does feel like we're approaching another one of those scenarios. There's really nothing's gone well, apart from Kled being able to farm out pretty decently against Renekton in the first 25 minutes or so.
Finally shutting down the Lee Sin. That's about it, though. Tier 2 in mid, possibly about to be under siege as Khan wraps around from the bottom side.
Some control wards around their jungle, so it's not all lost for Samsung just yet.
Gravity Field thrown down, just to try to lock these minions up, keep them nice and condensed for the wave clear to come through.
The turret they prepped earlier, but Jhin, not the best turret taker, can't walk up. BDD, can't walk up. Have to respect the cask and flash available from Ambition, so only inching forward compared to the big strides they've been making previously.
This is where things could start to open up a bit more here for Samsung if Longzhu can't keep their foot on the pedal.
Lichbane Rush. actually the choice from Crown.
Ah,
His first big item. Doesn't mean he's going to have a lot of instant burst and just rely on, say, Kled and Caitlyn to get that first auto attack and get the first kill, and then 5v4. It'll give them options. It's not the other choices we've seen. It's not a standard first big item after Hex Core, but at least it means Victor will do something. He will do burst on a budget that wouldn't be possible if you went a more conventional item.
I mean, it's Crown, so I fully trust his choice as far as items are concerned on this one.
But it's also Crown, and you notice he doesn't have Liandry's, so you're not sure, Achilles.
That's also true.
Whatever the champion, even if it's Karma, the man loves his Liandry's Torment.
I don't know what to think anymore.
But this is usually the part of the game where Khan has to be at least a little bit fearful of the Kled. We're not going to watch those trades any longer, but things get less one-sided in the top lane matchup around the 26-minute mark, 2 items being complete.
Stacking up some armor at the moment, looking for that Warden's Mail by the look of things to come through. So we'll be able to mitigate quite a bit of that damage coming through there from Cuvée.
Troll wards and green wards, sight wards I should say, keep getting pushed up. So far, pretty good vision around the Baron. No control wards in the inventory though, apart from Gorilla having one. Means that there's going to be less areas of zone control available for Longzhu, so maybe another shopping trip before Baron can be the objective. They really want to pick up right now. Baron damage is decent, but Jin, one of his specialities, more about turning off Baron. They're going to start it, but there is enough information for Samsung. They know what's up.
Grillo walking around here, trying to gate them out of this, or send the Stranglethorns to try to knock up Ambition.
Finish
Will
it.
do so, and that will be the Baron finished off by Longzhu. Nicely done by them. We'll see where they're going to put their attention. Seems like it's going to be that mid lane with the waves already crashing up, and it's knocked down to about half. They can get Prey in underneath this turret. Should be able to kill it rather quickly with those crit shots coming through, yeah.
And now you got the Baron buff. Now, as you say, the Jin can walk up. This is the scenario that Samsung fell in against Everate, but Longzhu are a much better team than Everate, so giving up another 20 to 30 minute Baron, something Samsung has been guilty of pretty reliably, could be punished with the base being broken. And that would be exactly the sort of advantage Longzhu need to start getting in position to ice the game.
I mean, they go ahead, take out 2 inner turrets, just the top lane remaining. There's an Infernal Drake on the way in a minute and a half, and that would be a 4th stack for an Elder Dragon.
Really
that
curious.
would be spawning not too long from now.
A really curious item choice from Ambition, rushing Randuin's in the early game. Saw the double Ruby Crystal, so knew where he was going, but he's probably going to die to Orianna in a couple of spell rotations, and the only critical strike is going to be Jin, who doesn't do reliable crits. Sure, the 4th shot, but apart from that,
well,
not big on the crit damage. So for that being the best tank itemization in his scenario, I find a bit surprising.
I thought maybe we were going to find out exactly what you were questioning there. But Ambition not going to get caught out by BDD.
Because a lot of the power was put in crit strike reduction. Health and armor total is actually pretty low on the Randuin's Omen, so you kind of have to be abusing the unique passive it provides. And it doesn't feel like in this particular game it was the right rush item.
A bit of an odd choice, but now Samsung in a full recovery mode, just trying to maintain these waves, stop them from crashing into these few remaining turrets that they have. Try to hold on to the vestiges of their base. We can see already just have to kite back away from the pressure of these Baron-empowered minions being shoved up into the top lane. In the meantime, the rest of Samsung going to try to pinch down in onto Khan.
They're gonna open up onto Ruler though.
Up. First shot connects. Can they find more? Second, third, not going to hit. Does go wide, and Khan almost winning this 1v2. Goes back in, turns it around, does make it a 1-for-1 as he takes down Crown yet again, burning out both of his summoner spells and still dying. In the meantime, Longzhu breaking open the base of Samsung, get rid of that inhibitor in the top side of the map. And now they can just go ahead, back off, pick up the Infernal Drake, and look to close out the game.
And you can see what Jin provides that Ashe does not in a scenario like that, where they can open up, and it's not just the arrow to be dodged. Flash is not usually enough against Jin because he has the Deadly Flourish. He has the multiple shots of the ultimate. And even with the crit reduction, Ambition had to hang back. They lose the 1-for-1 in the bot lane. This is getting to panic stations for the side of Samsung Galaxy.
Oh, I think we're well beyond that. This is a monstrous deficit that they find themselves in at the moment. 9.3 thousand gold down.
We're going to get to see this again. We didn't watch the full engage. The moment the Crown started walking in, which was always going to be A attempted all-in from the side of Samsung Galaxy. So much damage on Khan. Low levels on Crown. The turn as he died. One tick of the Dominus and the W enough to get the 1-for-1. Definitely just amps up all the bad feelings for the victor. Now 1-5-2. And Longzhu got the objective they were looking for during that Baron buff. About to expire now on a couple of members for Longzhu.
Yeah. Crown just trying to push those waves back. Super Creeps get ready to come piling down from the top lane. Still just has that Lich Bane. Blasting one in the inventory will turn into a Void Staff, so getting a bit more power, but it seems like it's going to be too little too late at the moment here for the side of Samsung. 4 buffs coming through on Longzhu, so even if they just have to delay, wait for that Elder Dragon, as long as they pick it up, there's no real way for Samsung to try to fight them.
Ray walking up, taking the autos. Renekton bringing in the minion wave from bot. At least the super minions aren't pushing into the base just yet, but Longzhu won another turret.
You're looking for it, wave clear. Still very strong here from the side of Samsung.
Oh, misses.
There's just nothing that they can do to try to break this one. BDD will miss the shockwave, as you say, and Longzhu yet again just going to be pushing
They're
in.
still walking up. Maybe this is the best chance. Samsung thinks so too.
It's going to be the charge coming in onto Cuvee. Jumps onto Khan. And Cuz seems like he's going to be the target. Bear trap on a rope. Does find him. They'll come in. He goes down. Chaos Storm in onto Gorilla. Pops him out. We'll see if Longzhu can turn this one around, as Khan's still very far forward in the front lines. Only takes about half of his HP and damage. Another curtain call gets opened up here by Prey. Finding his shots in onto Ambition. Final one connecting in onto Cuvee. 666 damage. Will chunk him out. It's going to be that 2-for-1 in favor of Samsung. They hold on to the inhibitor.
Yeah, Longzhu got greedy. The ultimate missed, and Samsung realized this is the best chance we're ever going to have in this game of not just dying due to super minions from multiple waves, making us have no good options. Gorilla gets popped. He's on Zyra. That part makes sense. But Victor goes down. Renekton buys a lot of time. Sure, it's not a whitewash of Longzhu, but it was a good decision from Samsung to make the best of what is clearly a bad situation.
Still just a feel-bad moment for Crown here. 2-6-2 on his most famed pick with that Victor.
I mean, Cuz smashed him. It does feel a bit like Blank's performance shutting down Septit's Victor in the series against SKT, because Cuz just followed the standard jungler's playbook. What did we learn through our many years of solo queue is if you ever blow a flash, go back to that lane and profit. And they got so many kills around the mid lane during the first time that flash was down, killed him through flash. He wasn't even able to flash on the turret dive. Crown needs to have pressure because Samsung need pressure in one of their solo lanes. Ruler and Core JJ, the only lane they had with pressure. And Crown unfortunately just fell further and further behind, as Ambition predictably just really couldn't change anything with where the game was at around 10 to 15 minutes.
Well, I'm learning just don't play Victor if there's a Lee Sin on the enemy team. Seems like that's going to be the remedy for it. Curtain call opened up here. Trying to find Ruler. Won't quite be able to get access to him. Where JJ does have that Unbreakable ready to go. The final
They're
shot
rolling
won't
into
connect.
Jhin.
Yeah, Cuvee, he's going to try to get the charge in, but Prey is long gone. Not going to be able to find that now.
All
Ambition
alone.
locking down onto Khan, but the Explosive Cask is not going to connect, and the Slice and Dice takes him out to safety. Now Cuvee maybe in the spot of Bother as the stun comes through. Deadly Flourish. They'll lock him in. They'll kick him back. He goes big, but he gets hopped off of Scarl, and he goes down to the end as Prey finds the kill. Ruler with the ace in the hole will not find the connection and has to go ahead and back off from that one. Longzhu will just peel back, pick up this Baron as he spawns.
Yeah, it's a freebie for the side of Longzhu game. They turn onto the Baron. No reason for anyone from Samsung to walk up. They have no chance of picking up the steal. Baron buff on top of all the buffs. They even picked up an Infernal earlier to amp up the damage from Prey, who, just like all the Corki mid laners are feeling happy, him seeing the Jhin bus means another utility carry that fits what Longzhu need from the AD carry position, and Prey's champion pool just got better.
Yep. So, yet again, very strong here on the Jhin. 1-0-4 for him. Nearing towards that 6-item spot to spend all of his gold. So, still a ways away. Still looking pretty good here. Because they don't really need Prey to close this one out. As long as BDD lands the Shockwave, that's pretty much all she wrote.
Taking turret's still not easy, so at some point, they're just going to have Prey pull back, open up, and try to look for a dive. The minion waves aren't in great spots, and, well, Samsung's going in.
Good charge here from Cuvee because just dashes over the walls, so that's not going to be finding too much here. Samsung squad as Longzhu just goes ahead and kites back the shield from BDD. More than enough to eat all of the damage and then some from that ace in the hole. So Prey stays topped up. Wave being moved down to the bottom lane where that inhibitor is still exposed by Khan.
Now he brings up the minion waves, and that's why Longzhu will also start pushing up here. This is the spot for them to try and do things. Nexus in the base.
Pushing in BDD here to back him up.
Still no auto attacks you'll see onto the inhibitor. That's the part where things get tricky for Longzhu without a pick.
Sorry, this cannon minion's going to get it eventually. Never mind.
Answered.
This cannon minion's going to get it eventually.
Trying to buy as much space as possible. That big critical strike means the Prey will get that inhibitor.
Take this one down, now just rotating back up towards the mid side. Waves very far away in the top lane, so can't really pressure that one out, but now Prey's going to open up with the Curtain Call, trying to find the shots in onto Ruler. Finds the second, third onto Cuvée, fourth and final. Where is it going to go? Just going to go ahead and hit one of the tanks, so just kind of scraping at the armor, won't find much, but now Baron-empowered minions being moved into the bottom side of the map, soon to be super creeps. As those work their way down the lane, and the rest of Longzhu goes over Prey, trying to crit these ones out. Shockwave going to come through, and Ambition's the first one to fall, despite the flash being used, he's going to go down. Does just take quite a bit of damage. Stays alive, at least for the moment, and the rest of the squad is just piling in. The turret falls, 2 members dead, Ruler and Crown both taken out. Cuvée going down as well for 4 as Core JJ, the lone member of Samsung, will limp his way back into the fountain. And Longzhu, they want the finish right here, 37.5 minutes, 15-8, and a massive gold lead for them. They will close out game 1. And they look so very strong to move into that third place spot over KT Rolster.
And we've been trying to ground our expectations of this young Longzhu roster every time they hit the Rift. They lose some of the top teams. How will they rebound against the bottom teams? Well, 2-0 victories pretty consistently. Increasingly, when they get these hard matchups, they shape up, they play smartly. We see the same Longzhu against Samsung that we saw weeks ago in some of the easier matchups for them against, say, MVP or Rox Tigers. Cuz was the star of this game. His game on the Lee Sin, really putting his team on his back. Huge start meant the Crown could never get items. Those late game team fights where they should have been able to stall with Caitlyn Victor, some of the biggest wave clear and turn abilities on those champions. The oomph wasn't there because Crown was so far behind. Really solid stuff from Longzhu Gaming. People always talk about excitement about teams. Can't help but get a bit excited about Longzhu Gaming.
Really strong performance from them. And one that's probably going to mentally shock Crown a little bit here, losing on his staple pick with that Victor just getting crushed. We'll see how they're going to change things up. But, I mean, that was a loss on the blue side. Now they have to flip over to red, win that to try to extend this to a 3-game series to come up with that win and move into that first place spot. So odds really stacked against them at the moment.
And the what if Longzhu 2-0 Samsung Galaxy. What does that mean about the second round robin and who the favorites are? Because it would be 7-2. Top 4 certainly for Longzhu Gaming. So much hype about Game 2.
Yeah, win here, especially the 2-0, would make them a big contender for the playoffs at the end of summer. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will have Game 2, see if Longzhu closes this out cleanly, or if Samsung will be able to fight back. Game 1, rather explosive, you'd have to say. Plenty of action from the get-go. We'll see if Game 2 delivers that same way. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We'll see if we're going to have an early conclusion to this first set, or if it will be extended by Samsung.
like echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring you back to what it's like.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Longzhu able to just stomp out Samsung Galaxy there in game number 1, all on the back of Cuz, who you would very likely expect to be awarded the MVP here for this series.
And on a
This
special
game,
day
rather.
as well, Achilleos, you can see all the fans out there with the 4-year anniversary of Guerrilla banners that are up. 4 years as a pro player, 4 years of success. Looking to make it back to Worlds on a different team this time, and Longzhu Gaming keep heating up, like you say. Only one man could pick up the MVP for this game. Cuz decided off his own back with some amazing Lee Sin pathing in the early game. Great performance from him, and Crown, just like Scepted, found a lot of attention from a pesky Lee Sin, and it wasn't blank this time, but Cuz was great.
Yeah, I mean, everybody on Longzhu was pretty fantastic. Something we actually didn't get to touch on there with that damage graphic was Guerrilla out DPSing BDD, doing more damage than the Orianna by the end of the game. I mean, Zyra, of course, known for doing hidden amounts of damage, but still pretty significant there for him on his 4th anniversary. So nice showing for him. Maybe he'll get to play the Alistar here in game 2 to close things out, perhaps. But otherwise, Cuz, can't sing him enough praises here for the squad. Just had the one mistake of the greedy recall.
But there's stuff like this, you know, in the face with Victor with the shorter rotation. Made some great plays in this one. And the fact that everything worked at the same time. All they kick early so that Prey could hit the deadly flourish. That is a team in full flight. That is a team with synergy. And it's synergy that's been built up over the course of, what, 2 months? Pretty great to see.
Yeah. See there, though. Nice smile on his face, giving the camera a glance.
He's the rookie, and the rookie is certainly getting accustomed to the OGN stage. Had some of those shaky games at the start of the season in the face of Khan and the rest of the team. Really adapting fast. You'll see on your screen that Ambition will still be playing in Game 2, so no second sighting of Haru after playing a single game this season.
But now, an uphill battle. Mentioned that Samsung, on paper, should have the upper hand here. The squad that 2-0'd SK Telecom. Now struggling, now backs against the wall, and they need to bounce back from this. Put a win on the board, extend this to 3 games, and try to close it out if they want possession of that first place spot. But for now, 3rd place looming on the horizon for Longzhu Gaming.
In both these teams coming off 2-1 wins. The Jin Air win for Samsung did have quite a lot of head scratches, and even Game 3 where they were ahead, there was a Baron steal. The game went longer than expected. Samsung didn't look fantastic in that series. Freak of Freaks had certainly some innovation over Afrika, and it was largely a cleaner series for them. So that was a small sign that maybe Samsung shouldn't come in heavy favorites, but they should be favorites. And the fact that Longzhu played so good in Game 1, we'll see if that is just the start of what could be an epic 3-game series or a preview for Game 2 as Longzhu actually ban away the Rulers Jin on Blue's side. Prey had a fantastic game on Jin in Game 1. They don't want to first pick the Jin, but they don't want Ruler, who of course defaults to Jin as well, to pick it up either. So a high premium on Jin, just 2nd day of 7-12, means that the jungle picks are very powerful, and at least is open for Cuz.
Gonna be very happy with that one. Go ahead, pick that up first and foremost. You mentioned Caitlyn already taken off the board here, so Samsung, where do they want to go? Do they just want to grab a jungler here for themselves, or maybe start the ADC drafts coming through? Something like the Varus is still on the board. Could see that, and maybe it's just an extremely early Orianna. That would be a bit surprising to see as the first pick on the red side, but for now, we'll just be the Braum here for Core JJ yet again.
It would be an insane premium where they want to go with the jungle pool. Many junglers have been messing around with Rek'Sai that received those tweaks and buffs on 7-12. Ultimate a lot more reliable. It's a gap closer and burstability, and Ambition, who is a legacy Rek'Sai player from previous metas, will jump on it. Does mean probably going to be a pick comp here from the side of Samsung Galaxy. You need strong CC from your lanes to allow Rek'Sai to get the level 6 ganks off and start the snowball, given that she is much more of an early game fighter than previous Rek'Sai. So the Taliyah perhaps will be the draft. You would want to take it in answer to the Orianna if Ori is selected at this point in the draft. So could see Crown just pick Taliyah for himself on red side. LeBlanc is the other big pick that combines well with the Rek'Sai, but it's not a Crown pick. So Taliyah there in the draft makes a lot of sense. Great synergy in the Taliyah and the Rek'Sai. Now we get to go to the next round of the draft. But we just glossed over the fact that, hey, Prey gets to play Ashe for the first time in a while, so that's going to be a treat on the blue side. Strong pick CC and synergy between Elise and Ashe. So top lane and support, what Longzhu is looking for, and getting that top lane advantage is so big. Samsung can last pick a top lane champion for Cuvée. Cuvée always had a smaller champion pool, and Khan seems to have an endless one. So blind picking a top laner is probably going to be what Longzhu will have to do, and they want to blind pick something very powerful in the lane, and that's why you see Jace banned away.
Yeah, take that one off the board. The Varus now going to be focused out by Longzhu as they want to go ahead and offset Ruler a bit here with the ADC pool. Ashe was available in game 1, but the Jhin taken by Prey. See if he can have as accurate of a performance as we saw from him now that he switches over to those enchanted crystalline arrows on the ultimate. And Zyra will actually be banned here because Gorilla, he had one hell of a game, like I said, topping the damage, doing more, not topping the damage, but doing more than BDDs on the Orianna.
And now Gorilla is kind of in an emaciated form when it comes to jungle AD carry choices. Twitch is one he's played. He's 1-0 on that this season. Ezreal would be his historic pick, but no one is playing Ezreal anymore. So we are probably not going to see the Prodigal Explorer in this game. Twitch is selected, has the Braum to be able to have a bit of a front line, but will not be Gragas and 4 tanks in front of a Twitch. Will probably have to be very on point with his positioning. Let's see what Longzhu most interestingly choose for the top lane. It's a top lane blind pick, like I mentioned. Renekton's open, so that's just going to be it. I thought it was going to be exciting, and then I realized Renekton was open.
Well, could see that one again. Very well handled the Kled from Cuvée. There in game number 1, Cuvée could just try to bring that one back out and win the lane this time around.
Speaking of winning lane, double ranged into Braum Twitch would be very powerful. I know that we're all excited to see the return of something like the Alistar from Gorilla, but he does have another ranged option. Sure, it doesn't have the lane presence of particularly the Lulu. Thresh has a ranged auto attack and has been one of the best performing champions for Gorilla. So even though it's into Braum, there are other good hook targets, and not the worst is the Rek'Sai. Now, Gnar was banned away in the second round of game 1. Second time Cuvée has been able to run Gnar into Renekton, but Khan's Renekton is a different proposition than, for example, the last time that he played this matchup. So we'll see how Khan can make that one happen. Cuvée got the counter pick. They got potential for lane presence at the top lane, but one of the reasons we have seen little Gnar, barring the last week or so, is that if Gnar falls behind, he loses a lot of the chase potential. He has to choose between laning items and tank items. If he falls behind, Gnar is not the same champion, and also has to be on point with his teleports during the Rage Bar. There's a lot of variables to make Gnar work as simply as you'd want him to, and largely until recently when Cuvée brought it back, Gnar has been out of the Korean meta.
Yeah, need to have that timing down if you want to make those impactful TP plays in the late game. Get that massive stunt, knocking people into the wall with the Gnar ultimate to try to set that up for a big team fight. So we'll see if Cuvée can deliver from this one. We did see it just yesterday during the telecom war. Was able to contribute to the victory, but wasn't really the catalyst for it.
And also, it's Elise Renekton. So the first CC comes in, Elise there, so they're going to have to be so careful, Cuvée, in the laning phase. Don't even want to give up vertical jungling, otherwise Renekton might be able to run away with the lane.
All right, well, match point here for Longzhu, looking for the 2-0 to move themselves into that third place spot. Let's see if they can close it out, or if Samsung will take us to game 3. Here we go.
Hey,
Well,
I hope that doesn't mean what it would mean in the Western world.
yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that this is a bit different here for Korea.
Please appreciate our cultural norms.
Yeah, I'm just gonna appreciate the art, I guess. Not really the meaning behind it. The potential meaning.
Well, we won't ruminate about that one too much. We'll ruminate about the level 1. Samsung invading again with Braum as predicted, but
Khan's definitely feeling the opposite after game 1. He should be elated.
I mean, what a season, right? This guy was on the bench in China and now is a star in Korea. And of course, a new star, so that star could fade, but a first round robin that any player would be super proud of, regardless of experience in the league. So only things to smile about, you'd think, for Khan.
It's been very good stuff from this guy. Just bloodthirsty performances. I'll always think back now when I hear Khan's name to that 1v2 versus SK Telecom as Fiora. Such a great performance by him. Longzhu staying grouped up here, looking for a hook if Crown were to push in a bit too far for some vision.
I know Khan wants to contest Raptors. That's pretty damn standard. But Talia to try and steal one away and stop the level 2. Crown doesn't find Crown and Khan, that's tricky. Crown doesn't find a Raptor start, so they don't have any advanced vision on either side. That's a change, as you remember in game 1. Longzhu, when they were on the red side, had wards on the enemy blue, and that's what led to the vertical jungling. This time, Longzhu don't want vertical jungling, because it's much easier to set up around the bot side than the top side when you're on blue side. And they want to be in position to enact a gank, because Renekton Elise is one of the most deadly jungle top lane ganking duos around level 3.
See Ruler there, paying his respects to his former teammates with that skin there on the Twitch. In the meantime, Khan just going forward, trying to bully out QV as much as possible. Doesn't have the hyper, so can't really punish as much as he normally would on that Gnar. Now that he's got the level 2, should see that coming through.
Also think it's a little disingenuous to say that Ruler's former teammate was Imp, given they were never on the squad at the same time. He's just pretending it's a Samsung general skin. His Ambition's got some nice pathing here.
Yeah, gonna be wrapping around the backside. Lantern out here from Gorilla, gonna try to create a bit of distance. Prey won't get knocked up at least, but Gorilla will get locked down by the concussive blows and still is gonna be vulnerable to falling. Has to play in, tries to turn this one around. Turret shots going in on the Ruler, makes it out of range.
Ruler?
The second one can come through, has to pop the heal himself as Prey nearly punishes him with that first blood. And good lord, action-packed bottom lane. Multiple summoner spells used out on the bottom side, though. 4 on the side of Samsung, 3 from Longzhu.
I think Gorilla didn't skill at level 2 and then had the Lantern available. Could have flashed for further duration, as we see this again.
Flash forward this time from Ambition. Does lock in Gorilla, and he will fall. Ambition finds the kill.
Nice stuff from Ambition. It was really interesting. So,
I mean, that's like what we saw from game 1 from Cuz.
yeah, Gorilla did so much work to not allow him to die and try to turn it around with the Flay. But the repeat gank from Ambition was smart. It was heads up. And now Prey just face checks.
Yeah, gonna get knocked or get stunned up here. And yet again, Ambition is here. The knockup will still come through. He's underneath the turret, though, as Prey tries to retreat. Will the poison be enough?
Die.
What's a final shot? Prey Seeker almost takes him out, but Prey will be able to walk away with his life, but he cannot play this far forward again.
Well, if Cuz had a tent around mid lane, Ambition had an impressive one.
Prey is
in this particular game.
gonna give you a heart attack here.
Holy crap, things are happening all across the Rift at the same time. Huge extended deny onto QV in the top side. Khan has been proxying for multiple minion waves while our attention has understandably been on bot side. Khan's level 4 to QV's level 2. He's not getting any experience. There's nothing he can do because he doesn't have vision on where Elise is, because Elise is still topside.
This is brutal.
Khan might as well be singed in this game. Finally forced, after the 3rd minion wave, to pull away. And this is the thing about Gnar, right? Is that if you're getting full experience in a short lane, double control ward down, ranged auto attack, you might as well be Kennen because you're just auto attacking, or Teemo, depending on which way you go. One of the Yordles just auto attacking on a melee champion, but when things go wrong and your build from behind has to both dominate lane and also be in the position for team fights, the reliability goes away on the Gnar pick. So while First Blood does go to Samsung, Longzhu are getting pressure on the top side that's not afforded by the mismatch between Renekton and Gnar.
Well, solid stuff here for Khan yet again, singing him praises at the start of this series, and he's been earning them. Infernal Drake will be starting things off. No Cloud to be seen yet.
Ambition has early Tiamat because of the first blood, so he does a lot of trade damage. Got the fervor as well. Khan walks up.
He's going to be coming through here. Khan will get popped up, has the slice and dice ready to go, jumps to the side. Cuvee not level 6, will not have the stun, but Khan actually flashes away as that last auto comes through, and Cuvee will find the kill. 2-0 for Samsung to start things off just 6 minutes into this game.
Yeah, Khan overthought the situation, thought that he could get away, but the auto attack was already in midst of going through, and Cuvee had flash, so crucially Khan dies and doesn't even trade flash with either Ambition, who was already down, and Cuvee, who still has flash up. Big for Samsung, and all the momentum that Longzhu had in game 1 is now actually being generated for Samsung.
Very much. And part of those multiple visits down to the bottom lane there from Ambition, finally finding that first blood.
And it was so important for Ambition to make the play on top side because he's still down 15 CS. He's still down a lot of experience, so getting some gold, getting to a one-item power spike is important given how much Cuvee was held down as we were watching the action in bot.
Does get the spot out there on Ambition, or on the Cuz rather, with that Tremor Sense.
Cuz himself is YOLOing a little bit, going for the boots of mobility when he hasn't got a successful gank off. So this is hit the cocoon, get the gank off, or fall pretty perilously behind. He was gambling in game 1, but the gambles paid off. Sometimes when you gamble from behind, it's actually a doubly poor move because then you don't even have the items to scale into late game. So risk taker is Cuz in this particular game.
Yeah. Can't really afford to lose the money on his bets. So far, Samsung just going to have a very minor lead. 600 about here at the moment. Flash forward here from Gorilla, gets the play in on the ruler. Hook won't land, but the Cocoon is there to follow up, and Prey will snatch up that first kill here for Longzhu. Core JJ was on a merry stroll up through the river.
Mata-esque with those mechanics. Very nice from Gorilla, another one of our highlight Thresh players.
Mata would have hit the hook.
That's true.
Another visitation to the top side of the map here for Ambition. Will get spotted by Khan. So he sees that control ward go down. Won't be able to clear it yet. Instead, just wants to go ahead and track this Rek'Sai a bit as he walks down towards that blue buff, which is being taken.
On smart, playing this heads up.
Gotta be careful.
Here.
Ground is nearby. Weaver's wall is available. Seems like they don't want to fight yet. They'll just be going back into the jungle. Keep themselves safe. Not going to find that takeaway. The blue buff will be handed over to BDD.
And just coming back to the idea of gambles and taking risks, I do love that in League of Legends. When it's the best teams, you can't control the whole map. Right? That's what we've learned about League of Legends. It's not Season 2. It's not even Season 4 where Mata could just pink ward everything and it'd BK. The game has changed a lot, and because you have limited vision and limited rotations, and people really understand how the game should be played, you kind of have to put your eggs somewhere and hope it'll pay out. You see it in drafts when there's Protect the Kog'Maw or Twitch. You see it in early game when it comes to vertical jungling to set up a strong topside matchup. And this has been a series where both junglers have looked to get advantages in many different ways. We saw this time it was Ambition, smart pathing, and the return ganks, getting the advantages around the bot side as Cuz and Khan were denying Cuvee in the top. Cuz and Khan thinking, hey, stop the gold coming through to Cuvee as they return to him again. This won't kill him, but another minion wave he's denied from.
Well, you say that won't kill him, but BDD certainly can. Shockwave will be flashed away. Cuvee keeps himself safe. Ambition is starting up this Infernal Drake, and there's no way for them to respond to this, so instead, Longzhu going to have to try to go all in on the first brick.
And that means to trade, right? It's going to be first brick and potentially the Rift Herald for quite a high-value Drake in the Infernal.
Ambition's
will
going
be
low.
down.
Ash Arrow coming out, locks him in. Willie Die
Smite's
has
early.
a smite to keep himself alive, and Core JJ arrives just in time to help take this one down. For a moment, that was rather scary. He's got the Honey Fruit as well to go ahead and try to top himself back up, but the first brick does go over to Longzhu. They'll be stretching out the first lead really for themselves in this game number 2. 700 in their favor at the moment.
Will also be able to push in. Very strong 2v2 that Taliyah has been free farming. But smart of Ambition to smite early.
Let's see, do they just want to rotate over for this Rift Herald? Seems like the answer is no. Crown is playing rather far forward, but is still cheating down towards that lower half of the river, so keeping himself safe from the Elise.
What I'm trying to get to with my point is that everything here has been traded. Pressure has gone between top and bot lane. Both teams understand what they want to do. Longzhu, they want to slow down Cuvee.
They want to win.
Well, that's, you know, on a very simple level, you're correct, but Longzhu thinks that winning is Cuvée not being able to just harass down Renekton and teleport, and Samsung are just trying to get the Twitch going so that he can be a late-game weapon. So that's when the games are the best. We definitely have games where one team's doing all the right things, the enemy team's like, I don't even know where I should be. But these are the sort of games that really appeal to me as a caster because both teams know what they need to do, and yet only one team will be able to win by the end of this.
The simple analysis is my forte, Papa Smithy.
It's what we bring you around for, Achilles. We need you for this.
So I do want that. I do want that on a soundboard here. I don't even know where.
The Papa soundboard.
That would be great if somebody could compile.
There'd definitely be a
soundboard.
1 minute 20 analytical point that I should be able to make in 20 seconds. Like, that would be part of my soundboard. But you got to know what you're good at and what you're not good at.
Somebody should just make an OGN Legion soundboard. That'd be great. I'll give somebody $10 if they make a good one.
Well, you said it on broadcast for all time now, so you're bound to that particular
It needs to have at least 20 solid clips on it. I'll give somebody $10 if they send it to me on Twitter.
Well, there you go. Offer officially made. Longzhu have now translated their vision around the top side. Previously, Ambition put down a control ward, and they were keeping Renekton's laning phase a bit more of a headache. But after the push and shove, 20 CS advantage for Khan in a not so great matchup is still a pretty good reward for Longzhu's visits to the top side.
You know, there's somebody who's just been stockpiling clips of us for some reason. It's like my moment.
We also didn't specify a quality level, so they could just stockpile clips from this game.
It's true. They have to be good ones, though.
You didn't say that in the original offer.
Okay.
Always be specific when there's binding evidence, Kilios.
This is true. You got me there.
Longzhu with the first brick have 1,000 gold lead, but it's really not anything massive. Samsung's comp is very all-in, the sort of comp where frontline needs to be strong because no one's really peeling for the Twitch apart from just a Braum.
Yeah.
Can be a clean-up Twitch, but can't really be a Twitch you anchor your whole comp around. So it's kind of waiting for that first Weaver's Wall. The Crown has always been pretty damn on point at using, and with their vision, Renekton for now just soloing down the Rift Herald.
We'll be able to take that one. No vision nearby. No one really nearby to try to contest him except for Cuvée either. The likelihood of getting the steal would be very slim, so it seems like Longzhu will just be able to pick this up, which is surprising given that Samsung, you know, was the first team to really put that heavy priority on taking the Rift Herald. And in game one, now in game two, we'll be losing out on this objective.
It might be the first time we've ever seen Rift Herald soloed by a top laner with no jungler even coming through for a smite. So just straight up taken by Khan. A lot of spare time. Control wards recently put on the top side. Gnar didn't have time, but basically was just saying, hey, I'm going to push things in. I don't know where Renekton is. He might be ganking someone. Teleport was up. Flash was up. So all they could do was have Crown play safely in the mid side. And all in the meanwhile, 40 seconds of time gets Khan a Rift Herald.
Oh, Ash Arrow coming through. Flash away will be there for Ruler, and the hook will go wide. So Cuz, on his little visitation down to the bottom side of the map, will not be coming up with the gank, but still get that summoner spell away from the very squishy Twitch. Now Prey being left alone for a moment. We'll see that Winter's Bite come through, but has that Dark Passage taking the safety of the Crown. Arrives in the Weaver's Wall, finally using it. Gorilla is going to be the first target. Flashes over to the other side. Has a death sentence right as Khan arrives. Gets the stunning onto Core JJ. He is going to be the target. Ambition manages to take down Cuz in the 1v1. But they will trade back and get rid of Core JJ. 1-for-1 overall support for jungle, but now Longzhu going to be looking for a bit more as they summon that Rift Herald. They seek that tier 1 tower in the bot lane.
And while it could have been a good trade for Samsung, because of the Rift Herald, it's actually going to be a lot more perilous for them because they'll be able to rush down this bot lane turret, even though Cuvée didn't teleport, didn't find the right scenario for it, wasn't in the right form either. You have so many more options when you can teleport bot and have the Rift Herald, because trading up in turrets is so easy when you have the Rift Herald at your side.
Gonna try to keep this Rift Herald alive as long as possible, but don't have the pressure to stick around. Khan is all on its lonesome, so just get one final minor charge into the turret before it dies. Just a bit of damage, but still Longzhu. They do profit with that turret take. They open up the map even more, 2-1 in that regard, but the gold lead is very minuscule.
I mean, Crown's ultimate here was fantastic. It actually almost forced Prey to be instantly popped, had to flash over the wall. So we're going to see the other side of the fight, where Ambition hits the ultimate, much more reliable on 7-12.
Yeah, can't just dodge it.
Yeah, Prey and Gorilla both pulled back. They got the hook onto Braum, took him down, so kills welcome for the side of Longzhu. But items starting to get to more parity. Cuvée now has his Black Cleaver. That has gone for a laning item. A little bit less of a laning item than the last time Gnar was in meta, because if you remember, last time Gnar was in meta, Black Cleaver didn't have as much health on it. Was much more of the offensive item, and Frozen Mallet became an item for
Frozen Mallet Black Cleaver build.
for the I'm just going to chase you down in lane, ha ha ha.
All that
build.
shred, all that slow.
The tilt build.
Ah.
Thankfully,
Bad times.
largely gone away.
I can't even think back to that one with Fondness, but now Cloud Drake started up here by Samsung looking for a second one. Cuvée is here, pinching down from above. Knock up onto Gorilla, concussive blows get popped, and he will go down as Ruler finds the kill. Does now getting knocked back, seismic shove. Almost takes him out as the boomerang comes through there from Cuvée. It seems like this dragon will just be handed off to Prey. Not in a position to throw out that volley to try to get the steal. We'll just have to go ahead and peel back, and now it's 2 stacks here for Samsung. Just 300 gold down.
Yeah, pretty greedy stuff from Longzhu. Sorry, no reason for Gorilla to walk up. No teleport on Khan. Meant they were never going to be able to have a 5-man contest. So kind of strange to see him basically face check, give up his life. Kaz went down low as well. That's just one you give up. The first one was an Infernal. You feel bad about that. The second spawn was a Cloud Drake. So I think you just give it up with the context of where the game was at. Because now Thresh is dead, and
Prey
he's
gonna
turning
get
on
jumped
Prey.
on. Glacial Fisher comes through as he gets knocked up. Concussive blows yet again procced. And Gorilla just a bit too late to offer up that Dark Passage. Prey will fall, loses out on the heal, and now Samsung will be looking to take this tier 1 turret in the bottom side of the map.
And it's an extension of Thresh dying, means he wasn't in position for Prey to walk up and wave clear. Cuvée being a lot more respectful, even though he lost those levels early, he didn't die. So even though he's behind in gold, could be much worse, Achilles, as bot lane turret goes down. Gold lead finally there for Samsung, and they have those 2 Drakes as well.
Yeah, have that late game insurance if necessary. And Cuvée is stabilizing, as you say. Just needs to catch up a bit more, but with the waves being pushed in towards that tier 2, should be able to farm up with relative safety.
Cinderhulk into the Titanic Hydra is the build we imagine Ambition is going for. Builds kind of evolved multiple times over for Rek'Sai last time she was in the meta, but early AD now very important on her. Weren't able to trade the red buffs, so slight red buff advantage, but not really something to write home for on the side of Longzhu.
That's the game decider.
Stranger things have happened. Steal a Baron with the red buff burn. You feel pretty good about it, Kilios.
You know, you say Stranger Things. Rek'Sai actually kind of sounds like the creature from Stranger Things.
You're right on that, actually.
The little noises that she makes when she's burrowed. Oddly reminiscent.
The Void also does kind of
Yeah,
parallel the Shadow World or whatever it was called.
the Upside Down.
There we go.
Well, that's what the kids called it. I don't know what the... That's what the kids are calling it these days.
Well, they seem to be pretty adept scientists. And that science teacher who unwittingly knew everything.
He had that sick mustache.
He did have a sick mustache. Braum has a sick mustache too.
Yeah.
When are you going to have a sick mustache, Kilios?
Man, you see this? League of Legends is actually just a rip-off of Stranger Things.
That's what, well, actually, it's probably the other way around if you think about it.
Nope. Doesn't matter that this came out years beforehand.
Ah, the time vortex. You didn't talk about that. Makes sense.
Yeah. Time is irrelevant in the Upside Down.
What's relevant in this game is that a lot of control wards and a Twitch means the pick power is there for Samsung. That's why they're running up
Big
on
power,
Prey.
yeah, looking for him, but the Dark Passage is there this time. Gorilla not recovering from having recently died. It's going to be trying to match that wave clear coming through.
Twitch
But Ruler is, he's in a pretty good spot right now.
and Twitch, you know, on a simple level, is trading farm with Ashe in the mid lane. So advantage Samsung there, given what Twitch represents in late game team fights. Teleport pretty deep. Ruler's already invisible.
Ashe Arrow just going to be sidestepped nicely there by Core JJ. Flashes to the side as well to get away from the Cocoon. And now Gorilla in a spot of bother. Glacial Fisher comes down, knocks him up at the backside of that seismic shove, but he's got the Dark Passage to help get Khan out at least. So no one going to go down.
The teleport used, and Cuvée in the bot lane just pushing up. Sukarnos have to rush bot lane, not have teleport to answer. A lot of windows here for Samsung to make big plays around the map. Baron control with a teleport advantage. Should be straightforward, but Longzhu looking for a pick to try and stop the Baron control from Samsung.
Because hovering in the brush there does walk the side, so Ambition spots him with that Tremor Sense. So he has to go ahead and just hightail it out of the river. Self safe, as they do give up quite a lot of vision priority around the Baron. Still do have that Scuttle Crab for a little bit longer for the guaranteed vision. But once that's gone, it's going to be pretty blind here for Longzhu. They'll have to push back in, try to get some control wards down and maintain vision over that Baron. It's only 20.5 minutes in, but Cuvée and Ambition both going to be pretty tanky to go ahead and trade off on that objective, so a couple picks could very easily transition into that.
We're walking up. Thresh is here, but won't be there for the initial round of damage. The Seismic Shove hitting would be a lot of threat onto Prey. He's fishing for one.
Weaver's Wall. Dark Passage comes through. Tries to interrupt with the Seismic Shove. That would have been a bit flashy, but now TP and Ambition going to get jumped on by Cuz, who is now all on his own. Flashes over, takes it to the side, takes a blast cone in, but Ambition leaps the wall. The heal comes out, trying to keep him alive. The poison ticking away. Seems like Cuz will be able to exit safely, but the Elise will have to go back to base to heal up.
That was a lot of next levels in that particular one. Like you mentioned, the Seismic Shove attempt. And also the Weaver's Wall. Cuz doesn't fall. Gets over a very fat wall, if you think about it, with the Weaver's Wall and also the permanent terrain.
Well,
no one's died yet, although...
Popping the Dominus goes in underneath the turret, but the heal yet again coming through from an ADC to keep somebody alive. This time it's Ruler helping out Ambition. He does stay up and doesn't have to burn the flash. Now Longzhu, though, have a decent shove potential here in this mid lane. We're going back into Stealth as they open up onto the turret core. JJ coming nearby, just have that Glacial Fissure to offer up, and the wave is not in underneath the turret. Khan's taking this one up. So long as you do have to feel back, but they nearly get that tier 1 hook.
Oh, interrupt!
Mid hook here onto Cuvée.
Oh,
Nowhere near
baby!
the Meganar, and they just blow him up.
Nice stuff from Gorilla. Lost a fight on his own around the Drake. Gets one here. Longzhu pushing up because Crown was topside with no Weaver's Wall and, of course, no teleport. Ruler has to use his ultimate, so the threat is pretty low from Samsung. Ruler without an ultimate is much less useful in a team fight. It won't get them an objective, but it's a confidence booster for Longzhu.
Well, Samsung will be picking up yet another one, a second Cloud Drake on the way for these guys. So now 3 stacks for that Elder Dragon. Let's see what the next one's going to be. Seems like it's going to be a 3rd Cloud in a row. I got our hopes up with that first Fire Drake. Infernal. Whatever it is.
You got there eventually,
Yeah.
yes.
It burns things. Arson Drake.
Put arson in our minds. We do not condone arson on this broadcast.
I don't. That's why we kill the dragons.
But we love Rumble, and he clearly is all about arson.
That's true. So is Ziggs, sort of. Well, he's more explosions.
He's
like
definitely
the
about-
Michael Bay of League of Legends.
He certainly is. About as well choreographed as Michael Bay is, sir. The one guy who likes Transformers is really mad right now.
That's fine.
I'm going to see the replay here. Well, that was a prediction right there
That
by
was
Gorilla.
yeah.
Remember, if you guys missed game 1, he is ill on this day, so he's going to feel pretty good about that one. Spoke to him in between games, and it didn't sound like Gorilla, because he was just a little bit sick and stuffy. Sore throat is what I was told, but I was told that he will be going to the hospital after this game, so clearly it's pretty serious.
That's always hard to judge because
True.
you kind of go to the hospital for everything in Korea.
Hey, if you hit hooks like that, I give you the benefit of the doubt on most things, Kilios.
Sure.
Longzhu do get the outer turret in the mid lane. So that's all 3 outers down from the side of Longzhu. They had the teleport back up on Khan, and this time Longzhu have the teleport advantage. So if I learned anything from this game, they'll make the right moves and start pressuring around Baron. Start to walk up. Healthy amount of respect being shown to Crown in particular with the Weaver's Wall. Prey standing in a ward.
They're zipping around. We'll open up in on the Gorilla. Hook comes through. It's just going to get that Banshee's Veil away from Crown.
Khan will keep split pushing up in the bot side. It is double laning items, by the way, Achilleos. Is the Frozen Mallet here, so the big focus from Cuvée is on being able to chase down high pressure. Deep teleport from Khan super early. Not spotted by Samsung Galaxy.
Coming in around the Tri-Brush, but can he get on top of anybody is the question. Ambition will be spotting him out with
They
that
want
Tremor
Crown.
Sense. They're looking for him. Jukes up to the side, but Khan is going to be here with that stun. They'll lock him down. Dominus comes through, flash in for the Flay. Gorilla not going to fight it, but the Shockwave comes through from BDD as he follows up. Ball carrier there from the Renekton. They find the kill, but Ruler will be taking out this tier 1 turret here in the mid lane. So all of the outers falling, but Longzhu, they want more. They're looking for the Baron.
Gorilla probably has to be the one to interrupt Ambition. Khan won't be able to do it with only just one CC. Baron down to 4,000.
Guts Blows come through. Now Khan in a bit of danger. Has to take that Dark Passage over the
Missed
wall.
the
The Ash
arrow.
Arrow will not connect. Ambition comes in, but the spike is going to be good from Cuz. Takes that one away, and Ambition goes down.
Meganar?
2-0 so far. Cuvee looking for it.
No!
Gets a massive stun and double kill. Coming through, triple kill. Over to Cuvee. Can he find more? Prey gets locked in. Won't be able to get the Quadra as Ruler takes that one away, but Khan is the only one that makes it out of there with the Baron buff.
Yeah, Longzhu decided to rush it down, even though the interrupt was inevitably going to come in and the potential steal from Ambition. So they just decide that this is their Alamo. This is what they'll fight over. For once the Ash Arrow misses, Smite does register from Cuz, but the moment you see Cuvee walking over with Twitch, the Hurricane Bolts hitting the whole team, Cuvee at 80% on the Rage Bar. Gorilla, BDD, they try to kite back, but it's into a wall against Meganar. A kill in the mini Gnar form, instant double kill with the Gnar ultimate. Big turnaround from Samsung Galaxy, and not a lot of bustle Longzhu to show for their Baron.
Just the one there for Khan. So utilizing this going to be very difficult for Longzhu. Seemed like that was going to be the turnaround play, but Cuvee coming up huge with that Meganar ultimate, and just like that Samsung have a massive lead in this game, almost 3,000 up, where before it was just, you know, a couple hundred bouncing back and forth. They really started to stretch this for themselves.
And so he's gone double laning items. We knew that before. It was the Frozen Mallet and the Black Cleaver, but you'll notice that he's gone and bought a QSS with the gold from the triple kill. And basically that tells you Achilleos, yep, really good in the side lane auto-attacking a Renekton, but he is not getting interrupted on his Meganar, that's for sure. With this build, QSS is about getting the right positioning. Doesn't have flash up, but everything else is set up for another big Gnar ultimate.
Open up here in the mid lane as Ruler tries to find Prey. Just going to be an exchange of damage.
Waste
Shield
of the
there to
ult
help
from
him out.
Ruler is not a trivial thing, though. It's down.
Oh, Crown, though, it'll be in a lot of trouble as the Shockwave comes down. They will finish him off. Prey finding that kill. Good find there from Khan on the flank to just take out Crown, locks him down, and the rest of Longzhu piles in for that kill.
And just a mistake from Crown, not reading the pressure of the situation well. The ult was down from Ruler, so he was not in teamfight position. Speaking of positioning, Khan is very deep, but Cuvee has a big Rage Bar as well.
Just trying to push them off and away from the turret. Isn't really offering up these Baron and Baron minions. Now will dash through. Get those coming through as they take out the turret. Cuvee transforms in, but like you said, no flash still available for him. So very difficult to get in position. Won't be able to utilize that ultimate to try to turn something around here. Longzhu do net themselves that inner turret. They need a lot more to get themselves into a comfortable spot. Khan yet again wrapping around, finds Ruler, stuns him up, has the Dominus popped, and he's down to half HP, sticking it on top of the ditch. Can he actually just finish this one off? The stun comes through, now Khan has to hightail it out here, but he's gonna get taken out. Yes, this could be the turnaround here for the side of Samsung. Kills coming through, 3 dead for Longzhu, 4 as Gorilla is now the last one, and it's another triple kill for Cuvee.
Yeah, and BDD dies with his ultimate up. They can't find the spot. They
Flash
want the
forward,
fifth.
Cuvee, yeah, Cuvee, or Core JJ, Cuvee is almost what I said. Seismic Shove, just combining them, they're working so well together.
But it's exactly what Samsung wanted. As Crown was respawned, was going to talk about it being a down game for him. Perfect Weaver's Wall, another triple for Cuvee, and that might decide the game, even if they might not be able to finish it just now.
10 seconds, just about on the majority of these respawn timers. Inhibitor will go down. Samsung, just like that, turned it on its head. They lose the inner, and they take way more than that on the push.
Longzhu have been basically deciding to go in as hard as possible today. It meant so much in game 1 when they're snowballing, but Khan spends forever trying to kill Ruler, and then Khan and Kuz are stuck in no man's land. Speaking of no man's land, the Weaver's Wall comes in, Gorilla can do nothing, no one takes the Lantern, people just die in the narrow crevice set up between not being able to kite back and also the walls of the Raptor Pit, and it's the killing fields for Samsung Galaxy. Find themselves 5,000 gold up, 4 Drakes up, and not even a Super Shockwave from BDD will most likely be able to turn around this game.
It'll take so much more than that. They need basically an ace to try to open up this map.
Probably a couple.
Yeah. But like you said, 4 Drakes here. Triple Cloud, so not the worst thing that could be there for Samsung, but the Elder Dragon is still going to be very scary if you're Longzhu.
And QV is just role-playing Kennen now as he's just building AD, not interested in building Randuins or anything like that. Going for the Mercurial Scimitar, so 3 DPS-focused slight tankiness items coming through.
He doesn't even have MR.
Nope. Why? I mean, a little bit from the Mercurial Scimitar, but
Sure, yeah. A very slight bit, but no like actual solid MR item.
But guess what? If you go this build, you can't lane against him if you're Renekton, and then if you hit the Mega Gnar at the right time, you get the free resist anyway. So if you play it perfectly, this build kind of does everything, but so far you can't really criticize QV, right? Because when he's been pulling it off, he's been pulling it off pretty perfectly in this game. The same player that was well held by Longzhu with their early pathing is coming back and carrying his team. He has been the superstar in Game 2.
So
You're right, there are ways to play around it, but it's pretty delicate, and Longzhu can't make one more mistake.
I mean, it's that minor opening where QV just gets absolutely destroyed by BDD and Cuz. Look, now comes through Ash Arrow in. They want to kill Core JJ. Even a box thrown down, just dumping everything in onto the Braum. They do kill him. At the same time, QV just still has that split push going on the bottom side of the map. Seems like he doesn't want to stick around, knows that the rest of Longzhu will be having to respond to that pressure, so he will go ahead and kite back.
The ultimate irony there is that if they killed him a bit slower, QV might have teleported, because I think they wanted the teleport from QV so that Renekton could go on the other side of the map, push up, and not have to deal with QV just holding him down, but just getting a fast pick on the Braum.
I know he's going to get a GA.
Yeah, he goes and buys some nice items. Khan walks to bot side without a teleport advantage, so he can only really push 1, maybe 2 minion waves, and then leave bot. So apart from a bit of gold and maybe denying a bit of vision, doesn't actually buy Longzhu that much in that particular situation. And yeah, the BF sword on the way to Guardian Angel. So he's a 400 AD Gnar at some point. Maybe 300, but we're pushing the numbers up pretty damn high for a Gnar.
Yeah, just waiting to see the flip over so I can actually get the numbers.
I was there for a half second, but I missed it. I think it's like 310.
That's
not
a very big lead over top of Prey.
Someone's pocket AD carry Gnar is getting recreated in this game with a bit of health as well. And with Kennen now kind of falling away, we saw Kennen from Huni. We saw Kennen from Huni, and that didn't really work out. And it feels like maybe the new lane dominant top laner is here as Samsung turns onto the Baron, and Longzhu for now are denied any information. 8,000, so going down pretty slow.
QV still sitting in here. Scrying Orb will come through. It seems like Samsung want to go ahead and just peel right off this one because they find Kai's. He'll drop in, looking for the lantern, but the seismic shove from Crowd actually takes him away from it as he drops in. Now Khan up here in the forefront. We'll get the sun into the court. JJ Ruler pushing it, and so much damage as BDD nearly goes down. One more shot from the Twitch would have found a kill. Prey has to pop the heal to keep him alive. And Samsung Galaxy will go straight back over to this Baron.
Yeah, no way for BDD to contest it. No smite to steal it away, so they give up a Baron. Eerily similar to how Longzhu watched Samsung give up a Baron in Game 1. So we're trading advantages on the red side, amazingly.
Yeah, this is bizarre.
Counterintuitive. There is that Guardian Angel. World's scariest offensive Gnar. Just throwing an Infinity Edge out last item, whatever.
This is offensive.
Oh, solo queue. Stay away. If you're on the Korean ladder, don't play tonight, maybe.
Here's my plans.
You might have another 3-game series to cast after what looks to imminently be a 3-game series in the game Series 1, as Khan is going to find a very strong
It's
Twitch.
just a Scrying Orb, my friend. You don't need that 10 gold. He's going to get popped up, flashes away. Has a slice and dice double to actually take him out of this one. Thought for sure he was going to die, but loses the flash for 10 gold.
Got away, like you say. Made the smart move that Renekton players know of dodging into a large character model and then getting both slice and dice. To be able to escape out. Ruler is super scary to deal with. Blade of the Ruin King, Infinity Edge, Hurricane.
Terrifying. TP into the backside though. Khan
Emergency teleport.
Crown. Does have that Banshee Veil. Slice and Dice takes it off. Ash Arrow comes through. Does lock him in. Can they get the kill though? BDD pushing forward. Has the Shockwave, but the trade back damage from the Taliyah nearly finds the kill. But in the meantime, Ambition will be taking out that inhib yet again here in the mid lane.
Even worse, the double meantime as Gnar has gotten the inner turret and bot lane is about to take the inhibitor turret. He's got so much attack damage, like we mentioned, 356 in mini Gnar form.
Ripping down those turrets. So massive amount of AD. Now Ruler pushing in, looking for a kill. Making his way down towards the bottom lane. Cube will get his GA popped as Prey flashes away, but that poison might be enough to take him out. Shield does come through from BDD to keep him alive, but Gorilla cannot be saying the same. Ruler finds that first kill. They take down that second inhib in the bottom side of the map, and Samsung will go ahead and be able to walk out of here 4 members strong.
Samsung Galaxy, even without Crown being their star, are playing a very smart game in game number 2. Ambition getting ahead in the early game was well translated into Ruler opening up and taking down members. We mentioned that you need a snowball draft to be able to get advantage. This is a 4-stack Elder Dragon.
This is going to have to be the Hail Mary here for Longzhu. Glacial Fissure comes through, finds some pop-up, slowing him up with the Winter's Bite, and the Elder Dragon is still being taken by Ambition, holding this one strong, and it will be smote away. So no real attempt there from Longzhu. They walk over, they get scared, they have to peel back, and now it's a 4-stack Elder Dragon for Samsung on top of an 8,500 gold lead.
We remember that while Ambition was stacking up the advantages bot lane, Longzhu played around top. They got Cuvée far behind in a good matchup, but then, fortunately for them, they made 2 big teamfight mistakes. The overforce on Baron got the initial triple kill. He stacked on more kills in the second ill-advised fight around the red side. And those mistakes, while Samsung were making the good trades themselves and being gifted gold and experience, means that now the game is no longer in touching distance, and that's why we're going to game 3.
It would be one of the craziest comebacks that we would have to see here for Longzhu to actually win this one out. Weaver's Wall thrown in by Crown just to try to cut the rest of the team off away from that turret.
Definitely one of those games where the gold lead doesn't do justice for how damn strong Samsung are against Longzhu. When you see 4 items on an Orianna, you can still hope and pray if you're a Longzhu fan. They're running the map around. Ambition doesn't have a global this time, so we'll have to one around on the Rex side, but double inhibitor down. They just want to break the base in 3 spots. Tutorial victory is what Samsung's looking for.
Oh, massive wave here in the bottom side. Mid getting ready to crash. Going to draw the attention of Prey and BDD, which very well could open up Samsung to finally taking this top inhibitor turret. Ruler just keeps poking in, looking for an opening. Is he ready to go? Opens it on the Prey. The knockup comes through. Dark Passage is there. Jukes to the side. Hook comes down in onto the Ambition. A double play comes out. The Glacial Fissure is there to answer. And Ambition has that ultimate. They'll jump in onto the Ash. Takes them down. And Cuvée, as you say, just massive going into the back line. They just try to pull him into the fountain to actually kill him. He does go down to the end as BDD finds the kill, just moving the ball in with the dissonance. And so far, it's actually a 2-for-1 in favor of Longzhu. But the 3rd inhibitor has died, so kills be damned, Samsung still come out on top.
While the Gnar ultimate connected well, it was under double Nexus turrets, over pursuing to try to end the game. Ambition swapped his life for Prey, but instead of focusing on closer objectives, the minions were slowed down, trying to slowly take down the inhibitor. The game will extend, but with 3 inhibitors down for Longzhu, the equation you brought up, the amount of turmoil it will cause if Longzhu could actually pick up the 2-0 still is enacted. It's still huge advantage to Samsung Galaxy. They can pick up every buff, they can wait a minute 50 and get the Baron, and then they can go end the game to put pay to their good work in game 2.
Inhibs still a little ways away here for Longzhu overall. They need mid and bot to respawn for them to really be able to try to fight off this Baron that'll inevitably be coming through from Samsung, unless they just find a couple picks in the next couple minutes here, in the next minute and a half. They just finish it off and say, oh, you know what, we don't even need to take the Baron.
Still see the redemption coming in for Core JJ. You noticed that on patch 7.12, no redemption from Gorilla. It's less of an attractive item. Now much more of an item for a Karma or a Soraka. Samsung opening up. They want to end the game, looking for any sort of pick. 5v4 and the game will inevitably end. Ruler hasn't showed his positioning yet.
His wall comes through. Just on the other side, the hook comes down. Finds Core JJ yet again. Ash Arrow goes in, connects in on the Ruler, but he cleanses that one off instantly. And now the turrets are going to be under siege. Longzhu trying to hold on as best as they possibly can.
Faye turns into Mega Gnar.
Mid and Hip comes back up, very swiftly retaken here by Samsung, so not really missing a beat as far as the super creeps are concerned. It's going to be the 2 waves in the meantime. Bottom lane crashing in yet again. It's Longzhu here on their last leg for game 2.
Ruler is behind the Nexus.
Behind, yeah, instant repel comes through as they try to retreat back in. Big shockwave comes down, and Ruler will be the first one that gets popped. Could they actually do this? Ambition going low, seems like he will be taken down. That's 3 kills as Khan dashes in, locks down Cuvee, who has the Guardian Angel back up. Will be retreating alongside Crown, but Longshu get a second lease on life, at least for the moment. Both Nexus turrets nearly falling, but they come up with a miraculous hold.
Oh, baby. Every time a team goes for this big opening, thinks they can be aggressive, the other team hits them, backs them down, and says, no, it's not the right time. Ruler, in just the most surreal positioning for an AD carry, behind the enemy Nexus, looks to open up, is turned on, dies.
Longshu, they want to go for the Baron now.
They are 5v2, and it's a Straw and Gnar, but Khan can stay in the base and wave clear. Taliyah does a lot of damage. This is still pretty damn risky for Longshu. They're not tanky. Cuz went for a DPS build.
There's not really any work to ground at the moment, so this is still going to be very risky. The poke from Crown could be enough to shatter Longshu. Baron going low. Gorilla going to be the first one to fall, but the look of it gets the shield out in the end. Shockwave into the Cuvee. They will be able to pop him out of the Guardian Angel. Can they follow up with the kill is going to be the question. Seems like the answer is yes. If they slow him up with those Ash arrows, they will hightail it out of here as Khan says, guys, please, I desperately need some assistance. The Baron empowered minions do help out quite a bit, but he's still barely
There's so many things to protect Achilles. You need to protect this Nexus turret that's super low, the inhibitor in the bot lane. Longshu Gaming, somehow, we write them off, and you understand that given how far behind they were with 3 inhibitors down. They find a Baron. Elder Dragon is still like a Baron buff for Samsung Galaxy. Remember, they do have Quadra Drake buffs, so Elder Dragon spawning is another objective they can fight for that maybe Longshu won't be able to walk up to. But suddenly, the what-ifs are getting more and more real, and you can't help but pinch yourself and wonder, could Longshu actually manage the 2-0?
This will be the 3rd time in less than a week that we would see a team lose with 4 dragon buffs, if that is the case. For now, though, Samsung just trying to hover around that bottom side of the map, but we'll go
Ruler's
way
close
back
to being
into
hit
the
by
base
a
fight.
damn Nexus laser. That's how up he is. You understand the theory, but BDD's like, okay, cool. Ults him. Down goes the Twitch, who's most of the damage. Crown is zoned from doing damage as he can't get through the Crocodile. Nice in theory, but Ruler not making us a believer on the Twitch. Crown has cleanse.
Lock-in comes down. Ash arrows there. Not sure if they needed to commit that one in. There was almost no way to follow up onto Crown for the kill. At least keeps him at bay for the moment, but now poking in on this bottom side of the map is Samsung. Top side as well going to be exposed here to Ambition right as that respawn comes through.
Playing multiple lanes is smart from Samsung Galaxy. They try to disengage. It's a bit late.
Weaver's Wall comes through, and the Super Creeps pushing in on the mid side. They're actually going to be cut off from these Nexus turrets, so maybe they go down. Ambition is here all on its lonesome, just taking these ones away. So Longshu, they have to make a decision, and really it's a lose-lose for them. Lose that bottom inhibitor yet again, lose out on their first Nexus turret. Just one more standing. Has regen back up to about half HP. That's that Team Gorilla not going to connect.
Samsung doesn't have to give them a 5v5. Everything is working for them. Wait for 3 minion waves to start crashing, even against Baron minions. The amount of pressure you can create is probably going to be enough. A lot on Ruler here. He can't afford to be the first one to die a 3rd fight in a row.
Longshu can find that pick, then perhaps they can do it. Snowball off of killing that Twitch. As you can see, it's just so tense inside the base right now. Longshu just hovering back and forth.
They have Baron buff, right? So they can spread Baron buff to 3 lanes, and what would have been an immediate push from Samsung is slowed down. The next minion wave is closer, and that means the accumulated pressure for Samsung right now isn't getting them damage on the next turn.
Ash arrow gonna go wide. Prey not being as accurate as he needs to be, but that's gonna be Ambition getting hooked in. The play comes through, has the shield, gets the redemption to get popped back up just a little bit. Shockwave connects it on the Ruler.
He's dead!
Flash forward, BDD takes it
do
out.
it?
Maybe they can do it here as the bottom lane just gets shattered on the side of Samsung. Cuvee as well gets chunked out. They hold on. Longshu keep it alive for a bit longer, but is it enough? Can they get anything off the backside of this? Prey and Gorilla will be pushing up the mid lane, but going for the objectives, the inhibitors of Samsung, still is way too risky.
Longshu, even when they have 1 tool down, they never have 3 tools to link up. They only ever have 1. Ash arrow went out wide. Cocoon hit. Rek'Sai falls low and you're like, wait, where's the shockwave? You check, it's still up. You're wondering where it's going to go. It finds Ruler, and BDD once again breathes new life into Longzhu. Don't get me wrong, they are still way behind in this game. Like you say, they can't even take an inhibitor after winning the fight. Samsung Galaxy need to take a breath, need to take the Elder Dragon, return. This time it won't be against super minions. They'll be able to group the minion waves, take down the turret, then it's a Baron Nexus and things can go well. But what does this mean for Game 3, Achilles, where they've been staved off for what, 10 to 12 minutes, where they should have been able to end the game?
I think it might have even been longer than that. But hard to say. For now, though, Elder Dragon getting ready to spawn in 7 seconds. And you'd have to expect Longzhu to respond to this one. Get a little bit of pressure alleviated here in the mid lane as the inhibitor has respawned, but bot and top both moving in those super creeps. Elder Dragon gets started. They will draw this one out. It's just about to halfway. And the Weaver's Wall comes through. Cuz makes it to the other side. You can see Samsung immediately peeling back off of this.
Khan jumps over it, doesn't have the slice and dice. They turn onto
go for
it.
the 50-50. Super creeps pushing into the bottom side of the map. Look at the mini-map at the moment.
Ruler hasn't ulted yet.
It's leashing back yet again. Longzhu keeping this one in the fight. And Samsung, they got to be more than happy for this because look at the giant clump of super creeps pushing in. They're going to be knocking down that Nexus turret. They have to surrender the Elder Dragon. And Samsung just come out on top in both instances.
I mean, Samsung was smart. They pulled back because they knew the longer they keep them around Elder Dragon, the more likely the next star goes down. Like you say, it goes down. Longzhu could have just stayed in the base. They didn't need to walk up. Got sucked into staying too long. They will lose their middle inhibitor again.
Yeah, the last vestige of hope going down, flying in onto Core JJ, but now 4 stacks on these Elder Dragons here.
Doesn't get a lot of value from the ultimate, Achilles.
Doesn't get anything at all, really. Khan chunked out a bit, but he can heal himself back up innately as Renekton, but yet again, 3 inhibs dead. Hook gonna go wide. Gorilla needs to find one in onto the likes of Crown or Ruler.
It would take a miracle for Longzhu.
Ash Arrow into Crown has the cleanse. Right off the bat, keeps himself safe.
They wait for the minion waves to come in. Samsung's playing this smartly. It needs a moment of brilliance from Longzhu.
Ruler opens up in onto Cuz, chunks him down to about half HP. Still gonna be okay at the moment. Gorilla will get those concussive blows popped as Prey just desperately tries to clear out these minion waves with the Hurricane. You can see Samsung, they are hesitating.
I mean, the last 3 or 4 haven't gone their way. Someone's made a mistake. Someone was caught out. You just kind of want to stand up and applaud Longzhu for repelling. 3 inhibitor push after 3 inhibitor push. But Samsung just need one pick, one fight, and they will win.
And again, looking for Khan, just a bit too tanky. Ruler nearly having the spray and pray back up. 75% off cooldown as the next wave comes crashing in from the mid side. Prey just frontlining fearlessly as he could possibly be. Clearing out these minion waves. And I don't quite have an eye on it, but that Elder Dragon buff should be expiring in the not so distant future. For now, bot inhibitor coming back up will be taken top. The same story. So it's just going to be constantly chained together. 3 inhibs dead for the side of Longzhu over and over again. Dragon buff about 80% expired.
But you know, we've criticized teams for needing 3 Baron buffs to end a game, for needing multiple Drakes. 2 Elder Dragons claimed with a 4-stack Elder Dragon, including an Infernal. Samsung don't pull the trigger. They will get the Baron. Longzhu's certainly not going to walk up to that. It won't be an overlapping buff for very long, that's for sure. This time they have Baron and the minions will push faster. It feels like they're almost looking for an economic victory and winning with just say the Talia Weaver's Wall as the Baron buff minions finish the game. But the fact that they have to get such creative ways to win lets you know that Samsung, they're just not sure they can win a 5v5, even with everything else being stacked. They have a stacked deck, and yet they're wondering if it's faulty.
17-7 as we approach 50 minutes here. I believe 56-32, the summer record so far. Don't think we're going to quite hit that point, but the gold has been so very close. I mean, we're at that point where it doesn't really matter at this.
So Cuvée sold his boots and bought a rapid fire cannon. So that's just for literally auto-attacking down the Nexus. It's going to make him slower. It means he's less likely or less reliable to get the Mega Gnar off. It seems like he's just going to be a ranged auto-attacker rather than a team fighter.
But what does he sell to get his second?
We did learn that actually that buff doesn't stack. So that's just a silly build.
Got some nice learning.
Ruler just wants to end the game.
Yeah, he's trying to poke his way around, but everybody just cutting down support him to try to keep tabs on this Twitch.
It's the moment, all
The
popped.
engage comes through, jumping in on because he goes low. The
Where's
shield's coming
Shockwave?
through, trying to keep him alive. Shockwave not being tossed yet by BDD, looking for a bigger opening. But now it's going to be Prey, the one getting
There
jumped
it
on.
is!
Keeps himself alive in the front line. Crown is going to be the first one. He goes down. Prey
And
is
Longzhu
scoring up with the Ash yet again as they will find 2 kills. Ambition goes down. Cubase to follow. 3 more on the board as Longzhu keeps it alive. 20-17 at the moment. But yet again, can they get anything off of these picks?
This is an insane defense, just like CJ Blaze way back when. Captain Jack's famous, coming back from 3 Nexus turrets down. They keep doing it. Samsung flash in. They think they're going to kill Elise. She stays alive. So much AP from the Orianna
Look at
on the
Prey.
shield. But remember, the Orianna ult still not used. Shockwave still not used. Held on for so long by BD. Gorilla flashes in. Flay into the ult. Crown dies first. Longzhu Gaming are still alive.
Prey didn't even lose his Guardian Angel that entire time, just firing away the shields from BDE. The lifesteal keeping him alive throughout the duration of that fight. Yet again, Longzhu keep their heads above
They notice
the
they're
water.
pushing out. Only Renekton is on the Nexus. They just want to end the game and kill us. They're backdooring.
Yeah, it's Core JJ and Ruler coming in. The recalls now starting as Khan and Cuz try to hold this one off. The concussive blows coming through as they try to get in
not
on the
gonna win
Ruler.
this.
Khan has to dash his way back. The Glacial Fisher not going to pop him up as they try
Here's
to
the
finish
rest.
this one out.
It's
that
so
might
low.
just be it. Ruler goes down. Can they get him? Yes,
They
they
keep it
do.
alive.
They hold on yet again. The Super Green pouring into the base, but Samsung have stopped Longzhu from gaining anything. A couple hits onto the Nexus would have finished the game, but they just cannot find it.
The Nexus stays alive, but the respawns come in, and once again, Samsung get another chance. How many more another chances do they need? It's just a regular season game, but it feels like a finals game. We're in the offseason. The stadium is full. Longzhu want to be top 3. They believe they can go 7-2 in the first round robin, and people around the world are starting to believe with them.
You know what? I don't even care that we didn't have the telecom war yesterday anymore. I don't. This is perfectly enough for me. Plenty to shout about, and some of the craziest holds on a Nexus that I have ever seen.
But at this point, it's
Look at this!
But think about it, Kilios. It's at 1500 HP. Another backdoor mission, it goes down. Double Zerat portal put down to
There's
buy
two of
some
them.
pushing. But they also need the control wards. It's actually smart because late game Zerats are a normal thing, as you just kind of giggle aplenty. But remember, they also need to sell items to put down control wards to spot the Twitch, and then buy a Zerat portal, and then buy your item again. So there's multiple steps here because it's 1500 HP. The Nexus doesn't tick up that fast. The next backdoor is what, 3 autos from the Twitch, and the game is over. So Longzhu are petrified in their base. They can't exit while they don't have 3 inhibitors up. So they're still stuck, and it feels like Samsung just get as many rolls as they want. It's like a training drill for Samsung at ending games, and they're failing the damn training drill.
You know, I've never played that Nexus Siege custom game mode that Riot made, but if I had to guess, this is probably what it would look like if you're playing a Samsung side on expert mode, because they keep trying to siege the base and they keep coming up short. Now the Zerat portals are out. Ash Arrow opened up. Weaver's Wall thrown in by Crown, just trying to cut them off, keep them all separated. Quick hop over the wall keeps Cubase safe as that top inhibitor does respawn. Bottom lane is there as well, and Longzhu desperately want to hold on to these. The hook comes down. Ball going to be shorted. Doesn't find any damage in on the core JJ as Cuz tries to keep Cubase at bay.
Hook goes wide. Cuz slowly buying the time of Cuvée. Inhibitor on top doesn't go down. Bot doesn't go down yet. Cuz is doing a lot of damage. He's been able to farm up plenty of ability power.
And he has, but Samsung yet again just sticking around. They want to break this, and Cuz cannot join in with the rest of Longzhu. If somebody goes down, that could be crucial. You see Cubase is backing off.
A 6-item Cuvée is having to walk away from a late-game Elise. Can't win the split push war, even with a pretty crazy build. If you look at what he's put together, he's sold so many items. The rapid-fire cannon's still there.
GA's still down.
Adaptive Helm to get less damage coming through from the Elise, I guess. Certainly the Orianna. Man, this game looked so simple for Samsung. There's not going to be too many smiles on the Samsung booth, even if they win this game.
But I am all smiles going through this one.
Roller walks up again.
Prey pushing forward. Hook comes down in on the core JJ.
Gets the call to go
Gonna
in.
follow up with this one. Glacial Fisher comes down. Prey keeping himself alive, and core JJ will be able to exit safely. Vision and Cuvée, even those two splitting down to the bottom side of the map. cannot get past Cuz to break the inhibitor line.
Prey is a sentry turret. Guardian Angel is the final item with triple Zeal items and the Infinity Edge by the Ruin King. Items are just insane.
He's swapping out something.
Gonna get another Zerat portal.
Getting the Zerat portal to throw down.
Throw that
There we
down,
go.
go and sell. This is ultra late game. We don't get to see it so much. It feels comical, but for these players, it is the highest stakes possible. As we continue to get the rejiggering of items, there's a locket on the side of Cuz. In 7-12, the locket was changed, so now it scales on health. You need about 1,000 bonus health, so you buy early second item as a support, doesn't do much, but late game, even with Rylai's and items on the side of Elise, it's another shield, it's another tool to try to keep this game extended. And you know what the amazing thing is, Achilles? Samsung need another Baron and Elder Dragon. They probably want to stack it this time because they need all the buffs they can get.
Yeah, well, we are very close now to breaking the record, and unless Samsung can explode with an ace and just knock down that Nexus, it seems like we will be breaking 56-32. 40 seconds out now, Baron coming back up and immediately engaged here from the side of Samsung and Cuz. He's busy gatekeeping Cuvée, so there will not be a smite war in the Baron pit. It'll be all down to dumb luck. Don goes into the pit as he tries to open up on this one. Cleanse comes off, and the Baron still goes over to the side of Samsung.
They know Nar's not there, they just want to win a 44!
He finds the shockwave, but it really only catches core JJ Ruler. Now,
Prey
he's under fire
frontlining!
by Prey! Frontlining yet again, takes him down. Ambition jumps in with the ultimate, finishes off BDD.
Oh, Elise
Cuvée has gotten the kill in onto Cuz. He's opening up on that inhibitor, should be able to knock it down, and that will be the Nexus exposed. Longzhu has to get back to the base, but there's just no way for it to happen. Prey coming back in off the GA, and after such a nutty game, we will see the conclusion. 5 seconds longer than the previous record for summer 2017. Samsung, despite the stacked deck, get delayed time and time again, but they finally close it out.
And as I predicted, no one is smiling on the side of Samsung Galaxy. We all need to take it down a notch. We do still have a Game 3 on our hands. Longzhu tried something. They knew that if rinse and repeat, they were allowed to have 3 inhibitors go down, the game would eventually go Samsung's way. They weren't pushing forward, they weren't inching forward. They never got an inhibitor in this game, Achilles. They never got that far on the map, so they thought, okay, Cuz can buy the time of Gnar. Gnar is a big team fighter. Let's fight 4v4. It's the best we're going to get. The 4v4 didn't go their way. At the same time, Gnar splattered the spider in the bot side of the map. The game ends. It's going to be a lot about mental fortitude when we go into Game 3. Khan isn't looking to steal the Baron, by the way. He wants to get there and win the 4v4 fight afterwards. They had so many buffs that you thought this would be enough.
If that
Prey,
shockwave had hit Ruler, perhaps.
the what-ifs of this game go endlessly. There was 56 minutes plus of them. Cuz could not 1v1 Cuvée, but he could buy time. If they could win a 4v4 fight, maybe it would be enough. They weren't able to do that. Ambition actually got the ultimate, the Void Rush, to kill off Orianna in the backside after they'd taken down the Twitch. And Cuvée ends the game. It feels cruel for Longzhu, but they still have to do it all in Game 3 because the series continues.
That it does. An endurance test here for these teams, as well as, both physical and mentally. A bit of an endurance test. Breaking the former summer record for longest game. Will be tied up 1-1. Samsung barely find themselves that win.
We're going to the wee hours of the night, I think, Achilles. We're going 6 games. You can't ask for 6 better games, and hopefully we have on the menu wonderful Game 2, the hold from Longzhu, a famous one, even if it doesn't lead to a victory. And somehow they have to put aside the best part of an hour's gameplay, the strategies, the best laid plans, and do it all again from minute 1.
Yeah, seems like this second set not going to be starting till after 8 p.m. A very rare treat for us here at Papa Smithy. But we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have our final game of this first match of the night.
Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime, I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Fighting shadows in their haunting eyes, smiting the wicked morrow when knowledge may
저는 서울의 강서구에서 태어나서 어렸을 때 대부분을 강서구에서 보냈고요. 솔직히 친구들이랑 많이 나가서 축구도 하고 그런 게 저도 되게 부러워하기는 했는데 그래도 저는 게임이 재밌다 보니까 게임하는 사람들 입장에서는 프로게이머라는 것 자체가 우상의 대상이 되기 때문에 저는 호나우두 선수도 사실 은퇴 후에 뭘 할지 많이 생각을 했겠지만 지금은 e스포츠 일을 하고 계시잖아요. 그래서 저는
take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Woo! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. Good lord. What a crazy game two. Samsung are able to close it out in the end, but Longzhu put up one of the most valiant defenses that I have ever seen in League of Legends. Ruler still topping out the charts, despite really not being able to get into a position to really pump out the damage near the end of the game. Still does exceed 1,000 DPM.
And the MVP is going to be a tricky one for them to decide, and it ends up being Cuvée, who went full mad scientist on his build, rapid fire cannon sold, got in for the boots, and all sorts of other mana, got the kill on the Elise at the end, while Longzhu tried to make a heroic defense, jumps up to joint second in the MVP rankings. Cuvée was well held in the early game, you'll remember, as Ambition spent most of his time around the bot side, but they got a bit of an advantage. Cuvée did his job. By the end, it wasn't really the Mega Nars, although there was some great ones in the mid game. And hopefully, exactly. But by the end of the game, there wasn't really going to be a Mega Gnar. Such was the base defense that Longzhu were entrenched in. A lot of the highlight moments were earlier in the game, where Samsung looked like they would just run through the enemy, but then we got to the ultra late game, which is where we are at now. This is not Gnar on the screen. It's a bit unusual for an MVP highlight, but it's because the action was being decided in the bot. Couldn't get enough advantages. Orianna goes down to the dive from Ambition, and meanwhile Kazu just wanted to buy time, stop Cuvée from being a 5v5 fighter who could make it up to the top lane. Inevitably got chased down. Longzhu decided that just continuing to lose 3 inhibitors and fight off Samsung was not a winning play. They tried to win the game by forcing a 4v4 around the Baron. It lost them the game. Game goes over to Samsung, and that means we get a series.
There's also a bit of a risk there by Cuvée at the end. Kills the bottom inhib while mid is already dead and then goes for the Nexus. So, could have maybe not had enough time, perhaps, if Samsung was able to retreat more swiftly to get back to the base and try to contest him. Maybe even then the game would have gone on a bit longer. So playing with fire certainly was Cuvée there at the end, was both of these teams throughout the duration of Game 2. But now it all comes down to this one final game, close out this best of 3, and see who is going to be moving up or down the standings. Samsung move back over to the blue side, Longzhu over on red.
And historically, that would be a big advantage to Samsung, right? This series has gone red side, and you might ask why. Why is red side doing well? But remember that a lot of the drafts have been about counterpicking top lane and getting a pressure matchup in the top lane. The Gnar was last picked by Cuvée in Game 2, and now Khan has access to try to get a priority top lane matchup. So maybe Cuvée will just lock in something safe that can push on the top side, maybe take away the Renekton, and actually force Longzhu to find a strong pick, because Khan historically has played the Fiora. He even played the Mordekaiser last time out to try to get an advantage in the Renekton matchup. So let's see what Longzhu can engineer, because so far it has been decided around that top lane priority.
I expect the Zac to be the final ban away here from Longzhu.
Gives Caitlyn over again, though, to the side of Samsung.
That it does. Could just see Prey answer yet again with the Jhin if that's going to be the case. So yeah, there we go. Caitlyn locked in. So pretty much the same bans from both sides, just the Lee Sin, the only change that Samsung has made. Say, okay, you know what? We'd rather you have the Elise than for you to have the Lee Sin.
Yeah, at least Jhin would be the obvious rotation here from Longzhu. Could go for the Ashe as well, if they want to choose that route.
I mean, it was a frontline turret Ashe, as you said, from Prey there in game number 2.
The Jhin was banned in Game 2, so perhaps we will see Prey favoring the Jhin over the Ashe. Losing out on his trademark Ashe is always a sad moment, but his accuracy on the Jhin was still super good in Game 1, so can't necessarily complain too much about the scenario, as do Longzhu. They do pick up 2 power picks, giving away the Caitlyn to Samsung.
Yeah. And Ambition, yet again, just very swiftly going to lock in that Rek'Sai. So legacy pick for him, recently buffed on at 712. Seems like the right time here for him to just go ahead and just reconform to that one. We saw Gragas from him in Game 1, wasn't really able to get much done.
And this was the reconform I was wondering about. Do we just see Taliyah into Orianna when it's available on the red side here for Longzhu Gaming? They would have taken... They didn't take it in Game 1 in this scenario, but of course it was a different style of draft, and they will actually hold down from committing to the Taliyah. Would have been that pushing lane early into Orianna. Could go a different way. Something like Corki is a possibility for sure in the mid lane. But they just take the Tahm Kench as a answer to not much. It's interesting they draft Tahm Kench in the scenario they do, because sure, you can potentially block away the impact of the now single man knock-up coming through from Ambition, but otherwise Orianna is one of the strongest drafts into the Tahm Kench, just pulling him into the fight and stopping the power of the Devourer from getting out of situations. Handing away the Bard, which is one of the easiest long-range ways to interrupt the Curtain Call, and finally we do see a Renekton ban that I think might actually get pushed up the draft in future series, but for now, second round ban on the side of Samsung.
Which means that we're going to be seeing some changes here at the top lane pool. Renekton played by Khan there, games 1 and 2. So we'll have to go towards something a bit different. The Jace, something that has been banned away here by Samsung so far, is left available, but could just be the final one from them.
Longzhu basically need 2 pushing lanes, Achilles, because it's not the Zyra to help the Jhin push in. It is the Tahm Kench, so we'll lose out on the pushing war to Caitlyn. Something like a Corki drafted here would at least have lane control, lane priority over Orianna early, and would allow them to counterpick top lane. They're going to have to draft a top laner blind.
Ooh.
Oh, this is another way to get priority. This is the BDD way. It's much more risky.
And he's got to lock it in. There we go. All right. Corki not even needed to be in the game. We still get the Zed. Everything's fallen into place, Papa Smithy, and I am very happy.
It's so risky. We'll see more of it when that Corki meta does hit Achilles into Corki, but we see it here into the Orianna. Now, puts Crown in a bit of a headache summoners-wise, because really wants to take Cleanse against specifically the Elise, but the Jhin also.
Yeah, Deadly Flourish there.
But now probably will be forced into taking Exhaust for lane phase, so a bit of a one-upsmanship game played by Longzhu does get a summoner or initiation possibility into Orianna as the game goes on. Blind pick top laner will be Camille, who saw buffs in this particular patch.
Yeah, passive CD was reduced, so you can get that shield up more
Oh,
frequently.
the all-in matchup. Khan can go for his Fiora. This is
Oh,
a good
boy.
matchup for Fiora.
Oh dear, all right.
You know Khan wants it. Will he actually get to lock it though? This would be double split pushing physical damage. He locks it. We're getting all action in the top lane.
That we are. Plenty of AD here for the side of Longzhu. AP, a bit wanting, but it's the same on the side of Samsung. It's going to be an all-out brawl, double split pushers in the top lane. We have the Zed versus the Wombo potential of the Orianna with the Rek'Sai as the ball carrier. Prey yet again on his Jhin. Good lord, this is one of the spiciest drafts that I've seen in a very long time.
You know what the fun thing is? This is the sort of game that snowballs out of control one way or the other. We will not be getting 55-minute base defenses in this particular game. This is the sort of game that will have fire upon fire in the mid game. Feels like whichever team opens up a gold lead, 3,000 to 5,000 in the early game, will have so many tools because Zed and Fiora can both take out the Camille coming through from Samsung. Ambition's going to have to go for another excellent early path to get one of these lanes ahead. BDD back on the Zed. You can't help but love what we're seeing on the Rift. Longzhu with the greatest hits of some of their star picks and plenty of power also on the side of Samsung.
We'll see if Ambition can pull off those repeat ganks yet again down towards that bottom side of the map. Going to be harder now that he's over onto the blue side, but so much on the line for this game here. Samsung looking for first place. Longzhu looking for third. Let's go ahead, load into game 3 and see who's going to come out on top. Longzhu fans, good lord, the loudest I think I've ever heard them.
I mean, you
Cheering
literally
here
have
today.
3 players on their ultra comfort famous champions. Khan on Fiora, Cuz on Elise, and BDD on Zed. These are by far their most famous picks. And you have Prey on Jhin, our first Jhin of any note in Korea.
Oh,
BDD
no.
in the Faker brush. He needs to get out of there.
Yeah, that's going to be the slope coming through. Has to take the W first to go ahead and dash his way to the side. So
Felt like I
will
was-
not be having the shuriken.
Felt like I was back at MSI and Faker was getting face checked in that brush and dying. The Braum invade at level 1 feels like a blitzcrank because you just go in there as 5, one auto attack comes down, and usually a flash is not enough to get away. Thankfully, BDD could just tech into his W first, which isn't ideal for lane, but got him out without having to use flash.
Going to make that a little bit more brutal here to start. Once he gets to level 2, things will calm down a bit.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Ward in the brush. Prey just hovering around. We'll be able to walk down safely. No further invades coming through. Some deep vision acquired for the side of Longzhu up towards that blue buff. We'll be spotting that one out. As Ambition going to be starting down near these Raptors yet again. Seems like Samsung is going to be handing him a very hefty leash.
So also, big leash onto Cuz will be starting blue buff. They have vision of the enemy red buff, so vision advantage to Longzhu, just like in game 1. So maybe Samsung need to tighten some of their invades. A 4-man invade with Braum and a 1-man invade onto the side's a possibility, or at least getting defensive vision. But in this case,
It begins.
they just lose out on vision as, yep, this is a battle we will see on our screens for the majority of this game.
It's finally one of those top lane battles you actually want to watch.
Wait, you're not into Shyvana versus Renekton?
Nope.
This is a really bad matchup for QV.
Yeah.
It got worse when he lost to Stain on W.
At least he got more damage on the second hit of Q.
It actually is quite a lot of damage because
20% increase.
if you look at what it does in the late game, for true damage, it can be quite a lot. I think I did some math and I worked out around level 12. It's like 60 damage extra on the Trinity Forces. Yep, these are going to be some flashy top lane battles, Kilios.
I just love the audience in the background every time one of the
Every vital.
spot.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, and then the riposte.
Uh,
all right. Well,
speaking
that's
of
that's your dash down. Knockup comes through from Ambition, flashing in for this one. Cuvee there to cut him off. Khan tries to get out to the side, but First Blood yet again picked up by Ambition on this Rek'Sai.
Feels like the old soundboard of the Rek'Sai is still true. The pathing jungler was always the one that really excelled with this particular pick, and Ambition's pathing in game 2 and 3 has been super good. Darting around the top side this time after his bot lane focus in game 2. Gets that little lead, but teleports back into lane. Khan maybe down flash, but nothing else.
Cuz
in the
wrapping
mid
around
lane,
from behind, looking for Crown. Speeds himself up with the dissonance. Coon will connect, jukes into it. Take just a bit of damage, but the turret shot's there to basically equalize that exchange.
reminder that Crown could not take the cleanse he wanted and had to take exhaust, so the flash was blown there. He would be definitely in kill range for the return gank.
Like we saw from game 1. Cuz and Ambition just kind of swapping identities in that sense.
To me, the winning jungler in this game is the one that can actually set up control wards and supremacy around the top side. At least his job is going to be to get a control ward down, really help out Khan, who is in a very good spot as the game goes on. Don't get me wrong, but the threat of Ambition coming back again and again, as was felt in the bot side, will affect how he plays his lane. He is down flash.
Pretty feel bad first purchase there. The rejuve beat on top of the corrupting potion into the Doran's blade.
It's the most power he could get.
That's I mean, that's 150 gold worth of power.
One day it'll be a Tiamat.
He got a control ward as well, so there was another 75 thrown in there. But yeah, one day it will grow into a nice strong Tiamat.
Spotted out on the bot side, was looking to contest the Krugs. Won't be a collapse coming through as Brawler and Core JJ were trading with Frangorilla.
A bit busy. Riposte's not going to really find anything here for Khan. As Cuvee hurts a lot.
And remember, Khan was kind of the one who was going to have lane priority.
Yeah, stun comes through, Vital comes down, and Khan taking a lot of damage. Tactical sweep finds him, Cuvee flashes in, kills him yet again. The solo this time around, 2-0 on the board.
And that was where Khan was supposed to have priority. Achilles now certainly doesn't have priority after the solo kill. Orianna will push in the Zed. Not much threat on Zed. His Cuz spotted though.
BDD dashing forward, Coon connects in onto Crown, Ignite ticking, he'll go down as BDD finds the kill. Cuz comes back in. Ambition into the burrow, Preyseeker connects, tries to push in for it, but just has to show respect to the turret.
Slimmest of margins in these ganks. BDD chugging just some regen from the Doran Shield passive, enough to not die to the level 3 Preyseeker. But
Still very close.
It's such a big headache because unless BDD can have some return ganks from Cuz, can get more snowball on the Orianna, he'll get pushed in. Khan is getting solo killed, and Prey and Gorilla were not able to select the Zyra for lane. They had to take the Tahm Kench for team comp, and thus could be 3 losing lanes and Ambition already on the front foot from the jungle.
And Cuvee already with the Sheen coming back into this one, just to the double longsword of Khan as he tries to get towards that Tiamat. This is going to be... I mean, I feel like if you're under 18, you might not be able to watch that top lane anymore.
We'll hold our rating for now. The ratings board is still in discussion.
I said might.
Exactly, we're in discussions.
Yeah.
We'll let you guys know. For now, it's still T for team.
The MPAA is still reviewing this one.
Ambition's being a huge jerk. He's still top lane. They do suspect smartly that there is a ward in the Tri-Brush, so for now, Rek'Sai not going there.
Oh, well, that's going to be the hook shot coming through. Doesn't find the stun, but the Hextech ultimatum is available. And Khan, yeah, he kind of identifies that he's dead to the right. Just trying to buy some of Ambition's time, perhaps. Dashes over to the side. Tactical sweep comes through. Will get knocked up. Post not going to block anything, and there we go.
Best you can feel as Khan is that you got him to use his ultimate.
Yeah, it's just a bit of ring around the rosy. Second kill goes through there for Ambition. But third death in a row for Khan, the only one that's given up a kill so far on his team.
Let's get the Tiamat finally, but it feels a bit like an empty thing to talk about. BD hoping to have some heroics in the mid lane, but already Seeker's Arm Guard from Crown. But when you have a 3-0 top lane, you don't have to worry about accelerating yourself as the Orianna. You're very much in the I just need not to die anymore school of thought. It's going to be wave clear from Orianna. blue buffs will be pretty reliably put over. If you could at least contest the blue buff and force her to use all of her mana bar to clear wars, then you feel a bit better. The waves, sorry, but not going to be able to do that because Ambition has the control of the jungle and 2 kills already. So let's see what Cuz can make happen. Once again has gone very early Boots of Mobility. Double control ward around the top side. This is not the lane you'd think he'd be able to have.
Yeah. That passive shield is coming through from QV, just really helping him win out on these exchanges. I mean, the CS is close for Khan, but the gold is going to be nowhere near, given the 102 scoreline here for QV, because starting to walk his way over. Looking for Crown, who's currently sitting safely underneath that turret.
No, the exhaust is still on cooldown for at least another 10 seconds or so.
Spots him moving around.
Ambition's here too. He
Scouting
moved.
out. That's going to be the Cocoon coming through. They just jump in and BDD snatches it up yet again.
Tremorsense was almost in range of Curse when he made a slight adjustment to look for the Cocoon. Not quite though, and another kill for BDD, so it's not quite. The sea change has happened in top lane, but there's still something for Longzhu to work around.
I mean, it's the second time that Crown's been caught. Can't even flash or use the exhaust to try to keep himself alive.
Not sure the exhaust was up. Might have just come off cooldown. Was close. Wasn't up at the start of that story. Is okay. Khan's 1 level down.
Yeah, just going to have to abandon this one. Wave's pushing it. Well, actually, well, he stops for a second at least. Trying to bait QV to go in here. Khan dashes forward. Shield comes out. Hook shot through. Cocoon not going to connect. If it had, almost certainly would have been the death of QV. Would have been a nice little turnaround there for Khan, but Kill will be eluding him for a bit longer, perhaps.
Like you say, Khan can at least say he's keeping competitive in CS, which means he'll start to put the items down. As long as he's not full items behind, he's still in a really good spot against QV. Because Hextech Ultimatum will get answered by the ultimate. The Grand Challenge, and the Grand Challenge usually will win out with the healing effect there. Well, has to use Devour, so Prey forced to fall back. But once again, not a big CS advantage, because bot lane has been in no way involved in this game compared to all the action in mid and top side.
Probably won't until we see that Infernal Drake get started up, perhaps. This will get cleared out. Seems like Prey's going to be able to keep up rather nicely. He's down by the 1 CS at the moment as they keep just going back and forth here. So it seems like Essence Reaver start yet again for Prey as the BF sword was picked up.
The smart move here from Samsung is to adjust Ambition's time to the bot side of the map. Even those 2 control wards down, so it's a little bit difficult to pull off. Prey is down to no potions and has no regen, so he can definitely be harassed out of lane. And Infernal Drake that you spoke about is a big prize for Samsung to reward them for their strong early game.
The root there.
Fighting Khan even for just the Crux.
Yeah, he's trying to fight him back over this one. QV not even joining in the fight. He's like, okay, you know what? We'll probably have this one, Ambition.
He drops the Grand Challenge.
Back in. Yeah, does drop that one down as BDD starts roaming up, but Ambition takes the tunnel over to the side.
Means he can't really step up to the turret until now. That's because Zed is walking up to help him. Spotted in a ward, back away.
Get a little bit of damage in onto that turret, but not as much as you might think in the meantime, though. Longzhu at least able to get that Infernal Drake for themselves. Khan went back and forth there with Ambition, so just keeping tabs on that jungler, making sure that Longzhu can pick up that first objective of the game.
It's greedy for Khan to still stay with no ultimate up, but he does. That's why Gorilla's coming over.
We also know that Cuz is nearby. Gorilla will cancel out the Abyssal Voyage.
Just wanted to open his mouth and roar. No more than
It was
that.
a battle cry.
It was.
Trying to instill some confidence in the Khan. I think it worked.
Should feel some confidence about BD, who has the Youmu's already completed, so doesn't care about no Seeker's Arm Guard. In a good spot to go in a side lane himself. Big prize for Longzhu to get a side turret down, and they can start rejigging their lineup. Send Zed into the Camille until the point where the items are there for Khan, and then re-rotate. So at least one of their side laners is in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, also had that freedom to go straight from the Serrated Dirk then into the Youmu's, because it was really just the Seeker's Arm Guard there for Crown, so it doesn't have to respect that damage of the Orianna yet. So doesn't necessitate a Hex Drinker. So just puts BDD in that much stronger of a position.
It's so important for BDD to be this powerful because consider a game where BDD is just farming with Orianna in the mid lane, and then the 2v2 of the Camille and Rek'Sai would just slam Elise and Fiora, and they would lose their red buff. They would lose control. But because BDD can just Youmu's out of lane and show up 2-0 with a lot of power, they're second-guessing where they're strongest. And actually, overall, Longzhu are keeping competitive. Even on the top side of the map, there should have been Samsung.
For a second, looked like we were going to have the all-in there. CoreJJ doesn't opt in for that Glacial Fissure. Did have the exhaust to throw down with the prey if they wanted to try to kill Gorilla. Instead, just settle for the harass.
Crown is just looking for something to go his way this series. Been one of Crown's poorest
Yeah,
big series in a long time. Cleaned up well at the end of game 2, but otherwise has been, you know, victimized, I would say, by BDD, who's been all over him.
He hasn't looked this bad since he was really first trying to pick up Syndra.
Even played well in that famous 3-0 loss to KT in the semifinal. The rest of his team, specifically Cuvée, had a down day, but this is Crown at his weakest. Could still win the series for certain. Samsung Galaxy.
We're trying to bait Cuvée in here. Grand
Get a
Challenge
Vital.
is ready to go. Let's find the one, looking for another one as Cuz comes pushing through. But Cuvé's got the hook shot to take himself up the wall right as the ultimate comes through.
The most they get is Control War. They won't be able to contest the blue buff either. Micro victory for Longzhu, nothing more. Prey just holding back. Very low on mana in the bot lane. Still competitive though. And the turret is surprisingly healthy, given the scenario.
Yeah, just now really taking a bit of damage. Silver Peacemaker just fine. A bit of value there as he keeps chunking out Gorilla, trying to target him down. Prey has to go over, pick up that honey fruit, try to sustain himself back up.
Gives him one more round of spells, and thus maybe buys the turret another minute of life. Just very much a containment thing in the side lane. Khan hasn't really been able to add on the items recently, and Gorilla and Prey getting low.
Takes the haul out. Gorilla just making sure that he can, well, I was going to say recall safely, but yet again, the Q from the Caitlyn comes through, denies that back. The Ambition poking his head around will be spotted out by the ward here.
Khan is actually going Trinity Force as well, so going a very pricey build. He's going to also be dedicated to the split push. It is a true 1-3-1 from Longzhu. Main problem with the 1-3-1 though is that Jhin is the wave clear, and he's not fantastic wave clear, so really need pressure in the side lanes to make up for the fact that Caitlyn will outpush in the side lane. In the mid lane, sorry.
Good WQE from Zed, you know. Just throw
He's
out
going to be
everything
side
you
lane.
got.
He's not going to be grouped. It's Elise, Tahm Kench, and Jhin. We're not. We got a volatile spider, Kilios.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be the first brick going over here to Samsung. Pressuring up in the bottom side of the map. They take that one down. 2.3 thousand gold now in the lead. 3-2. Very slow compared to the first two games. Just the two objectives being taken. First turret and that first dragon over to Longzhu. As Khan desperately tries to farm up here. Desperately tries to get that vital, but it's in the most annoying spot, really.
Once Trinity Force is finished, he has 5 points in his queue. We'll start to feel that buff you were speaking about when it comes to the percentage of damage on Q, which continues to scale up as the game goes on. In better stead to win trades, especially given that Lifesteal hasn't been completed by Khan yet. Kaz spotted on a ward.
Yeah, he's going to get pinched on. Has to flash over the wall. CoreJJ coming forward. Throws out the Glacial Fissure, but the repel is there. Now straight into the knock-up when he comes back down, but Gorilla has the Devour.
Actually pops the damage of the Orianna ult as well, so nothing goes on to the members of Longzhu.
Cuz keeps himself alive. CoreJJ wrapping around the sidelines. We'll get a nice little cheeky interrupt, but Samsung in the meantime posturing for it, trying to get this tier 1 turret taken down in the mid lane. Knocking down to about half HP, but he still can't quite find it. Khan has rotated down, trying to back up his squad.
He could have gone cleanse this game, just to cleanse exhaust. Sounds weird, but saw a lot of cleanse Zed the last time Zed was in meta. Doesn't have a QSS either, and it's not really very threatening when he jumps in because double exhaust available from the side of Samsung. Will just park himself in a side lane. His first visit to a side lane always feels worse when it's there because your turret is down, but at least the map is a bit more open for the Zed to try to take over a side lane.
A bit of power now behind this Fiora with that Sheen. As you said, going to be looking for the Trinity Force, so very squishy for a very long time. As Ambition picks up that Ocean Drake, and we'll have a second Infernal to follow.
Jhin needs reinforcements in mid lane, or they'll lose more of this oh-so-important mid lane turret health.
Been out of mana here. Concussive Blows almost gets procced as Gorilla arrives. Flashes in. Cocoon comes down on the backside of that Tongue Lash on the core. JJ would have the Devour, but he can't get in range to eat him up, and the Deadly Flourish will not connect. Now BDD going in. Immediate Exhaust comes through as he will get locked up when he dashes back to the original Shadow. Goes low in the meantime. Challenge thrown down onto Cuvee, but he has such an advantage as far as the HP is concerned that Khan just has to back off.
This is all with Orianna free pushing in bot lane as well, so it's a 5v4 scenario.
Cuvee, does he do it?
For Longzhu.
Sam hook shot. He doesn't.
Samsung winning in every lane. I mentioned the struggles they would have with the Jhin in the mid lane trying to wave clear, as Khan is still putting together items, as BDD was called out of bot lane to visit mid, blow and exhaust and nothing more. Longzhu really losing this match across the map, not in triumphant ways. The mid lane turret's still alive for at least a couple more moments. Teleport used to just the minion wave from Cuvee, wants to keep the pressure up in topside. But if Samsung keep getting the run of the map like this, they'll keep adding on turrets.
Yeah. Second one gonna go down. Special Fissure thrown out there by Core JJ just to zone everybody back. Got that mid-tier 1. And you have to question whether or not the mental fortitude here of Longzhu is wavering a bit more than that of Samsung's after game 2.
It's fair to speculate. You know, it hasn't necessarily been a tilty game. Khan was just caught by a nice pathing from Ambition, and the rest happened.
We're just behind on a lot of these rotations.
They try and be first. They're dealing with Tremor Sense. They're dealing with wards that have been pushed up. It's not like they've had opportunities that they've really not taken. It's more that what they're being allowed to do is pretty minimal. Spray will not die. But this is all as Rift Herald is going for Samsung.
Crown doesn't have enough power to go ahead and take him out, but a little bit more. Swap out that Seeker's Arm Guard with something else of equal value, then it's probably going to be pretty dead.
And it's worth mentioning that Longzhu don't really have a team comp to deal with the Rift Herald very well either, because of the multiple times mentioned minimal wave clear. Ambition doesn't even need to use it for the outer top lane turret. It's a very late Rift Herald at about 1950. Get an objective in the bot lane, so hang around BDD. They have got something. It's pushing into an inner turret, and Orianna has to play side lane. She's going defensive because they spotted Cuz. There still is something. It's some pressure to Longzhu in a game where they really haven't been able to pressure.
Good forward step. Horus coming off the back of BDD right now. Only member to have any kills. Both of the two that have been picked up. But yet again, not going to be that bloodthirsty of a game early on.
And the what-ifs of this game are not the same as the what-ifs of Game 3 of the Telecom War, where Untara against the Rumble was always going to get to a point where the game would be decided, and they had strong wave clear in other lanes. The wave clear is not here in this game, so the ability to stall for Longzhu, I think, depends more on mistakes from Samsung rather than necessarily it just being able to be pulled to ultra late game by delay tactics. The delay tactics are minimal from Longzhu. It's more about BDD forcing people to react to bot lane while they buy time. If Khan gets his items, he'll be in a great spot, but it's a much bigger if in this game than it was in Game 3 of that Telecom.
Well, Samsung grouping up here. There's 4 in the mid lane, going to be pushing in, maybe looking for this tier 2 turret. Early on, current call opened up here by Prey just to try to zone them back as that Rift Herald charges in. We'll whittle this one down. A couple more shots perhaps from Ruler to help take this one down. Will come through as BDD looks for that entrance from the side flank, but won't be able to find it. Prey pops Rift Herald in the end, but the split push is not done yet because Cuvee, he's starting to chunk out this turret here up top. This Voyage comes through, Gorilla and BDD both arriving. Just try to clear this one out, but the turret nearly goes down. Samsung, they're not done yet by the look of it.
They'll just keep pushing as a 5-man with about 4,000 gold lead. They feel strong, they continue to push. The Ocean Drake is ticking. The engage from Longzhu is pretty minimal.
Oh, jump in onto Cuz, drops down that Hextech ultimatum, goes up with a repel, has to come back down right as it expires.
BD just dies to the
Brown,
shockwave.
yeah, takes them out with that shockwave, as you say, doesn't get himself out of there. Had the flash available as well, but still just falls, and the turret will go down as well. Samsung just stacking on the objectives left, right, and center. Now 5,000 gold in the lead, 4-2, 5-1 in turrets. And you'd have to expect that a Baron can come in very quickly. Perhaps after that we see that Infernal Spawn. Ruler not going to get locked down by that Deadly Flourish, and Juve here to frontline. They maybe just try to turn things around here. Ruler will go ahead and peel back, but Juve is just walking towards 3 members of Longzhu like it's nobody's business.
Khan.
Oh, there we go. Well, it wasn't his business, is what it was.
Well, that was silly from Juve. One of the first big mistakes from Samsung so far this game.
He went from looking so tough to looking just absolutely foolish.
He didn't die a hero's death, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
He
He
died.
died.
Yes, run away from me, and then it's just like, oh wait.
It was very much like a hero's death straight into a fool's death by the end.
Yeah.
He didn't know he was playing the fool until he was dead.
It's like one of those moments in a movie where somebody thinks like, yeah, they're all so afraid of me, they're all running away, but there's actually just like a bigger guy behind them. And then he gets his ass kicked.
Well, he's one of the few that are getting their ass kicked on the side of Samsung, and that's after he did his own ass kicking earlier. So, you know, if you're gonna put on an air of superiority and then pay for it, might as well be when your team is in the control spot like Samsung are. They even get an answering Infernal Drake.
And there's going to be another one to follow. So 3 Infernals in this game.
Longzhu are really trying to put up their hands and work out how they get to the next one, because something would have to change pretty significantly. They kind of meander around the Baron, and that means Samsung just push through. They already prepped both the inner turrets earlier. They just want to break the base, and Longzhu very out of position to defend, and with weak wave clear like we mentioned by the time they actually do get to the end.
I mean, they're trying to get there. Gorilla going to be the first one
Still
really
not
to
there.
respond in mid. As Prey, BDD, and Cuz all make it to the base gate. Proto Belt tossed out there just to try to clear out the wave. The classic build here from Cuz, but still not really in that strong of a spot where it's going to be as relevant as it could be in the meantime. Juve looking for that final inner turret down here on the bottom side of the map. The Triforce would be able to take this one rather swiftly, but the rest of Longzhu do arrive to defend this. Wave gets cleared out. Ruler just shooting away as they go ahead and take this up.
Trinity Force Fiora does push very, very quickly, so will be 2 turrets here most likely, even with Juve racing to get there.
Can he go in for the kill, though, is going to be the question. It's a tactical sweep. Already chunks down Khan significantly as Juve keeps pushing in. Shockwave, meanwhile, down on the bottom side of the map. Not going to hit. Post comes out. Juve just finishes him off with that final proc at the Triforce. Khan's HP bar just disappears.
The item lead still working out for Juve. Also had the level lead as well. He can start the pushing. Unanswerable by Khan. He's not in the spot he thought he would be. The bot side of the map. Devour denied the Orianna ultimate from picking up a kill. Turret stays alive, but Juve can just push in that minion wave, and kind of all the good work done by Longzhu is thwarted once again.
Yeah, now they have to worry about that top inhib turret. As the wave gets ready to come over there with him. Prey the closest one so far, but that would be a very foolish allocation of the squad. But in the meantime, Juve, he's just going to walk down to mid. Says, top lane be damned, I'll just go kill your ADC. Way too late from Gorilla with the Abyssal Voyage, and now he's going to be in trouble. Juve, just a one-man army going inside the base looking for the kill, won't quite find it. Does have to flash away, has the hook shot to try to take himself out of here, but BDD hot on his heels, gets the pop in the end, does kill him with the death mark.
There's always a meanwhile at in a game like this, and the meanwhile at was the inner turret in bot going down. They can set up around the next turret as well. Khan has respawned. We are early enough in the game for the respawns not to be massive. Has 2 items as well. But Samsung have now taken down all inner turrets. They have so much control of the map. Easy for them to set their sights on the Baron next, and it's going to take a fanciful steal from Cuz, I would believe, to stop that from really being the icing on the cake for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah. Even stopping that second Infernal.
Khan didn't want to kill the control ward for some reason. Saw Faker be guilty of that a few times last season.
It's just cockiness. Maybe he thinks he'll just go ahead and get it this time around.
Longzhu has had some good drafts. I like the Game 1 draft quite a lot, but this is the sort of draft where...
Nope, he just didn't see it.
In a game like this, Achilleos, if you get going in both solo lanes, then Samsung are drawn too thin, right? They can't respond to pressure everywhere. What can they do? But if you fall behind with low wave clear, and this is about as low wave clear you're going to see in the current meta, we don't really have Kassadin Fizz Jhin anymore. This is like the lowest wave clear you're going to see. They really don't have any way to win the game. The comps that win games recently are the Karma, Rumble, really started pushing lanes comps. If everything goes right for Longzhu, sure, they could still make it happen, but already they're taking some pretty big liberties and sending both their split push down bottom. Maybe that's the liberty they need.
Well, they will be able to go ahead and take away this inner turret. Second one snatched up here for the side of Longzhu. We're able to get that
Samsung
top
needs
one
to
on
do
the split
something,
push.
by the way, because they're going to lose this turret real fast.
Collapse is getting ready to come
They
around.
got to start
onto that
Baron, they got to do something, otherwise they're going to lose free objectives.
Seems like they're trying to bait out the brush. We'll actually say, screw it, let's just go ahead and start this one up. BDD and Khan taking away this turret.
If Cuz can steal the Baron, they can still win the game here.
A massive turnaround here for Longzhu Gaming. See Ambition, he's out of the pit. As Cuz tries to get there in time, Glacial Fissure comes through. Shockwave locks him out, he goes down. Unless Prey can take it away, which will not happen. That would be the only hope here. Now Prey trying to hightail it out of here to get himself out to safety. Gorilla wrap around from the side. Does he have the Devour? Yes, he does. No flash to try to take him out, no exhaust. Gorilla just gonna have to give his own life so Prey can escape, but even
done.
that's not gonna happen. They lock him down, and Scumbag Ambition gonna take the kill away from Ruler, who had the ace in the hole, ready to go. Bottom inhib does get taken out by BDD and Khan, but they could lose so much more off of this now Baron-empowered push from Samsung.
And Longzhu make a good decision. They try to set up a wing condition, but if they had just drafted and played as smart as they do when they're behind, they would be in the control seat or in the driver's seat to make the game work. Because they try and make a desperate decision like they did at the end of game 2, they end up losing their inhibitor. It's a trade of inhibitors, but the Baron is there for Samsung. Pushing up a minion wave with Camille and the Baron buffs, they'll be able to dive. If Cuz stole the Baron in that world, this might be a Longzhu Game 3 victory against the tide of the early game. But in the end, it's great goaltending from Samsung. They ensure there's no way for the Elise to get there. And even with all the evacuation, the ultimate's available here. They get the sighting onto Prey, take him down as well.
And right as the bullet connects, Ambition comes up with the steal. That nice little Void Rush. Infernal Drake now getting ready to spawn. And you can see Ambition already set to go ahead and scoop that one up. Longzhu would really desperately need that objective just to try to get some extra stats back so they can compete with Samsung, but it's not going to happen. Instead, they're going to be set that much further back. And Samsung, yeah, they look pretty slated to go ahead and close out this game. Which I say that, but game 2 happened. And there was a massive delay by Longzhu. Could happen again, but doesn't seem like it's very likely.
Even though it was a heroic defense, Longzhu did lose that game. And the defensive tools here are a lot smaller for Longzhu than in game 2.
I mean, they don't have nearly as much tankiness.
Nope. They got damage. Physical damage. And Randuin's now completed on the side of Cuvée.
But barely anybody to hit with it.
Wave clear also minimal, so with the Baron buff still riding on the members for another minute or so. They push up. Should be another inhibitor turret. There it is.
Does go down. Second inhibitor likely to follow as Ruler is perfectly safe, basically topped off here on this Caitlyn. With plenty of range, just go ahead and keep firing away. Kun does connect in onto him, but poor JJ immediately walking forward. Cuz goes in, looking for the kill. Now Khan from the sidelines. Death marks on him as well as the Ignite. He might go down to the backside. The shields at the last second do keep him alive, but Ambition falls. Inhibitor still standing for the moment, but Crown answers a kill in onto Prey. Now looking for BDD as he dashes himself away. Makes it back to the fountain, but honestly, this looks like this could just be the end of the game. Samsung knocking down that first Nexus turret, second one following suit as Longzhu desperately tries to hold on to the messages of this base. Hextech ultimatum thrown down in onto Gorilla. He'll be taken out by Cuvée as BDD does find Crown.
a monster.
Needs so much more because Ruler is still there, still firing off with that Caitlyn. Cuvée, an absolute monster, as you say, comes up with a double kill, won't even die at the end. And Samsung, in the end, now they can smile. Now they can breathe easy because they do win the series and they do take possession of first place.
In the end, they tried to do too many things here, Longzhu Gaming, with their draft in the last game. I think a Corki or something a bit more balanced in the mid lane to provide true wave clear was what they needed. But then Ambition, with the drafted hand, ganked and ganked to plenty on the top side. That sent the Camille impossibly ahead. No way for Fiora to get back in. Fiora an onlooker as Samsung took turret after turret after turret. And the accumulation of golden items meant the Ruler was under no threat in the backline, was hit by the Death Mark, but no spells, no auto attacks, lived through all of that at the end and was there to last hit the Nexus as well. Longzhu Gaming so close, a bit like KT Rolster were yesterday. Great game one from Longzhu, but in the end, it goes the way of the big gun. It goes the way of the bigger favorite for Worlds, and Longzhu Gaming still have work to do. Are they going to be a playoff team on the balance of this series? Still looking likely. 6-3 in their first round robin. But Samsung Galaxy, with their 2-1 victory, end the first round robin, first place.
Nicely done for these guys. Like I said, something they can actually feel good about, because game 2, nobody should feel good about it except for us, the viewers watching at home, because it was a very entertaining series, but way too crazy for these players to feel rewarded at all after that one. But Samsung first place now. Longzhu in a bit of a rough spot there. Not falling below Afrika, but we could see something similar happen after the next couple games here. Afrika, if they could net themselves a 2-0 victory, would certainly help them out, but they're still a ways away.
Afrika can kind of stabilize the middle of the pack if they're able to win in their second series and move up to 5-match wins. In fact, one of the teams have to. It is the 2 teams with 4-match wins. One will move to 5 and thus only be a match win behind Longzhu as the second round robin opens. So a bit more parity in the middle of the pack after the early start of the season, where it felt like SKT, KT, Samsung, and Longzhu would be kind of the big 4 at the top. Nothing's decided just yet, even though you see some strained faces from the likes of Khan on your screen. Wait and see who the MVP is for the final game. It's probably going to have to be Cuvée. How much work he was able to do. Apologies to Ambition and his great play on Rek'Sai, making us a bit more of a believer in the Rek'Sai in this series after so many people have tried it in the past week or 10 days with, let's say, mixed results at best. Looking over some of the last fights, look how low Ruler falls.
It's
4 Vitals, none of them hit. Ultimate use, only an Ignite, no auto attack. So living through a Grand Challenge and a Death Mark. Of course, an asterisk of nothing on top of that, but both those abilities being used for no kill onto what, a 400 HP. Caitlyn lets you know that, well, this game was very much in the emergency stages for Longzhu Gaming, so not able to close it. Cuvée smiling on your screen. Very likely to be, I believe it's just equal top in the MVP rankings with a victory.
Yeah, he would be tying up against BDD, actually, if it is him. But first, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the damage chart. So Caitlyn handed over yet again to Samsung. Game 1 wasn't really there for Ruler. Game 2 absolutely destroys with it, 26,910 damage. And Cuvée trailing not that far off with the Camille, but he was in a split push, really, for the most part. So the fact that he did that much damage tells you that he was doing some immense work.
And from the side of Samsung, consider that they won this series with Crown not having in any way a great performance, one of his weakest of the season, and yet still Samsung beats Longzhu. In another series where Crown stepped up, would they have just had too much firepower? Would it have been a 2-0? We will never know the answer to that. We do know that Cuvée picks up the MVP, is now equal with BDD, who had plenty of heroics in this particular series. Cuvée, BDD, Crown, top 3 in that round. Ambition here, great pathing, came in, committed to the flash.
I mean, he was the star of games, 2 and 3 there, right at the beginning, just helping get those first bloods coming through, the repeat ganks, just locking everybody down.
But you don't really need that asterisk of right at the beginning, because consider the matchup. It's Camille versus Fiora. It's often decided in the beginning. It's decided when it's still getting going, where the item leads will be both of them building the same itemization, with this being a Trinity Force Fiora. And Ambition did the work when he needed to. It was the bot lane in Game 2. It was the top lane focus in Game 3 in a swingy snowball matchup. Cuvée had an item lead for the rest of these replays when it comes to the 1v1, and then after that kill, pushed up a minion wave and picked up Jhin as well. Happy times for him. It's that final fight that we already saw replayed a moment there as they could not take down Ruler. Shockwave onto a couple. Playing front to back are Samsung as Ruler does not fall. No more initiation for Longzhu. No hope of winning the fight. Base goes down. So do Longzhu in this series.
Tragic ending for these guys. So very close in Game 2, but we go for the split push match there with the Fiora in the top lane, and Khan just getting ganked and then shut down from there. It was a big snowball victory for the side of Samsung in game number 3. They do maintain a spot in the top 5. Longzhu still looking like favorites to make it into the playoffs, but for now, Samsung is your number 1 team in LCK. We'll be finishing out the first round robin at that. So let's go ahead and hear from the MVPs. Today, we'll be throwing over to Steven for the translation.
Thank you very much, Papa and Killer, for a great cast for today's match. And this is Steven for today's translation. And now we're moving into the booth with the winner of today's match, Samsung, who's taking victory of 2-1 score against Longzhu Gaming. And congratulations for you guys. And is a solo MVP for Cuvit. And Dangun is saying that everyone's shouting out your name very loud in the stadium. How do you feel about it? And Cuvit said today's match was very tough for me overall, and I'm very happy that although we had a hard time, we managed to take over the match for today, and he's really happy. And Cloud Templar said, did you actually thought about that you're going to get the solo MVP for today's match? And then Cuvit said that at the third game I kind of predicted, but I'm more happy to be our team to win for today's match. And Dangun said this is the last match for the first round, and you guys managed to finish the first round with the first place. How do you feel about that? And Cuvit, he's really happy to be in the first place, even though in the very short time. And Cloud Templar is saying that, as what you said, the game was very tough. And the opponent, Longzhu Gaming, was very good at gank and also very fierce in overall lane. So, didn't you guys have any trouble during the match? And then Cuvit is saying that overall, when you play League of Legends, when mid lane getting when you get mid lanes getting bad during the game, game's getting tough. But we tried to hold in the second, in the first and second, but we couldn't make it out in the first game. But I think we did a pretty good job in the second and third game. And Dangun is saying that in the second game, it wasn't easy for you guys, although you guys keep pushing and pushing. Weren't you guys kind of worried about the game might turn back to Longzhu Gaming? And Cuvit saying that we kind of want to finish game quickly, but Longzhu Gaming is holding back really tight. And we make some of the mistakes, but we stick as a team, so we made a great result in the second game. And Dangun is saying that we brought some highlight for the game. So what kind of call were going on during this? And then Cuvit saying that the other teammates were going for the Barons, shouting up for Baron, and I told them to keep holding them in the Baron pit, and that's why I go in and finish the game. So basically, you said that just get the Alice and push all the turrets and inhibitor, and Cuvit saying that that's right, that's all it. And Cloud Templar is asking about the Gnar pick because many of the top players are picking Gnar for this day for playing against the Renekton. And what do you think about that? And Cuvit is saying that although Gnar is not that great champs, but it's really good to be a champion that more coming in like Renekton is playing against those kind of champions. Really great pick to be used. And Dangun is asking about the third game, about the opponent picking very aggressive picks in the top and mid lane, picking Fiora and Jett. So why you're thinking to pick as a Camille? And then Cuvit is said that I was looking over the Ben picks, and I think Camille was a pretty good pick to be picked in the first. So that's why I really confident about playing Camille. And Cloud Templar saying that if we say Camille, Camille's like you, Cuvit. And then the Cloud Templar say that, do you think that Camille is a really great pick for this meta currently?
개인 상황에 따라서 다 다르긴 하긴 할 텐데.
And then Cubase says it depends on the Benson pick, but I think it's Camille's really a good pick to be used in this meta.
피오라와 카밀이 구도에서 뭐가 더 좋고 뭐가 더 세냐 이런 것 때문에 지금 많은 팬분들이 또
And now Dangun said many fans of League of Legends are having debates about is that Renekton is good, better, or the Fiora is good.
사람들은 원래 정글 싸움이거든요.
And then now the Cube is saying that our top lane fight is most depend on the jungler.
그냥 정글 차이 잘 안 나.
So this overall game was, I think, it's because of Ambition did really great job on for coming at the top gang. So that really helped. So now they're going back to the looking at the highlight for the third game, getting kill. And Dangun said, did it? Ambition made a call to going in top, and then Cubase said, yeah, Ambition was very confident about getting ganked at that point.
들어온 순간 바로 그냥 이거 잡았다 생각.
And Cloud Temple said, did you see the angle of you getting the solo kill here? And then Cubase said, yeah, definitely. I just saw it when as soon as he comes in with the Q skill.
삼성의 경기를 보면 뭐 영상에도 나오지 뭐 재혁이 형 이러면서
And Dangun saying that recently, when we look over your like insider cam before game start, we can see the you guys talking about Big Brother, Ruler. You guys are very cheer for Ruler. So what's going on inside the booth? And Cube is saying that overall, yeah, Ruler doing really great job. And although he made some sort of mistakes, I think he did a really great job on the third game. And they're having a lot of feedbacks between the games.
게임 시작 전에 설계하고 들어갔다. 3세트에서 어떤 그 상대 뱀픽을 보고 어떤 거를 주요 이제 방향으로 잡고
And Cloud Temple said, what kind of situation were you thinking in the third game before you going into the game? Even during the bans and pick, what kind of call were going on to manage to have what kind of setting that you guys want to fight as playing against Longju? And then the Cube is saying that they don't want to be because the Longju were picking very aggressive in the split, like a bottom and top splitting. So we managed to try not to be play along with them. We try to be play as our style. And Dangun saying that as a last word, there's any message for your fans for today's match?
오늘 경기 팬분들 입장에서 정말 재밌었을 거라고 생각하고.
And Cube is saying that although it was very tough for us, I think all the fans will love to watch our game for today's match. And really thankful to everyone who came here.
MVP 많이 봤던 인터뷰도 들었어요.
And now they're just making jokes about Cube and Dangun say your interview has been improved in previous. Anyway, congratulations for the Samsung for the winning of today's match. And I think that's it for today's match interview. And giving it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Steven. And welcome back. Throwback for Steven. He was here back in 2016.
Yeah, Joel will be missing today and tomorrow's match day, so thank you to Steven for stepping in to give us a bit of insight from Cuvée, who right up there with the MVP alongside BDD.
But whoo, good lord! If you're just tuning in, then you missed one hell of a match. Go back, watch the VODs, because that was a sight to behold.
It also means a lot at the top of the table, Achilles, when we flash over to the rankings, because Samsung has the head-to-head over SK Telecom T1, 2-0 in their first series. Might have been 8 in a row for SKT, but the first one is what holds them back from exiting the first round robin in first spot, as Samsung Galaxy, with that head-to-head, for now at least, is first.
Yeah. See how long they can hold on to that one as we get ready to go into that second round robin, but a very good run here for Samsung. Longju as well, much improved compared to the spring split. Find themselves in that fourth place spot at the moment. Couldn't net third. Needed that victory in order to do so, but we're not done yet. We have another exciting matchup for you here today. Jin Air Green Wings is going to be facing off against the Freak of Freaks. Both of these teams tied up right now around that at that fifth place spot. Winner will take sole possession of that as well.
And the fifth place spot is that all-important one, right? Because fifth place, you're in playoffs, you have a chance of making the final. Sixth spot, you're watching on, wishing you were just that much better. This feels like these are the two teams that are going to decide fifth. It feels like one of these two teams goes to the playoffs, one of them doesn't. And of course, this single match won't do that. They still have a full round robin.
Yeah.
But the results of these two head-to-heads, we'll see it twice. We'll see who gets first blood and gets the first spot towards the finals.
All right, we're gonna go to a quick break. Let the players get settled up in the booth. So we'll be back in about 28 minutes or so. We'll see you then for our second match.
Green Wings. Afrika Freaks. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Eu sou carioca, nasci no Rio de Janeiro, estudava e jogava futebol. A minha grande paixão sempre foi o futebol.
I lost to my body.
Ronaldo always being involved with competition, and I believe that the esports market provides everything that the football at some point provided. So this parallel is really important.
Eu acho que existe muitas similaridades entre o esporte e o futebol.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sings. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's
Today's matchup. Jin Air Green Wings. Afrika Freaks. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Hey guys, welcome back. That break wasn't too bad, all right? In case you're just joining us, I'm Achilles, that's Papa Smithy, and it's time to dive into our second matchup of the night. This time it's going to be Jin Air Green Wings versus the Afrika Freaks. Both teams currently tied for that 5th place spot. Want desperately to have this win before that second round robin begins so that they're just a little bit extra poised to make it into top 5 at the end of the season so they can be in the playoffs.
I mean, both these teams lost to the teams we saw in our first set 2-1 just 2 match days ago. So these teams have been playing the musical chairs. We're the winners because these teams are on the upper edge. And Jin Air and Afrika Freaks both knocking on the door of the top 5. Both of them seem destined to be playing in the wild card match, the first match of the playoffs between 4th place and 5th place. Right now, as it stands, that will be Longzhu Gaming versus Jin Air. But Jin Air and Afrika will finally have a head-to-head after this game, close out the first round robin. One of them will close out the first round robin in the playoffs. The other one will be locked in 6th spot. So a lot on the line here, even if there's a whole round robin to play off.
Yeah. Well, gonna start things off here with these guys, see how they perform. Seems like we're gonna have one hell of a long match night tonight. First series went on for quite a while, but it was wildly entertaining all the way through. But now it's time for Jin Air versus Afreeca, which we fully expect could go all the way to 3 games. Anything other than that would be a pleasant surprise for whichever the victorious team would be. Starting things off over on the blue side will be Jin Air. No alterations to this roster from what you might have come to expect. So, of course, going to be Ixu in the top lane, out there in the jungle. No sign of Raze. Not going to be seeing Soan to start. But that could change if Jin Air were to go down to game number 1.
I mean, people remember Ixu's pentakill in the last series they played, but that was Soan playing in game 1. It was, in fact, Ixu subbing in game 2, picking up the casual Akali pentakill. Very much deserves his starting spot here. He often goes big or goes home, so that's going to be a really fun thing to track. Where will the madness end in this week, Achilles? We've had Mordekaiser, we've had Akali. All the champions are viable. Where's Yorick Mori? I haven't forgotten him. Hoping someone will break out that particular split pusher. It's been all about getting those lane advantages in the top lane in our first series. And speaking of top laners who like to get an advantage, here's Mari.
There's a skin threshold before you can use a champion. It needs X amount of skins. So Yorick going to be unviable for the time being.
It's true. Well, guess what? There's another skin threshold. There's players who have top lane Renekton skins, and there's Marin, who's the only one with that one. Everyone else is using it. Every other team involved in the top is playing with SKT Renekton, but they've got the OG, they've got the original. And Afreeca Freaks been up and down predictably. That is what this roster does. 2 perfect games in the first round robin for Afreeca Freaks, and yet still they have not confirmed themselves as a top 5 team in Korea.
And I mean, it's an odd term to use because of the region, but Afreeca Freaks really is kind of the wild card team that we do have here in the league, where you never really know how they're going to perform. They can either absolutely crush some of the top opposition in the league against all expectations, or they can lose to some of the bottom teams. So very inconsistent is Afreeca Freaks. High ceiling, very much like we say, for the likes of Mickey, who just announced today will not be participating on the ROX Tigers roster moving forward here in summer. But very much like him, high ceiling, but has yet to find that consistency as a squad.
And both these teams will be looking for a little bit more consistency. Whichever team ends up 5-4 overall will be happy. Jin Air, especially coming from relegations to contending from top 5, is a big development for a team that didn't have big roster changes between season, whereas the Afreeca Freaks finished 5th in spring. You could say odds on to finish 5th again, but they still have a battle clearly against Jin Air to get there. Lost to Longzhu, was up and down. The Kassadin play coming through from Kuro won them a game and then kind of fell away in the final one. So the draft is going to be very interesting to track in a week where we've had drafts with basically every champion in League of Legends be considered when it comes to coming on the Rift. As speaking of players, Teddy's been a bit down recently when it comes to 2v2 laning. Jin Air have found a lot harder opposition in the second half of the first round robin. Struggled, but this man is feeling good, feeling smug, because he got an Akali pentakill, the only one of the summer split on Akali, no less.
Yeah. Was a very crazy game, to say the least, but Ixu has been showing up lately, and like you said, Teddy, with that dip, but maybe the recent changes and priority over onto the Jin could have him research, because that was always a pick back during spring where he was excelling, even though Jin Air was falling further and further into that relegation zone, had to go through the promotion tournament, re-qualified for the LCK in summer, but Jin Air and Teddy especially always shined when Jin was on that squad.
These 2 players are number 1 and number 2 in First Blood contribution. And Spirit. Spirit actually eking ahead to number 1, but action always happens around these 2, so it's going to be a very fun jungle matchup to watch. Spirit had a pretty down start to the season, but has been getting it done early in recent games, and really, when he jumps on Lee Sin, has made some very impressive moves as well. So Lee Sin, an important pick on the blue side. Spirit has been able to play a lot of Elise this season, kind of been up and down on it. Still don't really know what Spirit's strongest champion is. Still waiting for that Spirit in Italy to rear its head.
He would tell you it's the Olaf, but I would disagree.
Even he's not playing the Olaf recently. Righteous Glory got a couple of tweaks, and it's probably a little bit nerfed, all things considered. So sad days for Spirit, one of our few Righteous Glory buyers.
Well, I am perfectly happy if we don't see the Olaf from him today. The Lee Sin is also something that we've seen from him from time to time, so could be a very heavily contested pick if it's not banned away. One of those squads should be looking to snatch it up for themselves, but especially would love to get his hands on it. But you can see right there on the bottom of the screen, most banned by opponents. One of those is going to be that Lee Sin.
And finally, we learned that Spirit can play Zac. Played it first pick in their last series after dropping it a couple of series in a row.
Which means that we'll never see it again.
Most likely not. Achilles.
There we go.
It's going to be respect banned on the red side because Umti would for certain play that as well. Even though Umti's Lee Sin has drawn more eyes, Spirit is 5-1 on the Lee Sin, so making it work at least. The Rumble ban feels a bit like a remnant of the past, but it's also a Marin respect ban. Even with some nerfs, Marin would jump on the Rumble if he could, and now double bans going the way of Rumble. I speculated that with Rumble taken down a notch, Renekton would become even more contested as a blind pick top laner, and already double Marin bans for Jin Air Green Wings.
Yeah, nothing too shocking there. Let's just go ahead and follow up with the third one, get rid of that Kennen perhaps as well. For now, though, on the side of Afreeca Freecs, they fire back, take away the Galio, something that we know that Kuro is very happy to pick up for himself, but don't want to give that over as a first pick here for Jin Air. They certainly would take that either for Ixu or Kuzan.
I wonder if Marin's willing to jump on the Gnar. That's another one of his legacy picks.
That's true.
Saw that in our first series. We're not sure if it's just a counter pick to the Renekton or if it will generalize from there. Jin Air setting up for either first pick Caitlyn or potentially a first pick Lee Sin. Lee Sin available. Not contract bound to taking a first pick, but it is a very impressive pick for Umti. The Rek'Sai also will be interesting to see, given that Umti's been playing it a bit, and we saw Ambition excel with it in our first series.
Yeah, games 2 and 3 really helping secure that win, but it's actually going to be the Karma.
Karma priority in Korea feels a little bit disproportionate with other regions. Deficio and other analysts talking about how in other regions Karma's falling through pick and ban, and yet the flex nature of the Karma and some of the tweaks, I would say, for example, Athene's Unholy Grail feels stronger in Karma now that you get free ability power from the mana regen or base mana regen you pick up.
Still, there it is.
There's going to be a big answer here from Afreeca Freecs, and the fact that they can get the Lee Sin, which we mentioned is 5-1 for Spirit, and Braum has been the go-to support, and even in the 2v2 laning phase, as a melee versus ranged, if Karma is to be support, the Unbreakable, one of the best ways to deal with the Mantra Q. So Afreeca put forward a very strong 2 picks on the red side.
Nicely drafted by these guys. So what did Jin Air want to go ahead and take away? We've been seeing Orianna's earlier and earlier, so if Kuzan wants to get his hands on that, could see it come through, but the Taliyah is available to answer for Kuro. And we know that he is more than happy to take that pick. But for now, with its Lee Sin being taken away by Spirit, seems like Umti's just going to go ahead and fall back on that Rek'Sai, as you mentioned, has been playing it.
And even historically, Rek'Sai was always a pretty good matchup into Lee Sin with the Unburrow interaction with the Resonating Strike, the ability to cancel it out with the knock-up with good timing. So happy to go with the Rek'Sai in this scenario. Where the draft goes from here is kind of the most interesting factor. Perhaps we've been wrongly warned of the Corki meta because we've seen surprisingly little Corki in our games today. Varus also thought would be passed up for champions like Jhin, Ashe available as well, but Varus taken over any AD carry, including the Xayah that has been the must-pick recently for Kramer. Was loving it into the Caitlyn when Afreeca Freecs were leaving that open for first pick, but Xayah will be able to just wave clear happily against the Varus, so no concerns there for Afreeca.
The minor nerfs on 7-12, but nothing too damning. Upped cooldown on the W, as well as some quality of life changes. So overall, a little bit weaker, but still a very strong pick. You get her a couple items there. Hyper carry in the late game. We've seen just how much work those Xayahs can do. But into the second round of bans, the Zyra is going to be the first thing taken off the board here. So none of that Zyra Varus nonsense in the bottom lane for Jin Air.
And notice that Afreeca is no longer blind picking Gragas in the first round as a top laner. That was what they were doing on patch 7.11. With the nerfs to the Doran's Ring stacking, feels like Gragas top doesn't have the easy itemization he did before. Triple Doran's Ring into Iceborne Gauntlet. That's kind of the sweet spot of items for a Gragas. Now it feels like before 7.13 comes in and Catalyst Rush becomes a possibility into something like the Abyssal Mask, he doesn't really have a great one-item power spike, or at least some incremental items towards the Iceborne Gauntlet. That means that Gragas is a little bit less contested as a early round pick. Still in the jungle is fine, but top lane, less of a possibility. Focusing on the bans, Corki ban does come out on the side of Afreeca Freecs. It was a pretty common pick for Kuro on the Rocks Tigers. given they haven't drafted a top laner this far, you would imagine they're last picking for Marin, which hasn't been their recent trend. You need a safe blind pick somewhere, and with Orianna taken off the board, Cassiopeia, for Kuro especially, is a pretty good pick.
So where does Kuzan want to go to try to answer this one?
Could still be playing the Karma as a possibility.
That's true.
No
Shields.
guarantees on that one. They double ban support, so Freaka suspecting it's going to be a mid lane Karma.
Shields have been nerfed, but still could help mitigate that damage coming through from the Cassiopeia in the mid lane.
With a blind pick required, the Kennen that we saw Huni flounder on yesterday is going to be locked in for the side of Ixu. I thought he might have gone for the Jace that he was doing some great work on earlier in the season and does so well against the Cassiopeia in particular. Not feeling confident enough to go for the Jace. It looks like they were correct in their suspicions when it came to where the Karma is going. And just wave clear happily against the Cassiopeia. Ooh. And Alistar, the last second switch over, so Thresh has always been a standby for Snowflower, but he will be respecting the lead of Gorilla and actually jumping onto the Alistar against the Freak of Freaks.
All right, well, melee versus melee there in that bottom lane. Both of them going to be having stuns as well. So could have a pretty feisty bot lane fight coming through.
Cool thing about Alistar against Xayah is that you can just headbutt her out, and she doesn't have mobility or the ability to really catch up to fights. So displacement can be super strong against Xayah from her doing damage in fights where she really struggles, is staying in them. And despite the look at the Gragas, it still will be Gragas from Marin. Got the information that he'll be laning against the Kennen, can go Spirit Visage largely and be pretty happy. But the early itemization will be very interesting to track. Will it just be Doran's Ring and Doran's Shield into items? Will it be another hodgepodge? We're not really sure. With Catalyst not a realistic option until Abyssal Mask builds out of it. I'm interested to see where Marin takes the Gragas that has been his main top lane pick recently.
Maybe he says screw it, still goes for the budget Rod of Ages. I doubt we'll see that one, but
see, it was a budget Rod of Ages before. Now it's a rinky-dinky Rod of Ages. Not a great one, Achilles.
A rinky-dinky
That's right, it's rinky-dinky. It's a really bad budget situation. You spent all your money on McDonald's and you have a couple of cents left for a full meal.
I don't think I've heard that term in a while, so bringing something back.
You haven't seen 3 Doran's Rings like this ever before.
Oh dear. All right, well, either way, 5th versus 5th right now. Tied up matchup. Jin versus the Freak of Freaks. We'll see who can take the lead here in game number 1. Set themselves up for that match point and try to close it out with a 2-0. It's going to be a hard-fought one either way from what we can expect. So let's go ahead and jump onto the rip for game number 1. And still hanging out here Wednesday night. That'll be 9 p.m. in Korea, and that's a nice little cheerful.
It's a sick cheerful.
Tucson enjoying some apple juice by the look of it.
Who was missing from that? That was Mowgli on there. Didn't catch who was missing from it. I think there was only 5 people resembled, but fans on both sides having to wait a while as our first series went extra long, and we're starting at 8:55 local time. For our second series, could definitely go 3 matches Achilles. Freak of Freaks until recently exclusively played 3-match series, and Jin Air Green Wings are no stranger to it either. Everyone's having fun with the different chromas and skins for Alistar recently. It's the Moo Alistar, I believe.
It's a great skin. Just as long as they're not spamming the cowbell.
That's a Lee Sin thing.
That was a fun trend on the subreddit for a while.
Was it a worrying one?
Yes. I was worried for everyone's sanity, including my own. Because it was all just cowbell remix.
Couple of Doran Shields this game, less of course than previously with the changes on 7-12. Ixu not feeling confident enough to go for a color or Doran's Blade. That would definitely be the Marin or Smeb school of thought.
Wants to start things off nice and safe, has that Doran Shield to help mitigate that damage coming through. We'll find Marin, get a couple of hits in.
It's amusing that now the very hard leash is a common thing, and thus Spirit's small leash is actually conspicuous. and how little help he got. Cassiopeia not very useful in throwing leashes over the wall, and end result is that Spirit will have a slower jungle pace and potentially be lower health for a gank.
Also spotted out so they can track him. Do the nice ward thrown down.
Much more shallow vision from the side of Afreeca Freecs when it comes to information on what is up to.
Keep things a bit more hidden for him. See if he can come up with any surprise ganks like we saw from Ambition in games 2 and 3.
He's now jumping over to potentially contest the blue buff. Could have done a couple of different things. Ganked bot lane, taken the Rift Scuttler, or invaded. Choose the invade route.
We'll spot him out here. Has the Emperor ready to go. Pops him up. Spirit, does he flash away? Has the ward hop, and MT doesn't want to pursue any deeper.
First roam from Snowflower. Access to level 2, so she could have his suite of CC available. How much of a contest will we see from Rek'Sai? Already leashed the blue buff.
So this one up, Snowflower here to help out. Smite about to be available for both of these junglers as Tucson now walks around. Spirit coming back in, goes low, but MT will take it away in the end. Doesn't even have to use a Smite.
Yeah, headbutt used smartly by Snowflower to stop any of the concussive blow stacks coming down, and lane pushed in meant this was a possibility for Jhin. A nice multi-step plan for them. Is called as track, and in the mid lane, Kuzan doing the Karma mid lane things against Kuro.
And chunking out that Cassiopeia rather early. MT is wrapping around mid, potentially looking for a gank, but spotted out on a ward on that ramp, so he'll just have to go back into the jungle and continue clearing out because he has that entire top side that he can still take. Now Spirit and Ixu finding each other. He'll pop off the wall, but the Resonating Strike is there to follow up. Slows him with the Tempest, but Ixu is out of there with the Lightning Rush.
If you missed the last series that Jhin Air played, look, they went down to Samsung, but the fact that they took a game with the surprise top lane pick, and from there were able to, make it contest in Game 3. It was largely Samsung's game to lose, but the Baron buff steal coming through from Umti and Teddy was the one that pulled that one out. But the fact that it wasn't just a 2-0 was an important step forward for a Jhin Air team that we're still finding it pretty hard to evaluate. They're clearly a lot better than they were in spring, but the question is, are they better in the context of as good as Afreeca, as good as Samsung, as good as the top 2? That's the part we're still learning about. So for them to really make a series of it was good to see. And this is another important match where they're against, as we've mentioned a couple of times already, the team they're most likely to be playing off against for one of those top 5 spots, to make it to playoffs. So showing up in this series is a really important thing for Jhin Air.
Smite out there, MT. Taking away the Raptors, and Spirit struggling to find some camps at this point.
Well, he's dealing with mid lane and bot lane priority, even top lane. It's 3 lanes pushing in for against the Afreeca Freecs. So all Afreeca can really do is avoid skill shots and try and give up the minimum. Big loser in that regard will be the jungler, because he just does not have his lanes in positions to be able to react.
They'll go into the back, so nice deny on the minions here in the mid lane by Kuzan. He'll start things off with a nice little lead. Already building in for that Chalice. TP out here from Mixu, comes back in, has the Vamp Scepter completed.
Dark Seal and the refillable first purchase from Marin, so maybe not even a second Dorrance of any description.
Maybe this will be the new standard if we continue to see that top lane Gragas.
Could also consider buying more than one Dark Seal.
That's true. Maybe you get 3 Dark Seals instead of 3 Doran's rings.
It's possible.
It's still 3 rings.
It's true.
My God, we figured it out. Nope, maybe we haven't. Cloth armor instead.
I'm saying it's a possibility, right? You could go there. Don't get the same value out of it as Singed, and Singed kind of has to go into it, otherwise he just gets rolled in lane. So prefers to just work his way towards the Ninja Tabi.
There's somebody that fell off a cliff. Singed. He's here at the start and then just kind of quietly disappeared into the shadows.
Hey, if the Camille blind pick meta continues going, Achilles, who knows?
That's true.
That was the one pick people played around with, was Singed into Camille.
Now she doesn't have the sustain. Maybe the Singed will make a resurgence. Very much like the Zed potential there with Corki.
Again, my favorite thing is that rock, paper, scissors. There's always something that's out of the meta that does well into the new meta, and we don't have a settle the meta recently, and in League of Legends in general, with how often Riot patches. You get to see cool things like Singed come out of nowhere.
Coming out of nowhere, comes up over the wall.
Karma was...
But Kuro can go ahead and peel back.
And Karma was forced so far back that no kill pressure onto Kuro that time. With 3 pushing lanes, Kuro not having to flash in the first 7 minutes is a mini victory for Afrika, and gold lead is 1100, largely from just minions. But the accumulation of every single role winning, and also even the jungler losing out on camps, is going to be to the tune of 1,000 gold early.
Nice way to start things here for Jin Air. Keeping it up is going to be the challenging thing, though. Priority around the bot side might be lackluster a bit due to the Cloud Drake start. So maybe pay a bit more attention towards the top side. See, just taking away these Raptors yet again with a bit of help from Kuzan and a very big roam from Snowflower.
Been called by Spirit, you'd have to imagine to say, hey, I can't actually get access to my jungle. I want my red buff. I want as much as possible. Roamed up with the Braum, and if Braum is there and there's an over-aggressive move by Umti, that could be definitely a kill with the concussive blows. So don't mind the roam, and didn't really cost Xayah too much in bot lane.
Fantastic trade here for Kuzan. Jukes back on the poison and just lays it in onto Kuro.
Was it a trade though, Achilles? It's more just getting hit in the head with a baseball bat.
He took a little bit of damage. It's not an even trade.
No.
It's like Kuro's really bad at bartering.
Snowflower going for a walk as well. Those boots of mobility. Well, if boots of mobility, Braum, and Alistar aren't going to give us any action in the early game, we may be short of action for a while.
Seems like it's just Jin Air winning out as far as CS is concerned. That's about it. So, I mean, general update for the chat, actually. Papa Smithy finally watched Saving Private Ryan.
I did. I finally saw Saving Private. We had a movie night.
It only took years and years.
19 years after release, I believe. 2000, was it 98?
98 or 99, yeah. I believe it's 98.
19 years then. It was good. It felt like every Call of Duty campaign put together.
That's an insult. Well, that's going to be a flash knock up here coming through from Umti. Kuro's still going low. One more hit would do it. He's got the ultimate, the Void Rush. Takes him down, first blood over to Jin Air.
You always forget that ultimate, factoring it in with the missing health damage. Easy kill cleanup by Umti. First blood of the game is on to Kuro. His flash is now down. Sort of thing I might have expected a few minutes ago. But netting the kill starts to up the pace from the perspective of Jin Air.
It was 98. My memory served me correct.
It does sound like an insult, but Call of Duty did crib very liberally over many years from that movie. And it's one of those situations where you see the inspiration after the fact. Same with Blade Runner for me. So definitely could appreciate it. Some excellent filming. Some great angles, especially for the Normandy landing, but can't help but, you know, feel like you've seen some of it before.
That whole sequence is just breathtaking. I think at the time, one of the most expensive starts to a film ever.
A lot of people threatening, but no real action. Umti has been the big benefactor, though. Spirit really can only just clear camps and hope things get better with these lanes. That's the third Raptor camp in a row that Umti's been able to contest and take away. So much golden experience.
Yeah, this is really brutal. I mean, granted, it does contribute a lot to the CS lead that you can see for Umti over Spirit, given just how many Raptors there are, but still, it's going to be significantly up in gold at the moment, especially with that first blood bonus coming through.
But we're getting closer and closer to the what's next question, because sure, they're getting a incremental goldie that's going up 500 every 3 or 4 minutes, but no attention to a Drake or to the Rift Herald yet. Some good vision around the red side, but nothing to profit, or no turret dives onto the Gragas either. And the late game, the team fighting will go pretty landslide the way of the Afrika Freaks. So it's on Jin Air to continue to match the pace they've started, but if you have flash down on the mid laner and also pretty extensive vision around the red side jungle of Afrika to the point where you've taken 3 Raptor camps, what's the next step is what Jin Air needs to look at, and that's actually profiting from this vision and considering something like a Rift Herald start, which, sure, they don't have the most damage from their mid laner especially, but they need to make more than just what they're putting together so far.
Well, Umti will go ahead and start this one up. It is warded out. Spirit starting to work his way over here, as is Tucson. All in vision. Do they get the peel back? Marn is also wrapping around towards that tri-brush that they could collapse in, and it seems like Umti will go ahead and back off.
Oh, its leash range pretty insane. It's going to releash now.
Let's go ahead. That'll just be the stop onto that one. So, I mean, well, we answered the question of what's next, but nothing comes of it.
Weren't able to combine the start with something like a Gragas back timing and the cannon walking down to help. So the solo was not going to happen. No control ward in the inventory. Another one of these rejuve beads in the inventory, though.
Feels amazing.
Does it, though?
Tiamat on the way.
Tiamat later is also kind of strange from Umti. It lets him turret dive better, but they haven't been looking for turret dives. To me, the only reason you rush Cinderhulk is because you're ready to start diving everything with your mountain of HP, compared to Tiamat, where you're ready to skirmish. And given how often he was in the face of Spirit, you'd think he'd want to skirmish. It's a nice interrupt with the Unburrow.
Yep, that's going to be the denial that we were talking about. Nice little interaction. So MT showing some prowess here with that Rek'Sai pick. Really earning this one. And, well, Kuro, he's having a really bad time. Barely misses getting hit by that final Inner Flame, but Kuzan, CS lead. Dean's already completed. Just continuously shoving in the Cassiopeia. It does have that innate sustain built in and everything stacking up, so like you said, a bit of a ticking time bomb out of that mid lane, but for now, some really good pressure being applied.
There's immediate power on the side of Jin Air and stacking and delay from the side of Afrika. Speaking of Afrika, Spirit's top, but it's still cannon, so a bad time is had.
He's like the wind.
Guys are wondering, the Cannon Nurse that are on Reddit right now will be going into effect in a couple of weeks' time when we hit patch 7.13. So on-hit Cannon still at relatively full strength. Another couple of weeks to enjoy this. Feels amazing.
Deficio cries.
I just want some AP Cannon, Achilles.
Well, then he'll really not be happy.
Well, I mean some buffs and then some AP Cannon. Not AP Cannon on this current cannon. Marin was the first offender of this on-hit cannon in Korea.
Knock up yet again there from MT. Has a tunnel. Himself out to safety.
Another scenario where Rek'Sai has good deep vision. They have a low turret in top side. They could be trying to guarantee first brick or first blood turret in top lane right now, and that's why Rek'Sai is walking up.
Marin low on mana here. There's a bit more. But can only clear out so many waves and we'll have to go back to base. The TP is available for him, but could put him at a bit of a disadvantage because Ixu, I mean, he's perfectly fine to go ahead and stick around for a while.
He'd love play the Ruin King so he could at least start having some sort of kill pressure on Marin, not even a little bit of one here. Catalyst is going to be the build, which I mentioned will be a bigger build in the future. For now, still being opted into by Marin.
Yeah, and has the gold for the Blasting Wand as well. So he's got a little bit more oomph behind those barrels. Try to trade back some damage, clear out these waves a bit more consistently, and try to catch up in CS, because right now he's down by 20.
Wait, Marin's going to build a Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Marin, we asked the question of where you're going to go with the build. He wanted the Catalyst. There's no Abyssal Mask. That's a change in 7.13. So he's going to build a Rod of Ages from the top lane on Gragas. Interesting.
This is classic.
It's classic Marin, that's for sure.
Classic Gragas. You know, when he was in the mid lane.
Rod of Ages Spirit Visage was a build for about half second in the top lane as well. After the first Gragas rework, where he didn't have a 1 AP ratio on his ult anymore. We can bring back the old adage, Achilles, of, well, Rod of Ages is going to cash in at 26 minutes. So maybe do stuff before then, Jin Air, with your 3 pushing lanes.
Well, they're looking for it. He still takes a lot of damage, as it turns out. Slicing Maelstrom comes down, but really nice explosive cask. We'll take Ixu out of there before the stun can come through.
Still Gragas, as it turns out.
Yeah. You know, still has those all the same abilities, no matter what items he builds.
Needs to delay. Jin Air, with this big advantage, still hasn't really pushed anything.
Snowflower face checking will get popped up. Throws down the ultimate. Won't be able to get a stun out here. Do trade a little bit back here on the two-zip, looking for a little bit more. Headbutt Pulverize comes through, exhaust down onto Teddy as they try to kill the Braum. Goes low, still don't have the stun. And he's able to flash his way out to safety.
The trade that goes the way of Jin Air, but what's next has been our question since early in this game. That small gold lead has continued at the same pace up to 2,000. at this point in the game. Still waiting for Ixu to break the top lane turret. We know it's super low. Items are there. Now has the Black Cleaver. Harass onto Marin's getting there, but Afreeca might actually be stealing from under the noses of Jin Air, the first objective of the game.
Yeah. We go ahead, take away that Cloud Drake. So nothing of, nothing too bad here for the side of Jin Air. You lose out on that one. Next one will be an Ocean spawning in about 23 minutes. But getting the first brick, that's going to be the big thing here for Ixu, for Jin Air. If he can finish this one off, you can see that he is chunking out onto Marin pretty consistently. The sustain just trying to keep himself alive, but already has chugged through both of those potions. Kuro on the roam up, as is Spirit, but he's got Umti to back him up. As they walk in, they will find this control ward to clear that out. Marin's going to go ahead and body slams in. Yeah, kicks him to the side. Petrifying Gaze not going to connect, and Umti is going to take a little ride up through the wall.
Yeah, able to dodge both the Miasma and the ultimate, neither of which had massive value on him. Gets out. It's a big investment by Afreeca. Doesn't get anything out of it. Kuzan gets a bit of damage on the mid lane turret as well. Even if we're still waiting for these turrets to go down, certainly standing gold, very soon to be claimed by Jin Air, and Afreeca with that investment do not come out with anything.
Yeah. Push through quite a bit. The flash down from Marin, especially the big one, that they do miss out on. So now Ixu just going to keep pushing forward, just has to be worried about where Spirit's at. They don't have any deep vision inside of that red side jungle at the moment. Afreeca Freak, so he is obscured. Well, he was. Now he walks down towards the Raptors and is spotted as the pings come through, but just a couple more hits here for Ixu.
I mean, this game could not be any more the exact adage of scaling versus immediate power. Look at the builds from Afreeca. Marin, Rod of Ages. Kuro, Rod of Ages tier. As Spirit
damage.
Some sick damage.
Now they're coming through. Umti getting ready to join in. Doesn't have the tunnel to make it over the wall, but might not even need it as Spirit goes very low, and the final Mantra Q will take him down. Kuzan now with the tether. They won't be able to get in on top of Kuro. Has the flash and the cleanse available, but that opens up for Ixu to go ahead and shove down that turret. First brick over to Jin Air, stretching that gold lead a bit further. 3.4 thousand now in the lead.
And the reason why those items are significant, also Essence Reaver from Kramer, is that everyone has building blocks for Afreeca. Immediate power for Jin Air. They should win every skirmish at this point in the game. That's why it's good to see them walking up, taking trades. They are set up to win basically every scenario at this point in the game.
Can't quite finish off the turret, but they get it dangerously low. So a second one very soon on the way here for the side of Jin Air. So good moves coming through. Still, though, the time bomb scaling of Afreeca Freaks is something that has to be taken into consideration. But for now, Jin Air seem to be doing all the right things.
A draft like this is kind of, when we're all at 3 items, let's hope we have inner turrets still up, is kind of where you're at. You're willing to surrender things like outer turrets, the Rift Herald, you've probably given up on that as well. But around the 30-minute mark, there'll be a lot of power on Afreeca Freaks as they close in on 3 items. So we're really judging what Jin Air can get done before those items are completed, and picks onto them will also accelerate that time.
Slob comes through. Glacial Fissure will be flashed away from by Kuzan. And you can see even just a second tick on the Mantra is enough to kill the back line.
Well, you do hit those higher AP numbers now, regardless of build.
He's just got a death cap.
Yeah, I mean, he can go from the death cap. He can even go back and pivot back into something like the Ardent Sensor or start working towards other items, given the fact that he also picks up ability power from sources he wouldn't before. Worth noting that Karma was nerfed on this patch. The AoE shields are now 20% weaker than they were before.
Yeah, and the base for your own shielding is also reduced. But when you have that much AP, it's kind of hard to feel the difference.
It's still a whole hell of a lot, as it turns out. It does mean that Umti can happily go Black Cleaver, maybe even pick up a Tiamat from here, and have also the AoE shields to keep him topped up in fights.
Hunting here for Spirit. We'll get found out as that ward comes down, but he's got the sweeper to go ahead and clear that one away.
Drake spawns in a minute 45. It's an Ocean. It's not ideal for Jin Air, given the fact that they still run the map. They'll wonder how they didn't pick up the first Drake, but at this point it's all about pushing forward. They have 1 turret down. They're rotating around mid. They have it low. Love to see some of the vision they have on the top side be translated into some movements around the blue side, and happy days, they do that. And that's a second turret for Jin Air Green.
Moving forward as steadily as possible. Ixu shoving all the way up towards this tier 2 in the top lane. Has some decent vision coming through here from the rest of his team to try to keep him safe, but even then, a bit risky to try to play around this far up. Let's see, Marin coming over the wall. The body slam will just clip him, placing Maelstrom thrown down. We'll find the stun, and Marin won't be able to knock him in with the explosive cast for any further follow-up.
He didn't want to find Kennen so early because the rest of his team was still coming, although he catches up.
Oh, but he'll just go ahead and boop him to the side. Ixu with the lightning rush gets himself to the other side of that explosive cask.
Rift Herald was not picked up with all that control for Jin Air in the early game, it's worth noticing.
They tried, but it wasn't enough. Now turret under siege here. Kramer firing away. Snowflower nearby, and Spirit on the backside will be spotted out by the ward as he clears that out.
Top lane is recall into the bot lane. Laning focus from Ixu predictably, gone for the Frozen Mallet second. So chase down the Gragas, who is getting closer and closer to outpacing the damage though. Iceborne Gauntlet will still be the item, but went for the actual Rod of Ages, the rich man's Rod of Ages, into Iceborne Gauntlet.
I think it's luxurious at this point. Snowflower, though, gonna mess up the combo.
Maybe back to the practice tool after that one.
Even after the changes they made so very long ago, where you can just buffer it. How embarrassing.
That's a different game, Achilles.
Sorry.
Yeah, actually trading pressure now, which, again, given the early game, it felt like the trades should never really been able to be opted into. You see Afreeca just casually walking top side and trying to take down the turret. Meanwhile, Omti, against the run of the game, is also looking to get a second Drake on the board for the Afreeca Freaks. And one item's become two item for Afreeca, it's worth noticing. It's Teleport coming in, Marin style.
Yeah, Marin wrapping around the backside. Kuzan here. Body slams forward, not going to find Kuzan. Hits him into the wall, and Spirit does land that Sonic Wave to go in for the Resonating Strike. Kuzan going low. Can he get a shield onto himself in time? Looks like it's still not going to be enough, as he will fall. Afreeca Freaks finally put a kill on the board. Spirit picking that one up.
But how much does it mean with 40-second death timer? They have good Baron damage with Xayah and Cassiopeia, but they feel like this is not the right time to try and pull off. They don't have control wards to get exclusive vision over the Baron. They see that Ixu is still in the top lane, or the bot lane I should say. The only way to get there would be to use his teleport, and Marin teleported already, so wants to try and draw it out, but they won't start the Baron to draw out a teleport, and the end result, just a minion wave pushed in by Ixu.
Getting further and further ahead where he can. All that gold that he's collecting, we'll see what the next item is going to be. Arcane sometimes what we see from the on-hit cannon, but it can really go either which way at this point. Maybe something like the Wit's End to help mitigate the damage from Kuro in the late game.
Even a Phantom Dancer to be a bit more of a 1v1 battler. It's the last patch we'll have where the full impact of the Hurricane is there for Kennen, just like Caitlyn. In 7-13, he won't be able to just get endless Mark of the Storm procs, or passive procs with the Hurricane. But just a Zeal, he'll work it out later. But again, it feels like Afreeca are finally getting there. It's going to be 10 stacks on both Rod of Ages in just under a minute. 3 items on Kramer is really their true go button, and they're getting there. Findy Edge will be completed in about the next 7 minutes, you'd have to think. And I was right about the build, by the way. Kuzan went Death Cap and then Ardent Sensor, so he's going to be getting extra ability power with the mana regen on that item. We kind of come full circle, because if you remember, the original Karma passive was to get ability power, free ability power from, I want to say, health? I forget. It was a long, long time ago, original Karma. But she used to get ability power on her regular passive, and now itemizes so naturally into Athene's that there's bonus ability power coming all over the Rift. I think it was, when she was low in HP, she got ability power. It was a weird passive.
I'm trying to remember her original abilities, because they were a bit different.
She had a fan on her Q.
Yes.
Tether was still there. Shield was still there.
Yeah, it was the Q that changed. Right.
And it healed. She was a weird champion. She still is. But Jineo, while we're speaking about old Karma, are just pushing straight up top lane.
Yeah, but they run out of minions rather quickly. Kramer can clear those out.
It's at the same time as Kennen's getting this sort of run of bot lane as he wants. Even without vision, they see all of Afrika, so Ixu can keep pushing up, free autos onto Marin. Trying to balance the waves, pushing it at the same time. See Cassiopeia has been forced to recall. Don't see Karma yet, who'll show her face in just a second.
How long can Jin Air really keep at this? Seems like they all decided as a team to go ahead and back off. It's not that sustainable. They're not really gaining anything in that top side of the map.
I mean, the big problem is that they don't have 5 control wards, or not everyone has a control ward down, so there's no fallback Baron or fallback control into a face check from Afrika coming at this point. They need the control wards. We see many more in the inventory now. They work it out, but you kind of need to be one step ahead, not one step behind when you're playing the vision game and recreating a scenario where they have bot lane and top lane both pushing in relative safety to then put down control wards. Will take a bit of time for Jin Air to set up again.
Baron vision starting to become priority here for both of these teams. Control ward thrown down by Snowflower. But it seems like Afrika can just go ahead and very swiftly clear this one out. Does not have another one to place. Getting into a position to sneak that one away would be very challenging for either side, so I don't think it's going to be the biggest concern at the moment. For now, Afrika just wants to actually find a turret. Flash away there from Teddy. Himself safe, and he'll just go ahead and try to sustain back up.
Seen Marin throw casts over the wall like that before and pick up big advantages. They do get double the summoner and also the cleanse out of Teddy. And his QSS to good use at the same time. Afrika also pick up a turret in the top lane. The gold lead still has not ballooned. It's about 4,000 gold at this point in the game, and Jin Air continue to just trade with Afrika, who had their items basically all together.
Uh-oh. Kuzan. He's turned in the corner, sees a Braum, flashes right back. Keeps himself alive, but has to use the summoner spell. And this is still just happening.
Yep. So pushing up lanes that are answered by Marin, who did not go for Iceborne Gauntlet, went for the Frozen Heart, which, as you can see, is going to be very useful against the build from Ixu.
We also got the Hurricane. So, yep, wave shoves very fast for the cannon. But, yeah, I missed the last game top lane matchup. That was much more interesting.
You a bigger fan of the Camille versus Fiora?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Wow.
At this point, this is basically a wet noodle fight.
Not as close to that. Even the turret's not taking any real damage.
You just can't walk up for it.
Nope. And Afrika are basically at the point where they can opt into fights. So, kind of game where you feel like Jin Air will finally get a 5v5 fight, force it, and then bad things will happen. Marin getting more and more powerful. Soon to be at 3 items. Ceres and Rod of Ages complete. There's the Infinity Edge, and, well, I think it's time for Afrika Freaks to walk up and force a 5v5 because they're feeling pretty good about them right now.
Yeah, let's go start the Mountain Drake. Nice juicy objective on the map at the moment, but not really any vision down that side for the Afrika Freaks, so this is actually going to be started up by Jin Air. Kuro wraps around to see this, and maybe that's enough for the interrupt. Tucson now pushing forward, trying to get those concussive blows procking. Won't be able to do so as the Chain of Corruption does come out from Teddy, locking them in.
Tucson used to stand aside, or the W, and gave the snare over to Marin.
Oh yeah, that's going to be the explosive cast, just pinned into the wall, even with the slicing Maelstrom. The stun's not going to be enough. Kramer puts a second kill on the board now for Afrika. One for him, one for Spirit.
Was the fight that Afrika wanted? Only 1 kill, but they're going to turn to the Mountain Drake.
Oh, that was damn close by Kuzan. Doesn't come up with the steal. Does get taken out by Kramer.
Spirit didn't want to smite. Almost had it stolen away. Afrika going to run top. Will they actually consider anything around the Baron? Not taking out the smite and not having vision around the area? The answer is no. But another pick, and with this Cassiopeia and also Kramer hitting critical mass on the Xayah, Baron is definitely on the menu. The next skirmish victory for Afrika. Somehow we got spring season / the last 3 years of Jin Air in this game, where they got ahead, didn't know what to do, didn't play aggressive enough, and potentially got outscaled, Achilles.
Yeah, it's kind of looking that way.
They almost lasted a full round robin. Almost.
There's still the rest of the series. God knows we'll get current Jin Air in game 2. And then we'll get more of this in Game 3. They'll all go to 50-plus minutes. We'll set a new summer record for the second time today. And we'll leave around midnight. There won't be any taxis to get home.
I'm ready for that, Achilles. That is an eventuality I can live with, as Ixu has to watch his turret go down. You looked at today's matches, and 6 games was definitely one of the first thoughts you would have had. Another 2.5 hours of League of Legends action I'm very much looking forward to. Hopefully it's more heavy on the action part and not just the League of Legends.
Yeah, if it has that, you know, then it's fine. Oh dear. Oh, okay, never mind. Lightning Rush. Takes insane.
Now Xayah showed him bot lane, so Umti at minimum can clear wards. They won't turn on to Baron. Jinair's Baron damage is pretty woeful unless Ixu can be there. He won't be able to be there.
Let's slow things down pretty considerably. But yeah, right now, somewhere around a kill every 8 minutes. Nice little ratio there. Flash body slam coming through from Marin. Fine Gaze not going to connect, and the explosive cast just pins Teddy into the wall, throws out that chain of corruption. And Kramer will still get locked down, but he's still very safe on the sidelines. Umti poking in with the Prey Seekers. You can see the wraparound from Ixu actually decides to just go ahead and back off. Sees the fight is disengaged and wants to get some hits in onto this turret. But Marin is very nearby, and it seems like Ixu might not come up with much.
See if he can walk up. He doesn't actually have any backup, but Ixu doesn't have full information on that. Jinair at the same time, turn on to Baron.
They know he doesn't have TP, actually, so this is really smart by Jinair if they can pull this one off.
Cassiopeia backed as well. This is a crucial time for Jinair.
Ixu can join in onto this one. They poke out Kramer. So the vision gets cleared on the backside of the pit, but Jinair, they're not sticking to this one. Instead, they're just kind of hovering around.
They don't trust Snowflower to be able to interrupt Spirit.
Seems like if the Baron is getting dangerously close, they're going to have to do something. Seems like the answer is going to be to retreat, as the Baron will go ahead and just heal right back up. Double root comes through for Kramer. And, oh, I was getting excited.
I mean, the first call seemed really smart from the side of Jinair Green Wings, as you say, with the teleport and with Cassiopeia backing. But they didn't trust in trying to complete it. And there was no good flank teleport ward for Kennen to come in the back line, so they kind of get the minimum from what was a great situation for them. They will get this inner turret, but they're looking for a game breaker, and they don't get that in that scenario.
Pushing forward, looking for Kramer. Snowflower right in on top, and headbutts him back in. Pulverize coming through, and that's just going to be the first one going down. Teddy, as the goal gets picked up here for Kuro. Umti dangerously low. A couple more shots from the Baron would take him out. He has to hightail it. Now Afreeca, they're just going to go ahead and start this one up. Snowflower, I mean, had the engage, had Kramer, what you would have thought would be dead to rights, but just could not find the lethal damage, and now it's going to be Baron going over to Afreeca Freaks.
They thought they had the pick, but the rest of Afreeca was there looking for another pick. Speaking of, onto Kuzan. No ultimate for Marin.
Cask, so it seems like he might be able to walk out of this one with his life. Spirit goes forward, helps take down Snowflower. Another kill over to Afreeca. It seems like they might just be able to break this turret. Yeah, Ixu, nothing that he can do even with the Hurricane. They'll push in, get rid of that final outer turret. Now they're looking for inners.
So yet so far it feels like Jinair Green Wings, the draft made sense. The early game, they got to a spot, but from that spot they did not know how to move forward any further. Another team drafting this on-hit Kennen, getting advantage, but not knowing how to play around them. End result is the items are there for Afreeca. The one engaged by Jinair fails. Now Baron buff to Afreeca Freaks. And Jinair looks like they're out of ideas. Now we'll watch this. They went for this all-in. Featherstorm first, dodge the engage. And as Kramer's walking back, here's Marin. Here's the rest of Afreeca. Huge Glacial Fissure. And then Jinair's kind of caught all over the place, unable to fight against the damage of mid to late game Cassiopeia and Xayah. And the cleanup of Baron was good from Afreeca Freaks.
Yeah. Said Pulverize was Glacial Fissure actually from Tucson, knocking everybody up. So a bit of the other way around. Petrifying Gaze did catch Snowflower there. So the follow-up, a bit rough from him. But now just 1,000 gold down are the Afreeca Freaks, but they're looking for more. They still have a Baron buff, and they're hunting for Ixu. And it looks like they'll be able to catch him.
Yep, they even hit the ult. Very nice, bro.
All right, it's just going to be the solo kill.
Uses cleanse, just a party cleanse there. Could have had someone else clean up the fight, but didn't want to risk it. They'll take the minion wave in bot with Baron buff, push it up as well. Same time, Gragas is top lane. Marin looking for a teleport ward. They'll also bring up the minion wave in the mid lane, and Freaky Freaks look like they know what to do in this scenario, Kilios, and you can't say that about Jin Air when they were in control of the game.
They had a sudden moment of clarity, and they understood everything that needed to happen. As they claw that gold lead pretty much back to even, 5-2 in kills. 4-4 in turrets, so they've tied that up. And now they're looking for an Elder Dragon, so 2 buffs, not the greatest, but Cloud and Mountain going to be amplified.
I like to feel like a Freaky Freaks will always play at minimum a certain percentage of a perfect game. So far they've had 2 true perfect games, but there's always little passages of plays, especially in game 1s, where you're like, man, Freaky Freaks is really good. And they very rarely can keep that together for a whole game, let alone a whole series. But just as they brought up 3 minion waves, everything clicked into place. They caught the cannon. That was great to see from Afreeca, and it's sort of forethought and also macro knowledge that Jin Air was not able to roll with when they were in control.
Well, making all the right moves as they pick up the Elder Dragon. So like I said, just the 2 stacks, but now they can go ahead and force some fights where they need to. They have swung the gold into their favor. Ooh, just dictate the pace of the game for the air.
Super tanks in the front of the Xayah, that's for sure, and also our first Zeke's Convergence coming through from Braum. This item, no longer is it about giving free stats over to your allies. Basically, if Braum uses the Glacial Fissure, there's going to be that big slowing AoE, I guess kind of like a Slicing Maelstrom. And in that, people will be slowed. Also, targets that are attacked will take bonus magic damage from, I would imagine, Kramer is the person who's going to attach it to. So basically, it's, hey, if you dive Xayah, she's going to Feather Storm, turn around and kill you. So seems like a pretty good item for this scenario.
Yeah, not bad. Well, just going to be split push here, top and bottom side. The 2-3. As Kramer and Tucson just keep pushing through. Seems like they're going to be able to knock down that inner turret. Bot in him, almost exposed. A couple more shots. We'll be able to take this one out as Kramer and Tucson just keep ducking in and out of this turret.
They had the burn, so they were trying to finish it off.
All right, well, it's a fast cow, but the Dragon's Rage is a bit faster, so Snowflower not going to find anything for that. And they'll just lose out on this turret at the top side of the map. See if Afreeca going to be able to find their way into a spot to take out that inhib turret. Seems like the answer is no.
First movement was to back from the Xayah, being chased down by Rek'Sai. Almost no wards on the map on the top side, a control ward at the Raptor pit, but nothing more from Jin Air. Seems like they've accepted their fate a little bit, Achilles. Choosing to push up finally.
Spring Jin Air indeed.
Don't know what changed. They've become pumpkins, I guess.
They found a time machine and fell into it.
Wait, was that the Jin Air before or the Jin Air now?
Either? I guess? I don't know. Maybe the Jin Air before was like, let's see what we look like in the future. And then they jumped in, they're like, wow, we're doing really well. And they started playing again. They're just like, oh, wait. Nothing has really changed.
Time is a flat circle or something, I don't know.
Like
time,
the Earth.
Time is... Thanks, Kilios.
Oh, dear.
I learned something about you today.
I do not. That is not me. I'm not Shaq.
Confirmed on stream. Well, Jin Air finally pushing up, so they're trying to brute force something because they feel the inevitability of losing their base. Lanes are no longer in a wonderful spot for Afreeca, so there actually is options here for Jin Air. But will they do anything? Previous indication is no.
I mean, previous indication to the series might say yes. But now,
I mean, Marin is...
Forget about all of that.
Marin is ultra unkillable in this game. With the Gargoyle Stone Plate, he doesn't give a care in the world.
Ixu, we'll see how far the Lightning Rush can take him this time. We'll juke out. Not get popped up by that Glacial Fissure, but he'll still die. Kramer just does all the damage.
That was the Zeke's Convergence damage, by the way, for 50% bonus magic damage. Goodbye, Cannon.
Jin Air looking for maybe a pick out of the jungle, or maybe they're all just clumping up to get bodied by the Afreeca Freaks. They leap forward, get the slow in onto Teddy, looking for those concussive blows. It's knocked back up the lane a little bit there by the explosive cask as Spirit goes forward, looking for Snowflower. He's just going to get taken out. Kramer yet again finding the kill. A delayed double for him. Turret will be broken. Inhibitor now exposed. Afreeca can just do whatever the hell they want in the base of Jin Air at the moment.
Brute force their way, as you say, to their first inhibitor of the game. Feels like more on the menu very shortly.
And he's doing his damnedest to try to get some damage in here, if not a kill on their exit. They'll find it though. Just a bit of hits in on Tucson takes him low, but not gonna be finding that lethal hit.
I want to fall back into the Baron, but Jin Air are also feeling like maybe they can be the ones to pick up the Baron with the lower health bars from Afreeca.
Oh, MT. He's walking in. He's just going to be face checking, and well, he's going to die as Kuro finds the kill. So no more smite. TP coming through from Ixu as he tries to join in the fight. The slicing Maelstrom is not available. Petrifying Gaze connects onto him. He'll get popped back by the explosive cask. And Afreeca, they're at least weakened. So for the sake of Jin Air, we'll not have to worry about them going for the Baron at the moment. Instead, they're pushing in, looking for this inner turret in mid. But the wave is going to be cleared out very swiftly here by Kramer. Chain of Corruption thrown down by Teddy. But just minimal capitalization here from the side of Jin Air. They will be sticking around trying to kill this, though.
Kuro still able to walk up and wave clear.
Oh, Snowflower yet again going in. 3-man Pulverize does come through, but Kuro's still alive. Kites his way back in underneath the turret. Now they're trying to turn this thing around. Teddy going low, jumps over the wall. Spirit on his heels, pops the concussive blows, kicks him back in. And is just looking to deliver him into the rest of the squad for the kill, and Kuro will be able to snatch that one up. Kuzan, the only remaining member of Jin Air alive, will be running down to try to clear out this massive wave of minions that is just crashing into the bottom lane.
We'll be able to do that to some degree, but Afreeca Freak's going to push through the mid lane. Death Timer's on the longer end. Umti's back alive, so maybe the game won't end on this push, but feels like it's kind of been on that wind-up for about the last 5 minutes or so. Second inhibitor crashed down by Afreeca Freak. Still 35 seconds for Teddy. So maybe they'll try and close it right now.
Seems like that might be the case here as Kramer is still full HP. Umti going forward, looking for the hit, but the Petrifying Gaze locks him up yet again. Straight into concussive blows. And Kramer finds another kill for himself on this Xayah. Now 12-2. The overall scoreboard, not sure how many of these are his, but you have to imagine it's a damn lot of them. Second Nexus turret getting ready to go down. Snowflower going forward with the Featherstorm from Kramer, jukes it out, keeps himself up into the air. As he tries to finish off the Nexus, he will die in the end, but a couple more hits do take it down. And Afreeca Freaks, after being behind for the majority of the early into the mid game, turn things around, and Jin Air, there's a question of what's next. They ran out of ideas, and Afreeca, they took the helm.
If there was a subtitle for this game, it will be Outscale the Game. Coming through from Afreeca Freaks, very clean. Went for so many stacking items. Anyone, an analyst from Season 3 could be transported into this game and know what was going to happen, and yet Jin Air seemed dumbfounded when they got in a very decent spot in the early game, did what they needed to do, and then kind of just fell apart, didn't take any more advantages. The Rod of Ages power spike, the Ceres Embrace power spike, everything happened on the side of the Afreeca Freaks, and then the better team fighting comp work with the item scalings. So surprising, Achilles.
I just imagine D-Man casting this and just, screaming, "I do not believe this."
I think he would have very much believed this.
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward there.
He would have held his disbelief.
Maybe you would say, "I very much believe this." That's about where it's at. Well, Jin Air doing spring Jin Air things. We'll go ahead and get a replay of him to just face checking the entire world.
Yeah, the Tremor Sense there did not provide him enough information. They were moving there, Afreeca Freaks, but perhaps the lower update rate was a big thing. From there, they were able to close the game. Jin Air with some snipes. Jin Air made the smart move. Actually pushing through the mid lane here was probably the best they could have hoped for. And for a time, when Kramer was DPS'd out, we thought maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't be able to take this turret. But then Kuro walks in. Jin Air continued to just poke the furthest target, but the engage was what actually worked against them. Alster, when your team comp is falling apart, just forces you into a must-engage scenario. Everyone from the side of Jin Air is cleaned up, and from here, Afreeca Freaks closed out the game.
Yeah, actually really good there by Tucson. Flashed forward, did get knocked up by the Pulverize, but had the Unbreakable up, blocking a lot of the shots going through onto Kuro in the backline, helping to keep him alive. Well, that's game one. Going over to the Afreeca Freaks. We'll see if they can close this out with a very rare 2-0 from them, or if it will be taken to the very much expected game 3. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be back in just a couple minutes. We'll figure out what's going to happen, what Jin Air can piece together to try to find some victory here for game number 2. Welcome back, OGN Legion. Match 1 went over to the way of the Afreeca Freaks on a red side, despite the very strong early start from Jin Air. Just kind of ran out of things to do. And Afreeca Freaks, well, they took the reins on that one. They ran away with the game, despite the fact that Kuzan did a hell of a lot of damage. As that AP Karma, they still do lose out, much to the work of Kramer and Kuro on those carries.
Kuro will actually pick up the MVP for this game. Some very nice petrifying gazes. Perhaps the most crucial things on the side of the Afreeca Freaks. Completely agree with your assertion. Jin Air took all the easy objectives, kind of racked their brains for how to hit the intermediate and expert objectives. Never really could level up, stuck on the first level of difficulty on Dance Dance Revolution. And in the end, the dances from Afreeca around the Baron, around the side lanes, were just better than what Jin Air was able to do. So Afreeca Freaks closed out the game pretty straightforward fashion after Jin Air was in control for about the most you could be at 20 to 25 minutes in the game.
Yep. And they just ran away from there. Kuro coming up with a solo kill here onto Ixu. Despite all that work that he was putting in that split push. It took him like a year to knock down that tier 2 turret. Did get it eventually. And I mean, Snowflower, he had some heroic efforts. That Pulverize right there especially. Coming up with the 3-man, but the follow-up just not there. Tucson had the Unbreakable ready to go. So solid stuff overall from the Afreeca Freaks in the latter half of the game. And Kuro does earn himself that nice MVP to move up the standings even further.
I do hope they remember their frustrations at their kind of inability to move in the early game after this greedy draft, rather than necessarily the elation of picking up the game victory. It wasn't the strongest draft from Afreeca. They just got the reprieve that other better teams will not give them, and they were able to stabilize and take it to late. So at least one pushing lane will be heavily recommended for this next game. They are going to be on the blue side, which traditionally would be an advantage, but today has actually been a curse so far.
Yeah, very much.
0% win rate on the night for blue side, who would have thought? Actually, no. Samsung did win on blue side in the final game, so a lower win rate than usual.
They started things off on the blue side, lost that one, but now Afreeca over to blue, as you say, will be banning away that Karma first and foremost, showing some respect there to Kuzan and also to Snowflower, just to get that out of the support pool as well.
So what will step through to first pick? Something like a Caitlyn is possible. Ram has been in love with the Xayah, though, so perhaps it's a lower priority for Afreeca Freaks than other teams. They've been that weird team where they've left open Galio and Zac multiple times. And Xayah's going to be banned on blue side, which lets us know that they don't want Teddy playing it, and they're fancying a Caitlyn first pick.
Still some flexibility here for the side of Jin Air to go ahead and ban that one away. Only issue is that it could very well leave Marin with his choice of top lane picks. The Renekton and the Rumble both available at the moment.
I think you might mess around with giving him Rumble on patch 7.12 with the changes. It was like in competitive play, especially Rumble has been taken down a peg. So we'll wait and see what Jin Air want to do. They ban out the 2 super powerful junglers first, so they're giving themselves the option to ban a Caitlyn or a Marin. A Rumble, potentially a Renekton
If they could just ban Marin, they would love to do that. That would be amazing.
There are other teams. SK Telecom loves to ban Marin by banning 3 top laners, so
they banned him to China.
And they leave open the Rumble and the Renekton for the Afreeca Freaks. And will they first pick it? As if nothing's ever changed, Achilles.
Maybe he didn't read the patch notes. Marin's love for Rumble transcends all patches.
I thought that about his love for Lissandra, but he doesn't play Lissandra anymore.
Kuzan's the closest one to being in that boat.
It's true.
But they're actually they're going to forego both of those top lane picks, see what Jin Air wants to get their hands on. Instead, take the Lee Sin yet again for Spirit. Big takeaway from Umti. So this does make sense for them.
I wonder if this will mean that the Ashe vs Varus meta will return to us, or we will see something different. Jin also a possibility with those utility carries, or will it be a Kog'Maw or a Twitch or something else coming out? Kallista's been a pretty big pick for Kramer. Teddy has played it in the past as well, so you wonder if people will default onto utility as the Varus has hovered, or whether people will start to pick up the hyper carries that other carries have been playing so far this week. Rek'Sai part makes sense. Great answer. Great and clean answer to the Lee Sin. Just will be the pick initiation side for Jin Air to open up things.
All right, so far not changing too much from their comp there in game 1. The Karma obviously not going to be able to be another component, but before we did see that cannon and the Owlstar come through for them.
And the cannon actually cost Jin Air quite a bit. While it was played well, it got some early turrets. They clearly didn't know how to close out a game with on-hit cannon, so moving away from that's probably smart, as we get the ultimate confirmation that it's full utility carry for Kramer and Teddy. A lot of mid laners available. Only Karma of the mid lane pool has been taken away. Something like Orianna and Talia. Possible early round drafts.
It seems like Afreeca just going to go ahead, drop that Brahmin yet again. So Ashe instead of Xayah can hit that hyper carry spot like we saw from Prey in Game 2, just frontlining on that Ashe. Didn't close it out, but got damn close to it.
2 schools of thought on support pick here. Could have been the Tahm Kench or the Thresh, and they decided to go Snowflower's Comfort with the Thresh being locked in. Afreeca right now doesn't have the most hook targets, so we'll see how valuable the initiation of the Death Sentence will be as the game goes on, but Dark Passage clearly already plenty of value. So both teams, jungle and completed duo lane in the first round. Jin Air will be the team expected to pick up the blind pick laner. Ostensibly going to be a Renekton or an Orianna, you'd imagine, depending on which role they want to select for. And if they keep banning mid laners, value of someone like Orianna does jump up even further.
Doesn't make it through, though. One more ban that could come down. They take Talia off the board, so maybe Jin Air just, fishing for that Orianna for themselves. Who's on there in the mid lane?
Who's on this season?
And it will be the Orianna ban.
It's 3-2 on Ori, so I guess not favoring it as a blind pick. Galio the big pick for him, but predictably banned away. So where he goes with his draft is kind of up in the air. Could just be the Corki that he played a lot of in previous seasons, but I've talked about Corki a lot, and while we saw Corki ban in Game 1 in the second round, Syndra taken away as well. Well, we're getting really safe for someone like a Corki, but it could just be the Cassiopeia that Kuro just won MVP on.
And it will be. They go ahead, lock this one up. Now we get to see what Kuro wants to take into the Cassiopeia.
He was the one that had Corki banned against him. Kuro's been playing a lot of Kassadin recently, but very painful lane against the Cassiopeia, and maybe he'll go El Clasico with the Victor mid lane. How do you like standard comps, Kilios? Because we've got a lot of standard going on the side of Afreeca.
I'm so excited.
How about a Gragas to round it out?
That would be beautiful. just bring it all together. Just the most exciting thing that we could ever see Marin play. He's like, Rumble's open.
Renekton's open.
Either of them. The ones that start with R's. Just let him play it. Oh, thank God. All right, so Rumble will come through here from Marin. We'll see how this one's going to stack up on 7-12.
See the strongest possible at that, but it does open up laning picks, like, for example, the Kled, been a big favorite of Ixu. See him nodding his head, so they lock it in, and Ixu will be running on the Kled that he had started off with a very long losing streak on. Picked up 2 victories this season, so Kled shaping up better. Does also give them a split push threat as the game goes on. We saw Smeb on the Rumble yesterday have good early game and then predictably out split pushed in the end by a Fiora, and Kled can have similar results against Marin if Ixu can get his item timings in the later part of the game.
Well, definitely some questions around that one. The cannon not working out too well for him. The Kled going to be a lot more comfortable, though. But running this into Marin's Rumble, even with the changes on 7-12, it's always going to be a very tough ask from pretty much anybody.
It's still very iconic to see Marin on the Rumble. We'll talk more about the changes when we get into game in the laning phase. Spirit jumping on the Lee Sin again. Still some power in the Jin Air draft. They steal away the Cassiopeia this time. They did so much work for Kuro, but Kuro jumps on the Victor, as he's done many times. The bot lane devoid of any excitement. Sorry, guys. The most standard as standard can be in the bot lane, but hope springs eternal that we'll see a cracking game. Game 1, very slow one, drawn out by Afreeca Freaks. Let's see if Jin Air can adjust and really explode in the early game.
Let's see if they can get something going. They got that Thresh in the bottom lane. I'm ready for Snowflower to go ahead, hook some people, and try to send them to their deaths. Let's go ahead, load up for Game 2, see if Afreeca close this out, or if Jin Air does, in fact, take us to Game 3. There we go. Audience still hanging in there. 10 p.m. now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을
Still voicing their support for these teams.
And Marin still voicing his support for Rumble. Love affair as long as time, Marin and Rumble. Rumble got more than a love tap in the latest round of nerfs.
30초 남았습니다.
Yeah, he kind of got shut down a little bit.
Gutted's not the right word, but when it comes to his competitive play style, it's a very heavy-handed nerf. I know a lot of people have thought about it. People say, wait.
Oh, yeah.
There's some buffs to it. He does more harpoon damage, so if he gets pushed in, he can wave clear better. He can last hit, as you're just getting eyes on Spirit and his dance moves.
I actually haven't seen somebody do this yet with the skin, so that's excellent.
Spirit's a troll, so, you know. He also has a bit more shielding, so he can block damage earlier at level 1, but he can't push as well, Achilleos, and that's what you kind of picked Rumble for, is pushing and level 1, building up heat, which you can no longer do, longer cooldown, and also the heat drops off faster. And in the end, the lanes that were difficult against him, you think of Fiora, for example, Kled as well. A lot of the difficulty is, well, Kuzan finds Kuro at level 1, but a lot of the difficulty was the fact that from level 1 they were pushed in, finding it hard to last hit a turret, and they had no control of the wave. And the moment that a Rumble can't push as well, which from a level 3 onwards is the reality of current Rumble, then the more difficult matchups, the ones that used to once go to Doran's Shield and outscale, they outscale easier and at lower cost because less frequently are they under turret and being pressured. And thus, Rumble either hits his equalizer and decides team fights with that, or you don't get the dual benefit of owning lane and also being a team fight god. So it's a pretty significant cost now when you draft Rumble because picks like Kled, Fiora, Camille only get more attractive.
All the Rumble mains that thought they actually got a buff are crying now because of you.
In solo queue, it's kind of a buff because you couldn't afford to push in, so you can just kill people with a slightly higher AP ratio and slow them. But in competitive play, when it was a pressure pick rather than necessarily just getting solo kills on the Rumble, it's a pretty big move.
All of the Rumble mains that now thought that it was a nerf are now smiling.
You gotta give and take, you know? Umti hasn't spotted now, spots out the
Spirit
there.
Spirit walking a bit too much. Hightailing it up towards the top side here. Umti not going to get that unburrow damage in. Still trading very nicely onto Spirit as the Blast Cone. Take that one for a ride. No way for Marin to collapse in fast enough to help get a kill. Kuzan walked over as well. Seems like he's just going to be taking a very swift back over to the basin. He's going to be coming back in with the Dark Seal.
Interesting decision. Usually you want to at least strap yourselves in for a tier, which, you know, only 720 gold, but clearly might have just used too much mana on the initial harass onto Kuro and felt the need to come back. Doesn't mean he has a very big sustain advantage. So what you can do here is the fact that Kuro has used both of his potions and you have a big sustain advantage means you can take trades and also empower Umti to play up because damage is going to stick on Kuro that will not onto the side of Kuzan.
Spots out Umti, so not sneaky enough there on that Rek'Sai. He's going to throw a nice little ward over the wall to keep himself safe. Umti will have to go back into the jungle. So far not seeing the same aggression that we saw from Umti there in game number 1. Denying out several camps away from Spirit. Instead, much more passive. There's Spirit looking to play up into the bottom side of the map, but there's a ward there in the forward rush for the side of Jin Air, so would be spotting him out. Instead, he's going to wrap around through the try. Trying to get an opening from here. Pushing forward, Tucson walking up. They get the slow in onto Teddy. Dark Passage is there. He will remain safe.
Optimism shown as Ixu's actually tanking minions.
A lot of them.
Pretty big problem in that particular scenario. Will not be taken down. Umti is jungling around the top side.
Lauren trying to get some damage in. Very rarely does he actually have his flank warded.
Has another ward available to reward it, so at least does have the potential for permanent vision for a couple of minutes. Mine will survive this time around.
There's many more chances for MC to go ahead and get that kill in.
Such as every Marin game, but especially one when he's playing Rumble. Kuzan will be getting that tier a lot later because of his first shopping trip being earlier in the lane. They haven't been able to play off the pressure of having a big sustained lead over the Victor. And Kuro obviously trying to play as long a laning phase as possible to get his first item. Game 1, if you remember, was all about basically stealing every camp away from Spirit. Got the second spawn of the Raptors into about the 5th in a row. And yet still, Afreeca were able to sustain through a very worrying phase for them.
Marn coming back in. Straight in for the Ninja Tabi. So, even less pressure going to be on that Kled. Yeah, trade is as well, but there's not going to be any damage coming back to him.
As with the double Doran's pickup on the side of Ixu, who's gone very much laning focus, so just a bit of respect being shown. You see double Dorans and you go into, say, Amp Tome and Ruby Crystal, then you can't really be surprised if you end up losing the lane. Navar looking for the hook.
Not going to find it. Decent trade in onto Tucson, though. Just before that. And a nice CS lead opened up here for Teddy. Kramer could get a bit of these back. Bring out the minions underneath the turret, but he is losing out on a couple of these last hits.
Especially early, big wave clear advantage for Teddy. Able to push in, control the lane, pick up about 1 minion's wave's worth of advantage as top lane.
Lauren getting it chased on there by Ixu, who's now knocked off the Skarl. Spirit hovering in here. The equalizer's going to go wide, just push way too far up the river. Ixu and both go over the wall as Kuzan starts cheating his way over here. It seems like they might be able to exit safely. Kuro cannot collapse in.
Got the call from Kuro that he didn't want to come up. He's backing on 44 CS. Will he have enough? He does have just enough for his Hex Core upgrade, so smart of the Afreeca Freaks not to overfight. He got the lead there, but the equalizer zoned away one exit. Clearly, Jin Air were not playing towards it because they had the roam advantage of Kuzan, so it looked comical. Didn't find any impact. Spirit's still top lane. As the Dragon Rage kick available.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if Ixu was going to push straight back into the lane. Was still dismounted. But now going to be in an all-right spot, so he'll just go back into the jungle. Go hunting. Now going to spot him out. He's rather low. Sonic Wave comes in. Resonating Strike, and just one more auto attack. Well knocked up, Spirit comes up with first blood.
You get even more than that. You can just turn onto the red buff and steal it away. Cassiopeia will not exit lane to stop him. Got lane.
Yeah, that's going to be the Glacial Fissure coming through. Kramer just firing away. Exhaust thrown down onto him, and the death sentence will go right between the goalposts. But unfortunately for Snowflower, not exactly what he wanted, so misses out on that one. But good aggression down to the bottom side, and on Spirit to go ahead and pick up that first blood. Just really poor timing from coming over the wall right when he would have spotted him out with the Tremor Sense.
Exactly, couldn't have got any worse for even buffered the ultimate, so there was no ability to open up space there. Very nice from Spirit, looking to extend that run on Lee Sin. He's up to 6-1 now, so certainly being able to do that. Kuro entered lane with his Hex Core upgrade, but no potions.
Chain of Corruption down on Tucson. Get a little bit of damage off the Braum, but overall he's still going to be fine. Has a couple more biscuits there in the inventory.
It's a pretty alpha move to go no potions a second time against the Cassiopeia. But he sidestepped literally every bit of harass and is still full health.
Doing rather good so far. Spirit now arriving. Scout comes through, but they'll finally clear out that control ward. Got a decent amount of mileage there for Jin Air.
We always talk about the trends that come in and the potential for them to just be short-term ones based on scrims, and no one's lane swapping anymore, Achilles.
Yeah, actually.
Our 8 to 13-minute lane swaps, there were none yesterday, and there's been none so far today. So clearly that was hot in scrims for a while, and then people just stuck with what worked for the longest time previously. The Rift Herald priority in general has been lower. We've had a couple of games where it hasn't gone picked up.
Yeah. Lane swaps, I guess, a bit of a 7-11 exclusive.
Pre-order bonus.
What would you pre-order at 7-Eleven?
I don't know, a bagel? I think you could pre-order video games at a 7-Eleven.
If it doesn't come wrapped and sold by another company or like created by another company, I don't know if I trust any food products that come out of a 7-Eleven, really.
I like
at least in the States.
I like slushies.
Okay, sure. That's fine. I can get behind that. But I mean, like, there's like taquitos that they sell, the hot dogs, the pizza.
Hey, I'm leaving myself open for that 7-Eleven sponsorship, Achilles, so You can write your own refusal letter right now on air if you want to.
All right.
I think 7-Eleven's great.
I'm looking for, well, that would be obscure, I guess. It's like a one from back home called Wawa. That was my convenience store that I went to.
Somehow I think their advertising budget will be smaller than 7-Eleven.
You'd be surprised. They're actually a pretty big company. But, yeah, 7-Eleven is massive.
Freaks trying to play through the mid lane this time. A lot more power. Spirit's Q went wide that time, though. No Drake priority from either team. No Rift Herald priority from either team. So, game surprisingly close.
Yeah, keep it a neck and neck. Just a bit of back and forth here. Some CS leads, especially in the mid lane. Kuzan doing rather well.
You kind of see what happens with the new Rumble as CS lead for Kled in the top lane, and we know this matchup will only get better for the Kled as it goes on. So compared to the previous game, it's not going to be a titanic scaling advantage for Jin Air, but still going to have a very good 4-1 option. It's going to require Marin to hit the equalizers in team fights, so there still is kind of a simpler way to victory in the late game for Jin Air if they can just continue farming up like they have been. What a jerk.
And he's like yelling at you while he hits you.
Somehow less annoying than English voice Super Galaxy Rumble.
I can't even think what Rumble's regular voice sounded like.
The weirdest one for me was Tom Kench was one of the first champions released after I moved to Korea, and he has like the longest hover.
Oh, yeah.
He talks for ages.
Yeah, when you lock him in.
He talks for literally 15 seconds, and he's like, champion selection intro.
I don't even know what he says in.
I only got to hear him in English when I went to North America for Worlds, and I was like, this is way different.
I can't even recall. I remember when I first started playing the game, the ones that really irked me the most was Vigor and Shogath.
Ah, yes.
Their voices, I just couldn't stand at first. They grew on me in the end, but
Arrow
wasn't a big fan. Straight into the Glacial Fissure. Dark Passage just thrown down. Concussive blows proc just a bit too late. Teddy will make it out with his life and doesn't even have to use a summoner spell.
Umti forced to flash out of the W there. Very nice placement, predictably, from Kuro. Didn't want to lead with his ultimate. Drake was confirmed by the Afrika Freaks, hoping for a better roll, but sadly, a second Cloud Drake for them.
Yeah, they rolled the dice, didn't turn out too hot. But still, very even across the board. Bot lane stretching a bit of a lead as well. Kramer just unable to pick up that kill. Really setting him behind a little bit here. Expect Teddy gonna have a pretty nice buy. Is he building an Infinity Edge?
Could be rushing Infinity Edge. Could just be going for an Essence Reaver. Still a possibility. Even if you pick up Pickaxe for a bit of AD in lane, it's definitely going to help him with two AD items to get first brick, although...
Tucson tries to deny that one, not going to happen, just loses out on his flash. And that's first brick over to Jin Air. Well, that's not one you want on the highlight reel.
The low light reel being established by Tucson. Snowflower's still here, hoping to freeze the minion wave, and Varus stayed as well.
Yeah, did stop the recall. He's roaming his way down, but don't think he's going to be finding too much of an entry for a gank. So it seems like the recalls will just be started in the end. Spirit goes ahead and starts up that Rift Herald with Umti on this side of the map. Dragon not spawned. There's not really anything that he can get to try to answer this one, but
Rumble recalled as this was happening, but Kuro will come up, and that will mean the Rift Herald over to the side of Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, drops down the ward, spots it out, but just a bit too late. Kuro will go ahead and snatch up that buff. They can use this to break that mid-outer turret.
That would definitely be the gold standard. Cassiopeia with her slow wave pushing. Always does a lot worse when her mid lane turret is taken out. So look for both Rumble and the Lee Sin to make vision missions around the mid lane to open up a fairly straightforward steal. Speaking of vision missions though, Jin Air on the front foot this time.
Pushing their way in. Kramer starts cheating his way up. Let's have the Ashe ult ready to go.
He did rush Infinity Edge. Interesting. We've seen so many AD carries, unless they're Blade of the Ruin King carries, doing everything but pick up an Infinity Edge. Lots of static Shiv into Rapid Fire Cannon, then Infinity Edge.
Yeah, I mean, even that we don't always see it rushed on Caitlyn, which is like B1. Snowflower, though, pushing forward. Ash Arrow straight into that. Glacial Fissure will take him down. Now Umti in the spot of bother. Dives in, looking for the ultimate onto Kramer, just really to get himself out of there. He's able to tunnel out. Both the TPs will be canceled in the end. And it's just going to be the one pick coming through under the Thresh.
Umti thought he was the one to initiate a bounce party, but actually it was the side of Snowflower who was knocked up to death. Or in the mid lane, dealing with Kuzan, flashes in.
Yeah, flashes in. Petrifying Gaze not going to find him as he makes it over the wall, but the charge coming through, but he's got the Blast Cone to take him out to safety. So, does have to use both of his summoner spells. Kuzan invests the flash, the charge out of it in the end.
Almost the inspired charge there, but the Blasting Plant put paid to the idea that Ixu will get a pick onto the Victor. And just run back mid lane and wave clear again. That's what we wanted, guys. More wave clear. We talked about Marin stepping down, trying to open up that time for the Rift Herald in mid lane.
Hovering around this way. Can't quite tell how much longer there is on it.
About a minute, I would say. A minute, minute and a half.
Gonna have to use it sooner rather than later. Right now, Marin's still just clearing out the waves. Back is there from Ixu. They want to set up. You can see the pings there in the mid lane. Seems like they're calling for him in the bottom side of the map, but Kuro's going to go ahead and recall out.
So at this point in the game, the Rumble changes are somewhat of a buff. You still push a little bit slower, but not too markedly slower because of the 75% damage to minions. The stacking slow is stronger, which is a buff, and the shield having shorter duration, but larger shield value can actually be a buff or a nerf situationally, usually a buff, I would say. So obviously a lot less of a headache when you have 5 points in your queue. They're around the top side. He doesn't know, actually, but there is no vision at all from the side of Ixu.
All of it having expired. Go ahead and sweep through the jungle, looking for something. Not going to find any wards in Spirit for now, just taking the Scuttle Crab. Seems like he'll go ahead and peel off from here. Maybe now we'll see that summon coming out. There's already several members waiting here. As Martin will get jumped on by Ixu. Spirit now wrapping back around. Going up here for the Kled. Trap on a rope comes down. He'll get popped off a Scarl. Dark Passage takes him to the side a bit. Spirit goes
Equalizer.
Equalizer is thrown down. Ash Arrow connects in on the Kuzan. Has to cleanse to get himself out to safety. As Empty tunnels over the wall. Makes his way out of this one, but now everybody grouped up in the mid lane. Still go ahead and summon the Rift Herald, but this can be dealt with rather easily, you'd have to expect. Ixu really the only one that has to back off.
A couple of summoners down, so at least something, but you're right. And launch it in mid lane. How much of this mid lane turret can they get? They don't have Marin there.
They can't
Teleport
really push
coming
up
in.
For this one. Yeah, Ixu coming around the backside, throws out the charge, hops in straight in onto Kuro, pulls him back in as he goes low. Shield helping to keep him alive now. Tusa with a turnaround. Does land that Glacial Fissure, popping them up, but he'll get Petrifying Gazed on. He'll go down. They turn in. Find Spirit as well. One answering kill coming out from Kuro and Kramer as they take down Empty. Rift Herald does go ahead and claim the turret. The 2 for 1, and okay.
Well, I missed out what happened there.
Ixu just died to the Rift Herald.
That's really awkward. Well, that was silly.
Replay, please.
We'll need the replay for that last moment there.
What was that about, a low light reel?
Feels like we might be able to put one down just for this single game, Achilleos. That feels good. We're going to see the replay.
So, charge.
And the charge was perfectly timed. This is very smart from the side of Jinair. And if you watch the Petrifying Gaze, he actually gets 3 in Petrifying Gaze, which is certainly more than the minimum.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Gets Kramer as well.
Straight into Chain of Corruption.
So that was a really nice layering of CC. Umti overdives. That was silly. But let's watch Ixu, who's low, walks in, going to help out with the Rift Herald.
Swing, and okay.
Wow. He got cleaved to death by the Rift Herald.
This is the guy who got the pentakill on Akali.
That's not going to be in the penta, though, Achilleos.
And then he walks up.
The video doesn't include your bad plays later in the week.
It should. They should do the penta, and then what would be the reverse?
Like the B-side, basically?
Yeah, like just the worst plays of the week.
Imagine if you won both in the same week.
Somehow you're just all 5 of them.
To be fair, Mickey probably had multiple weeks where he won both.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Valkyrie will always come to mind.
Guys, didn't read the news today. Mickey will not be playing for the Rocks Tigers in second round robin starting tomorrow. We don't even know who will be playing of the 2.
Nope. And we don't know why. So you don't have to ask us that.
Yep. I'm sure there'll be a statement at some point.
Yeah.
Seems like it was a recent thing given that he played just the day before. All right, Ixu. He's feeling better about himself. He's got Skarl again, but for how long?
Charges forward here. Equalizer getting a bit of damage in it. He's about to get dismounted as Spirit does arrive. Tempest will take him off as he tries to run away, but Spirit has a resonating strike, takes him out, and Kuro is on the backside just in case. So he'll go down yet again. Meanwhile, bot lane of Jin Air swapped over to the top side, just trying to get some damage onto that tier 1. Won't be able to find anything, however. And Marin, well, he's got all the time in the world right now. We go ahead and start splitting onto that outer turret in the bot side.
May not even be a trade of turrets, given that Tucson and Kramer are in position to take some camps and also make that visit to defend the top lane outer turret.
Yeah, I mean, the Hurricane's done here, so Kramer can clear this out quickly.
One of those surreal games where there's only 2 turrets down at the 21-minute mark, but this will be Marin doing most of the work, if not quite taking down the outer bot lane turret.
Kuzan arrives. We'll stop that from going down. Nearly has the Rod of Ages complete, despite the awkward build path for it. So not too far away, just 2 more minutes on that, and it has the Banshee's Veil.
Kuro has gone Banshee's Veil second. Very, very safe. Victor build is looking to put out consistent damage. Waiting to see which team gets the real priority around the Baron. There's a million wards in there and also tunnels from the side of Jin Air, but no real more thought put into it. Item build for Teddy is just a kind of blast from the past Infinity Edge static shiv build.
Yeah.
We do not normally see. Obviously, Blade the Ruin King's been the big favorite, but when you're facing Rumble Lee Sin, you're not as priced into this Blade the Ruin King. Essence Reaver is fallen off a cliff. Even Prey's not building it anymore, so we're not feeling it. So end result is this traditional AD carry build.
Smite away there from Umteen just to try to claim that big Raptor. Kuro giving him hell over this. 5-2, 1.1 thousand gold in the lead as Afrika at just about 23 minutes. So still pretty much neck and neck between these 2 squads.
Even though it was mostly free-farmed Ixu for the earlier part of the game, he's let his team down a couple of times with the Kled, so actually being able to achieve the 1-4 is looking less of a guarantee than it was maybe 5 minutes ago. Afrika played around Baron for a lot shorter than Jin Air did in game 1, but crucially got it and was able to open up a lead from there. Looking to take the last of the turrets relevant to the Baron, which is that outer top lane turret. And their setups are good. They invest enough members. Turret's already low. There should be another turret, but the teleport.
Yeah, TP coming in from behind as Ixu looks to join in the fight.
They know you're there, by the way.
Maybe the 4-3-4. He's still sitting in there, waiting for Kuzan to collapse in a bit closer. Charge comes through, locks in onto Kramer, who will flash away, but the bear trap on the rope as there pulls it back in. Meanwhile, on the front side of the fight, that's going to be Snowflower going down as Kuro finds the first kill. Big equalizer thrown in straight on top of Jin Air. 2 kills picked up. Umti lunging forward with the Void Rush, not going to be able to come up with anything at all. Double kill goes over to Kramer, and now Jin Air completely smiteless for the next 35 seconds. Afrika Freaks will be looking for the Baron.
And we said if you hit the equalizer, you can still make the Rumble work. Marin on Rumble, Kuro on Victor, both of them showing great understanding of their champions in the same engagement. And the 2 of them, the equalizer and also Marin just taking out Snowflower at the start of the fight. They'll be able to turn onto Baron. They open up a gold lead, and Afrika Freaks, that 2-0 may not just be a blip in the memory. There might actually be 2 for them in 3 matches because they've got a really big lead to their name right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
we see the replay. I mean, Ixu, in the end, did get onto Kramer like he would have wanted to, but watch on the top of the screen as Kuro hits the W onto the Thresh, just kills him straight up, and Marin looks like he's caught, but magnificent equalizer. Teddy takes 3 ticks before he has to leave, and Kuro just walks up to him as he's going off the equalizer and murders him in the back line. The duo of the solo lanes decide the fight straight up, and 3-0-3 on the Victor. Going to be piling on items very soon as well.
303, 404 there for Kramer as well. So both of them doing wonders for this team. Lauren just finally getting some assists in there. Oh, 004 there on this Rumble so far. Finally has a bit of damage coming through as well. But massive gold lead now opened up here, just in a matter of an instant. 6.2 thousand gold in favor of the Afrika Freaks. And they're going to be looking for more, have this Baron buff. It's time to knock down these inner turrets. Lauren has that top lane, getting ready to move up towards the top.
And now you want to play
Here
multiple
too.
lanes if you're Afrika Freaks, because, you know, Teddy needs to be wherever the wave clear is happening, because he's the only one that really provides any. But also try and engage, which is clearly they're opening up.
Kuro, big gravity field comes down, locks into as Kuzan already goes low, and he might not even get the chance to kite out of here. Equalizer thrown down yet again, perfect positioning from Marin, and they will just sweep over Jin Air.
Jin Air decides to have a party in the Chaos Storm for some reason. Equalizer also. It was a long party, it turns out.
No, poor
Everyone
Teddy.
burns alive.
Box comes down, not going to do a damn thing. He goes down as Spirit finds the kill. Snowflower will be chased in, and honestly, I mean, it's very short death timers, but could this just be the end of the game? They have the Baron-empowered minions
Yeah,
here.
they have the Baron buff for over 50% duration. I think the game's just over, Achilleos.
Good lord, well, just in a matter of minutes, Afrika Freaks turn everything around. Marin starting to tank things up just to get this going. First one to spawn will be Umti in 4 seconds, but you have to expect that he can't do a damn thing about this one. 27 minutes just about on the clock. Afrika Freaks, after a turnaround victory in game 1, just completely stomp out Jin Air from one fight.
Yep, I mean, there was two. The last one kind of accelerated the game. It seemed like you were already
that
there.
was when the stomping began.
Definitely. The second fight where Kuro just said, okay, I'm standing to attention, put down the gravity field, put on the Chaos Storm. 4 people took about 5 ticks of it.
They just walked into it all.
They were having a party, Achilleos, so like, this is cool, I guess. Then the Equalizer was there when they tried to leave the party. You know? And then the game was over. The game turned very, very quickly over this particular game. To me, the MVP probably has to be Kuro, who, you know, played Victor as he often does, and it was a return to Rock's Victor, so that's a good time for Afrika Freaks.
Good job overall there for the Afrika Freaks. Come up with that win. Do find
Let's
the
see the
2-0, a
replay.
rare one from a different angle.
Everyone really wanted to fight in the Chaos Storm. It's doing a lot of work here. It goes on to Umti, multiple members. Everyone's dying to AoE from the Victor. And then Rumble's like, well, you can't leave now. This was really dumb from Jin Air.
Just zaps them all to death and into the end of the game. And then, well, Teddy.
So here's what I'll say.
He gets screwed.
I feel like maybe actually, if you think about it, Game 1 was 2016 Jin Air, and then Game 2 was 2017 Spring Jin Air. Because this Jin Air didn't look to pull it to the late game, just pulled the trigger, and it was the wrong trigger. It was a self-inflicted ending of the game at 26 minutes, you'd have to say. They could have tried to pull it out.
Yeah.
Would that have changed anything? Maybe not, but the game just ended. You know, it's kind of abrupt.
They pulled the trigger while it was still in the holster, and they shot themselves in the thigh or something like that, maybe in the foot. I'm not sure what it is, but either way, Jin Air definitely looking off here today. Not looking like a top 5 team at all, but Afrika in Game 2 certainly did.
That's been the Afrika Freaks, right? They have certainly been up and down. They've waxed
And
and waned.
polarizing performances.
They're still Afrika Freaks. 5-4 is the quintessential Afrika Freaks score. It had to be 5-4, 4-5. That's just how the Afrika Freaks look. They just need to actually get ahead of finishing 5th. As with a new roster, they aped what happened last season. They have finished 5th in 3 seasons in a row under the moniker Afrika Freaks, and basically finishing better than that is all they can really be looking for as a first goal.
Well, rough stuff for Jin Air. Back to the drawing board for that squad and get prepped for that second round robin and try to come out with a bang yet again. Started off so very well, but you can see the denial onto the Lee Sin does wonders against Umti. The Rek'Sai in Game 1 looked very comfortable, was dictating the jungle, but the lack of macro shot calling really just made it suffer overall, and he never quite found that same footing in Game 2.
And we have a exciting revelation in the fact that their first match of the second round robin will be against Longzhu on Saturday. So Afrika Freaks gonna have a tough opposition continuing, playing the reverse of that matchup. Most damage of the game went to Kuro. Marin hit the equalizers. That was good to see. In the end, Kled got more farm, but unfortunately Ixu made some critical mistakes, and the Kled did not end up being a relevant late game Swift pushing threat, and well, Thresh didn't do any damage.
I'm still, yeah, not at all. I'm still very confused as far as the build goes from the side of Teddy and just how effective it could have been. But Kuro will be winning the MVP 4-0 and 6, 71% kill contribution, and now 800 points, taking sole possession of first place over the likes of BDD and Cuvée.
Hit 1,000 kills in summer, also getting up there in games played. Will Kuro lead the list at the end of the season? Be a big story for him on his new team, where he's tried to define himself as no longer an auxiliary part of an amazing team. On a Freak of Freaks, he needs to stand up. I mean, and he has been standing up more often than not.
Yeah, would be the second mid laner to win the award. And twice in a row, we would have a mid laner take that one away. And
we tried to give it to Rift Herald. They said no for some reason.
Goodbye. That one is gonna just haunt Ixu.
I forgot that happened in this game. You know he's gonna win an MVP, and Dangon's gonna have a question about it.
I wanted to erase it from my memory, but all right. I hope that one's posted on Reddit.
That happened in this game.
What a night it's been.
There was this also where everyone rushed in to die to Victor.
Quick, get in there.
Victor didn't even die in all this fun. Kramer showed up, the equalizer on the back end. The VOD review of this one's probably going to be painful. You delay this one to tomorrow if you're Jin-Air.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
What a
Yikes.
silly game.
I don't know, man. That's just rough stuff. One hell of a VOD review session indeed, and I don't envy the coaches that have to talk about this, that have to explain everything that happened.
The same Jin-Air that had a very close series against Samsung Galaxy a few days ago had this display against a Freak of Freaks. That's a bit of a head scratcher, but I think it's translation time, Achilles.
Hot damn, yes it is. Let's go ahead and throw over to Steven for the last time tonight with your translation for the MVP interview.
Thank you very much, Papa and Kilo, for great cast for today's match, and this is Steven for the translation for today. And we're moving into interview with the winner of today's match, Africa Freaks, playing against Jin-Air by 2-0 score, and our solo MVP for today, Kuro. And how are you feeling, Kuro? It's your solo MVP for today's match. And Kuro is saying that I'm really happy to finish game with 2-0. We finished game really early compared to the other previous matches. So Cloud Tamer saying that after that 1,000 kill video, you keep getting MVP point every match. What's your method of getting MVP point? Well, Kuro is saying that moment, that video was like the moment that make me more work hard to get MVP point, like playing very aggressive, playing more hard than any game. And Dangun is saying that Jin-Air this match was very important for you guys because you guys are in tie in this score right now currently. And how did you guys manage to play a game for today? And Kuro is saying that we cannot manage to lose this game because if we lose this game, we're gonna be a 4 win and 5 lose, and we don't want to be like spring season. So we work really hard to manage to take the win today and go above the Jin-Air. And Dangun saying that for the current new patch that Rise, and there are a lot of meta and the other picks are coming up. And they're asking some picks about the Marins that Marin made. I think they're talking about the Gragas and asking Kuro about the Gragas used to be used in jungle and now it can be used in top. So asking about the Kuro about how that kind of situation happened, and Kuro is saying that Marin's getting a lot of bans like Renekton and Rumble, so that's why he used Gragas to go forward. Like it can be a tank and also be aggressive player to protect their team and attack in the same time. And Cloud Temper is asking about the 3 Doran rings about Marines, and the crew is saying that yeah, he's the guy who made the sensational item setting 3 Doran rings, and well, he's going to come up with the other idea in the future.
미드 입장에서 정글이 잘 풀려야 미드가 잘 풀릴 텐데.
And Dangun saying that in the position for the mid lane, if jungler doing well, then your position is going well as when jungle is doing well. But in the first game, it was pretty not good, great situation that happened for the Africa Fix because the Umti did really great on the Rex side. So how do you feel about that? And Kuro saying that I got a little pressure in the first game because Umti was very great job in the coming into the inside jungle and getting like raptors, other jungle mobs. But although we had that situation, I had to trust on our jungler Spirit, so we managed to solve that out throughout the game.
너프를 받긴 했다고 하는데 충분히 괜찮다고 하더라고요. 그래서 쓰고 있는 거예요.
그래서 이제 밴도 당하고.
Now, Cloud Temper asked about the pick of Jaya, and the crew talking about although they got buffed for nerf, I think Jaya's a really great pick. And Dangun said that you guys got banned in the second game. So now they're moving into highlight video for today's match.
각을 보고 있긴 했는데 좀 자야가 잘 빨아들이면서 되게 이쁜 각이었어요.
And Cruz, they're talking about the Jaya play, and Cruz saying that that formation for Jaya was pretty perfect, and it was amazing play by Kramer.
스플릿 푸시하는 그 챔피언들을 좀 몰래 가서 노려서 잡는 그런 좀 콜들이 많은데 이것도
Now Dangun is saying that these days there are a lot of split play by many teams, and you guys make a lot of call to get that split champions. For example, right now you guys managed to get Kennen. So what kind of call were going on in the game? And then Crew is saying that the other opponent, everyone's on the base, but Kennen was by himself taking creeps, taking farming from the bottom lane. So we managed to make a call to get Kennen. So those kind of call were going on during the game. So now Dangun is talking about the second game right now. So normally Marine get a ban in Rumble in like most of the game, but in the second game that you guys didn't get banned in both Rumble and Renekton. Also you guys picked the Lee Sin in the first pick. So what was going on about that? And Crow said that we really want to take the Rumble in the first pick, but the Marine had a call that it's not the right time for now yet. So we decided to push a little bit for the Spirit. So we picked Lee Sin for the first pick, and we wait for the opponent picks and decide to pick Rumble.
솔직히 1레 플라스크로 그 짓을 하는 걸 참을 수가 없는데 빅토르다 보니까 좀 참고 버텨야 돼요.
Now they're talking about the jungles and how mid lane we're going, and Kuro said it was really hard for me to play in the mid lane because there are a lot of pressure from the jungles, from the opponent. But I was Victor, so I decided to hold myself and wait for the second half, the end of the game, to show my real power at the end, and it worked.
제가 조종해서 뺨한대 후렸는데.
Now they're making jokes about the inside games, about how Crew managed to survive from that situation. It was disastrous. It was total clown fiesta, and Crew managed to survive from the back. And they had a joke about asking how could Iksu died in that situation, and Crew makes it out joke back that I manipulate that Rift Haddle to slap Iksu's face. So those kind of jokes were going on in the interview right now.
He can slap its face off.
And then the Dangun, is it normally happen in scrims or any play? And then the Crew saying that actually it's the first time for me to actually see Rift Haddle slapping someone in the face. It was really fun. And now they're going back to the game interview. And it's kind of almost in the end. And Dangun is saying that how can you talk about your performance for Africa Frix these days? And then Crew is saying that our performance is improved compared to the spring season. But we were really close, like, you know, the game that we lost was very close because we killed them like in the first game really badly. And then we lose so badly in the second game. So that little 2% was really bad for us, but I think we can solve that out with the practice, and we will be more having a lot of feedbacks and practice to prepare for the second round. So I think we can do it to manage the playoffs.
저희 팬분들 되게
And there any last message for your fans?
되게 감사드리고
Spoken by Dangun and Kuro saying that we're working very hard, practicing a lot, and thanks to all the fans who came today, and thank you very much. And Dangun saying that this is almost the end of the first round for the Africa Freaks, and this is the end of the interview, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Steven. So there you have it, Kuro, solo MVP for today, and very well deserved, especially there in game number 2 on that victor. So 2-0 finish for the side of Africa Freaks. Certainly thought that this one was going to go to 3 games, Papa Smithy, but we get a reprieve. We get to go home a little bit earlier than planned here tonight.
I was ready for some more League of Legends, but Jin Air was not. They decided this match is over. Let's rush in there, get home before midnight, and damn they will, Achilles.
Yeah, that they will. Iksu decided it for them when he got killed by
But
the
it was big stakes because now Africa Freaks are 1 series ahead of Jin Air in 5th spot, and 5th spot is the difference between playoffs and a very long holiday till January next year for the 6th place team. Good stuff there, Africa Freaks. They're famously the team that has no ceiling, it has no floor. It's a very weird house if you think about it, but it's the Africa Freaks.
Kind of just live in a void, but taking a look at those standings, one of those top 4 teams not going to be going to Worlds. That's always a weird thing to think about. We'll have to see how it shapes up as we get ready to go into that second round robin coming up tomorrow. It's going to be BBQ Olivers versus MVP. Both
last game of the first round robin.
Yeah, last game of that first round robin. Both of those teams desperately needing that win to try to avoid the relegation zone, then followed up by KT Rolster versus the Rocks Tigers.
New
to
mid
go ahead
laner.
and kick off that second round robin with the new mid laner, as you say. Then on Saturday here at OGN will be Africa Freaks taking on Longzhu. Very big, very hard battle for them. Longzhu still looking very strong here today. Then Jin Air up against Samsung.
Yeah, hard to read if Jin Air can just shrug off a poor performance today and actually come and make a series of it against Samsung, who are looking to extend the time they can finish top of the table. They do enter this second round robin as your first place team. BBQ Olivers versus Everate. That one is going to be one of those bottom spots trying to get up to the 2-match win. Someone has to with the win there. And then SK Telecom T1. That other team is really commanding a lot of respect, as always, trying to get to first spot, taking on free-falling MVP. And that's MVP's last match before Rift Rivals. So, oh boy.
Yeah, could be going to an international competition with
nothing,
almost no wins.
No momentum.
So, yeah, no momentum, no anything. So all the other regions are watching MVP and they're just like, yes, please.
Phoenix One is way better than MVP.
SK Telecom break them. And then SK Telecom will go to Rift Rivals and break those guys. So
that's
just the way
that's
that
the silver
it is.
line.
Yeah. So you feel good about beating a Korean team in MVP. But
3 out of
get
4 is
stomped by
pretty good,
everybody else.
Achilles.
All right, it's better than most regions. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more LCK action. You have a good night.